Good morning, astronauts. This is another friendly reminder. We start in 5 minutes, this time for real. Please come and grab your seat, ideally close to the stage. It's going to be really exciting. Mhm. To znělo jak... Mám něco říkat? Prý nic neříkám. All right, guys, one last minute. Please, please come. We are happy to see you. Please take us seats close to the stage. That would be amazing. And it's going to be really great. Good morning, cosmonauts. I hope you have beautiful morning. I know some of you went to happy hour last night, so I hope you're not too tired today, because it's going to be really packed day here on Gateway to Cosmos. We are going to have talks, we are going to have panels, we are also going to have a contest this evening. It starts at 4 p.m. It's pitch and demo contests. It's first time this format here on Gateway to Cosmos, and it's going to be really exciting because we are going to have 15 teams and they will be competing in different categories, who is the best one. So please stay here till 4 p.m. Also, of course, before we start, the classic and very much happy thing to thank our sponsors, because just as like our parents, without them, we wouldn't be here. So first is obviously Rockaway, the company who made this whole thing happen. They have their lounge right next to this room. You can come there and say hi. That would be really nice. Another one is Agoric. They also have their lounge that you can visit. And if you use your golden ticket, you can get some swag. So also check them out. We are also having Celestia, another diamond partner. It's right next door to Agoric, and if you visit them today at 5 p.m., they will have module meetup. Also, we have our security partner, Halborn. You can check out their booth in our expo area. And we have Hackers Lounge, which is sponsored by Neutron. And you can check them out in our developers area. In developers area, by the way, there are also workshops. It's packed today. They already started at 9, 2 of them. So check the lineup too. And of course, in the expo area, you can check our gold and silver partners too. Okay, so that's the full formalities in the beginning, and we can go right straight up into the talks. The first one is named Interchain Private Trading. And before we go into that, I just want to tell you about Slido. If you were here yesterday, you might know it. You can scan the code over there, and if you have any question, ideally about the talk, you can write it there, and I will read the question for you here when the time for Q&A is, So go there, ask your questions throughout the whole talk. If you wait till the complete end, it might happen that I miss it, so ideally, if you have any question, already write it down. Okay, that's it from me, so please give an applause to none other than core engineer and Penumbra Labs, Finch.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I know it's early. I want to talk to you about this thing we've been building at Penumbra. So for the last 2 years or so, we've been building this thing called Penumbra, and I think, oops, that's the wrong button. So I've been talking to quite a few people, and it seems like quite a few of you already know what Penumbra is, and I think that's fantastic. But just to sort of frame what we're doing before I get into the real meat of the talk, I just want to give a refresher on what it is that we're up to for those of you who are just joining the train right now. So Penumbra is a layer 1 Tendermint app chain built in Rust. We give a multi-asset zero-knowledge shielded pool in the style of Zcash. And then within that, we offer shielded transfers, staking, governance, all of that protected by the same, very same shielded pool. We then give permissionless IBC to and from anywhere, so that shielded pool can act as a shielded pool not just for ourselves, but for anywhere in the cosmos. And today, what I want to talk to you about is what sits in the center of that zone of privacy, the Penumbra shielded DEX. So why are we building a DEX? There's a lot of DEXs out there already. So to motivate this, I just want to talk about what the Penumbra core thesis is. So the core thesis of Penumbra is something like, or at least one of our core theses, I think there are several, right? So one of the things that we really believe is that for usable privacy to become mainstream, privacy has to be not just an end for people who fundamentally believe that privacy is a fundamental human right and a public good, like myself, but also people need to benefit from privacy in order to use it to do other things. That if the only use case of your privacy product is to protect privacy and that's it, then it's really, really hard for you to get mainstream adoption. You need to be as good as, or ideally better than non-private products, and you need to be able to offer something new as a consequence of privacy. So when we were beginning to build this product, we thought to ourselves, okay, let's build one single concrete application, one where excess information disclosure has a real-world consequence. And let's try to build privacy in from the very beginning so that we can give people the benefits of privacy in a new application area. So we got started by asking ourselves, what do traders need? Well, in this context, a lot of traders need to protect their alpha, their competitive edge. So many of them turn to a centralized exchange because it doesn't leak what they're doing on chain. But as a consequence of this, they sacrifice custody. And the events of the last year, and indeed a lot of events of the entire history of crypto, should teach us that this is kind of a lethal shortcoming, right? This is not the greatest situation to find yourself in as a trader, as a market maker, as anyone. On the other hand, people who want to preserve their custody, their only real other option is to use a transparent DEX at present. Which leaks all of their alpha because all of their activity is broadcast on chain. So it exposes them to MEV, it exposes them to copycat trading. It's just a bad situation. So these two needs seem to be in conflict. The need to protect your competitive edge, the need to protect your custody. What's needed is something that synthesizes these two needs into a single coherent whole that's able to deliver on both of those things. What's needed, I argue, and we argue, is a shielded DEX. That is to say, an exchange that is fully decentralized and also fully private. So it doesn't leak any alpha, and it also doesn't require you to give up custody of your funds to a trusted or perhaps not trustworthy third party who is going to surely take care of everything for you. So for the last 2 years, we've been laser focused on building precisely that, and we call it Penumbra. Penumbra aims to be not just the best DEX, but also, at the same time, offer the best privacy. And we think that those two things together are not just an intersection, but they're a mutually cyclic and self-reinforcing synthesis. That it's not just that we're offering a product that sits at that center of those two things. What we want to do is we want to show the world that being the best DEX enables us to offer the best privacy, and offering the best privacy as a consequence enables us to be a DEX that's better than a lot of the existing solutions out there. So how does that work? Well, I argue that privacy attracts a positive value for everybody. In this context, what that means is that market makers can use privacy to protect their alpha, which means that they're competing in a much more competitive market. It means that they're able to offer better prices for traders. Traders will get better privacy, and they'll get the consequential good prices as a result of that better market, which means more volume. And that more volume enables market makers to provide better prices for those traders. And throughout this, the sort of gravitational well that's created by the shielded DEX draws that value in this flywheel effect that generates better value for everybody who's involved in it. So Penumbra is not just this shielded DEX. As you'll remember, it's not just the shielded pool, but it's connected by IBC to anywhere that wants to permissionlessly open an IBC channel to Penumbra. So what that means is that we're the shielded pool and the shielded DEX for all of Cosmos, and maybe, soon, for a lot more, because IBC is not just something you can do in Cosmos, it's an open protocol. You can do that on anything. So Penumbra being the shielded DEX for Cosmos and beyond, it means that we can use the benefit of privacy to benefit everybody, and everybody can use Penumbra to get better trade execution for themselves. So we didn't just build a DEX that was private. We built a DEX that was private, and we used privacy to be able to build really fundamentally different features, better features, we think, than any existing DEX that currently is out there on the market. And I'll note, Penumbra is not live yet, but soon. So Penumbra features a fully batched execution model with no intra-block ordering. That means, and I'll note this slide here, this slide is going to be a really fast and dense overview of what I'm going to be talking about in the rest of the talk, so buckle up. And well, if like some of this doesn't fully land at the moment that you're receiving it, that's totally fine. I'm going to get into a lot of really cool details as we proceed. So Penumbra has fully batched execution with no intra-block ordering. That means that there's no ordering specific MEV that you can extract in Penumbra. And I'll get into the details of how it works in a second. It also features in-protocol arbitrage that automatically fills orders and internalizes all of the mechanical arbitrage that would otherwise be extracted by arbitrageurs externally. We have a really unique order book style concentrated liquidity market that offers arbitrary fee tiers with no particular ticks that you have to align yourself to. And we let clients also, clients who want to do passive liquidity rather than active market making, we let them do that as well. They can emulate arbitrary curves. And they can use private trading strategies, which is sort of the whole point of this whole thing, that don't disclose anyone's positions, or rather the correlation of those positions, or their profit and loss. And on top of that, because we have this batch execution model, we can offer on-chain optimal routing in consensus across all trading pairs to provide synthetic liquidity for pairs that wouldn't ordinarily have any. So let's get into the details, right? So this is a lot of information I just like threw at you. So let's talk about it, right? So per block batch swaps, the main insight here is that we execute all orders from the same block. That's both opening positions, closing positions, and market taker side swaps. We execute them all in a single batch with a uniform price across everything. So, okay, why? There's this paper from 2015 by Budish, Crampton, and Shim. They say they analyzed high-frequency trading, and there's this arms race that exists in HFT in the traditional financial markets. And what they found is that the arms race doesn't actually affect the size of the arbitrage prize. It just continually raises the bar for how fast you have to be to capture a slice of the exact same sized prize. So they suggest that, in addition to this, that the sort of like consequence of the analysis is that mechanical arbitrage opportunities should be thought of a constant of market design, not something that gets competed away over time, because it doesn't. It just raises the bar for everybody and raises the expense of operating in that market for everybody. Instead, it should be something that's designed away rather than competed away, because competition doesn't resolve this issue. They propose as an alternative this model of frequent batch auctions, and Penumbra satisfies this because we have batch auctions, and they are indeed frequent. We have one every 5 seconds or so, every block. So in each block, what we do is we first open all of the positions that anyone opened at any point in the block. We then batch together every swap that anyone submitted in that block, and we execute the batched swap intents against all of the open liquidity. Then we perform internal arbitrage against the Penumbra like sticking token numeraire, and then after burning the results of that arbitrage, we close all of the positions that were supposed to be closed in that block. As a consequence, there's no competition for intra-block ordering, so market makers can focus on competing on price rather than speed. Active liquidity providers can also adjust prices every single block. They can pipeline their operations so that they can be giving new prices at every block, And indeed, this allows them to do things like single block just-in-time liquidity that opens and closes definitively in a single block. Because if you submit an open position and a closed position in the same transaction, then that position will be opened at the head of the block and certainly closed again at the end of the block. And that's a guarantee of the design of the DEX. And we burn all internal arbitrage, which means that we eliminate the possibility of mechanical arbitrage within the DEX, leaving the role of arbitrageurs to keep prices consistent between Penumbra and other chains. So intra-chain arbitrage is still game for people to play with. All right, so liquidity on Penumbra. I've been talking about liquidity positions. What actually is a liquidity position on Penumbra? Because it works a little bit differently than most chains. You might be thinking, oh, is it a limit order? Is it a curve like Uniswap? There's a lot of different things that liquidity can mean. So I want to drill into the details of this. On Penumbra, every position is its own automated market maker. And specifically, it's an automated market maker of the simplest possible form. That's to say, a constant sum automated market maker. Why did we do this? Okay, so the first reason is because we are efficient-minded humans, and we don't want to make our jobs overly complicated. If each position is a linear function, is a line segment like this, then we can do optimal routing much more easily because it's solving a set of convex equations, right? So, but the other reason to do this is because constant sum AMMs have this really nice property that you can use them to build any other AMM by composing piecewise linear functions to approximate any curve of your choice. So I want to just sort of illustrate, like, what do I mean by this? All right, so a constant sum AMM, it's kind of like a bidirectional limit order. For those of you who are not familiar with constant sum AMMs, you can think of it like this. On one axis, we have the amount of reserves of one asset. On the other axis, we have the amount of reserves of the other asset. So if I have the reserves, and the reserves always slide along this line. So here, the reserves, I have exactly 2 ETH of reserves, and I have no USDC of reserves in this particular position on screen here. So what this sort of corresponds to is saying sell up to 2 ETH at this particular price indicated by the slope of the line. On the other hand, if the reserves are on the entirely other side of the AMM, then this corresponds to buying up to 2 ETH at the exact same price. And if the reserves are somewhere in between, then this is some kind of like weird mixed order that you probably wouldn't want to actually submit in practice that says I'm willing to buy or sell up to 1 ETH at the same price as the slope indicates. So it functions as a limit order that sloshes back and forth until it's closed. So what we can do is we can take this as like an atomic element, and we can decompose any arbitrary curve into a sequence of piecewise linear functions. And that sequence of piecewise linear functions we then submit as individual orders in the Penumbra DEX. As a consequence, you can approximate any trading function of your choice. Uniswap v2, v3, balancer, curve, anything of your desire. You just name the curve, and you can do it. And this is based on some really cool work. There's a paper called Replicating Market Makers, and we've implemented that paper today in the Penumbra command line client for one specific curve. But it's very straightforward to generalize this and offer passive liquidity or active liquidity and any mixture in between just by approximating whatever trading function it is that you think you want to approximate. So another consequence of this design is that trading strategies are private. Each one of these liquidity positions is actually represented by a shielded NFT that's represented in the exact same shielded pool as all other assets in Penumbra. What this means is that while the set of open positions is public, so of course everyone sees the market, everyone sees how much liquidity is offered on any individual piece of the market, positions themselves are anonymous, which empowers market makers to protect their strategies. Like just to elaborate on this, when you look at the market, you can see the set of all of the open positions. You can see how much liquidity is offered between any given pairs. But in the same way that you can't de-anonymize an individual Penumbra transaction, you can't de-anonymize who owns any given set of positions. It could be one market maker who's offered all the liquidity on the entire network, or it could be that there's one market maker who's submitted each individual position, one for each position, or somewhere in between. And what that means is that if your strategy is composed of the piecewise linear composition of a lot of different positions, then it's really difficult for anyone to try to ape your strategy, because your strategy is just fragmented and distributed into this massive, like, whirling whirlpool of all of these different tiny little constant sum AMMs. How are you supposed to recover any meaningful information from that? And like, there are some asterisks there about timing correlation and stuff like that that you could potentially use to compromise this. So smart market makers are going to do some smart things to counter those issues. So once we have this DEX design, what we can do with it is pretty profound. What we can do is on-chain optimal routing, which is what we do in the middle phase of the block when we're executing all of the swaps against the liquidity that we've opened. What that means is that let's sort of examine a particular example. So one place where this comes in really, really useful is if you're trying to do a swap between an unusual pair that market makers are sort of unlikely to do to offer much liquidity on. So in this example, I'm showing that I want to do a swap from Axelar ETH to Gravity Bridge USDC. So most market makers are not going to identify this as a pair that's particularly worth offering much liquidity on, because it's not going to be a common trading pair. So they're better off putting their liquidity elsewhere in trading pairs that are more commonly traded on. So if we just remove some of the uncommon paths here in this graph of global liquidity, there's no real direct good liquidity between these two. So you would get a lot of slippage, or maybe you wouldn't be able to make the trade at all in a bad case. Instead, in Penumbra, what you end up doing is if you submit a trade for one Axelar ETH, then maybe internally, Penumbra will say, first I'll do a stable swap between Axelar ETH and Gravity ETH, and then I'll do a volatile exchange between Gravity ETH and Gravity USDC. And both of those are pairs that are likely to have a lot more liquidity because they're much more common. Or in the other direction, say you want to send an additional Axelar ETH through, and some of the liquidity has been used up and there's a worse price along the original route. Well, maybe it'll do first the volatile swap from the Axelar ETH to the Axelar USDC, and then do a stable swap from Axelar USDC to Gravity Bridge USDC, and then out comes your trade with best possible routing guaranteed for everybody who is participating. Now, we do a few different approximations to make this tractable on-chain, because we have to be able to complete this routing algorithm in consensus every single time, every 5 seconds. So we trim paths a little bit, and we eliminate some dust positions. But what this gives you is synthetic liquidity between trading pairs that wouldn't ordinarily have any. Now, you wouldn't, in another DEX design, you might have to do this yourself by composing multiple trades in multiple blocks, possibly incurring slippage between different blocks that you're doing trades in. But here, this happens guaranteed in one block with the prices that are true in that particular block. So I just want to emphasize, as a theme of all of this that I've been talking about, privacy unlocks better value for everybody. We can't offer these features if we don't have privacy as the fundamental building block. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. You can't graft privacy onto a system and be able to offer this kind of functionality if the underlying system is transparent. So privacy unlocks these new pieces of functionality that are fundamentally new. In the future, we want to be able to offer private interchain accounts on Penumbra. So what that means is that either from within Penumbra, you can use the entirety of the interchain as your smart contract execution layer, Or you can use Penumbra as a shielded DEX from within some arbitrary other smart contract or account on some other chain. And you get the benefits of privacy on either end, as much as that's possible to offer, given that you would be bridging between a transparent and a shielded execution context. But some people, they're much more willing to sacrifice a little bit of privacy, still keeping some of it, and interacting with most of their private funds within Penumbra in order to be able to use some smart contract on another chain. And we'd like to really enable this functionality to be like easily accessible and not require you to bootstrap yourself on the other chain. So we are live on testnet today. We are launching soon, and I invite you to come and play with the DEX. What we've got is we've currently got a bot that's running right now that's quoting prices on the Penumbra testnet based on the Binance API. So it's offering liquidity on a couple of different paper trading pairs based on the current rates that we can gather from the market. If you can beat it on the testnet, then you'll get some fake tokens that aren't worth anything. And that should be very fun for you. We'd also encourage anybody that wants to validate on Penumbra to come and try it out now. We would love your feedback. And we've also, had some great interactions with people in our Discord who have occasionally broken the testnet in spectacular and delightful ways. So thank you for your attention, and it looks like I have a little bit of time to do some Q&A if there are questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was great. I'll take the clicker. And I have two questions for you from Slido. The first one is by Anonymous, and it's, what's the difference to Secret Network and Shade Protocol?
And Shade Protocol. So I'm not familiar very much with the internal mechanics of Shade Protocol, but I can say that Penumbra uses a zero-knowledge shielded pool in the same style as Zcash Sapling to implement our shielded pool, whereas Secret Network uses a secure, trusted execution environment. So Penumbra is secured by zero-knowledge proofs, whereas Secret is secured by your trust in the Intel Corporation. This is a trade-off that you might be able to decide for yourself. We think that it's really important to depend on fundamental cryptography to try and provide that kind of secrecy. But on the other hand, Secret Network lets you do a lot more programmability because they don't have to translate everything into ZK snarks before you can do any of that. So that's fundamentally, this is like a really big architectural difference between what we're doing and what Secret is doing. However, I don't know much about Shade, and whoever asked the question, I would be delighted to have a conversation with you after offline if you want to tell me about it.
All right, perfect. Another one is from Anar from Rockaway, and they're asking, are you trading IPIs comparable to existing CEXs? Would market markers need to start from scratch to integrate with Penumbra?
I don't, what was the first acronym?
IPIs.
I don't know what that stands for.
APIs.
Oh, APIs, yes.
Sorry.
No worries. So yes, market makers would need to start close to from scratch, because, at least at present, because Penumbra has a sort of fundamentally different execution model, custody model, etc. I'll be talking a little bit about Penumbra's exciting plans for custody at the upcoming Privacy in Cosmos workshop on Wednesday. So do come see that if you want to see me talk a little bit more about some other aspects that I haven't gotten to in this talk. But there will be some amount of learning curve. However, we would love feedback from existing market makers because we are currently building this, right? Like, we haven't launched yet. We can build whatever APIs you are interested in, hopefully. And so come pop into our Discord and say, hey, this doesn't work for me. Like, can you just do this instead? And we're there. We'd love to chat with you.
Right. Thank you so much. Please give him an applause. Finch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we will have a slight change in agenda, and we will skip ahead because we will hear about the next 5 years in staking adoption. So please give a round of applause to Staking Guru, CEO of Staking Awards, Mirko Schmiedl. Hi.
I love proof of work, but it soon became a love and hate relationship for me. I was running a Bitcoin mining farm in 2017 in Thailand, and it was like the dad of my business partner had a biomass power plant in Champong, down south in Thailand, and they produced 10 megawatt in electricity. But they had only contracted 8 megawatts to the provincial electricity authority. So despite having access in 2 megawatt electricity, pretty much for free, it was still extremely hard to make the mining farm profitable. So we were struggling with that. So we had two options. Either we find like big outside investment for it, or we were not able to contribute to the most decentralized and permissionless blockchain ecosystem in the world. At the same time, I was staking a lot of tokens, but it was very easy to participate. And you could actually contribute to like the financial revolution and have an impact on it. And that was really fascinating. It was a lot of fun as well. Let's have a look like where we stand today and what's the average threshold of participation in staking. And maybe a question for the audience here. What do you guys think about like what's the average staked value per wallet across all the different proof-of-stake networks? Do we have some guesses here? Just shout it, maybe. How much? 3,000? 10,000. 10,000. Yeah, that's pretty good. So just seeing next year. Yeah, so the average staked value per wallet is 10,000. Congratulations. In Cosmos, it's actually less, 4,000, and in Osmosis, it's just 800. So we've definitely come a long way from like needing to invest like millions of dollars for mining farm, and then you can actually participate with less. So that's really exciting. And yeah, so basically, since like going all in proof of stake, I dedicated my life to that, making proof of stake successful in a sense, and lucky to like working with amazing people. We've been building like 3 verticals in the proof of stake ecosystem. We have a website, an API, the verified staking provider program, and organizer of the staking summit. So let's take a look today and like what are the next steps. Now we have like the ecosystem is growing. We have like 9 million staking wallets. But I still feel like the proof of stake is very dynamic and that's changing a lot. And we are still like not fully realizing its full potential. So let's look at like 6 key aspects where I see what the future will bring for proof of stake, basically. Looking back in the past, we've went to like a few iterations in proof of stake. We like started with the ideation, then a lot of mainnets came out, and now we are starting to have a little bit of modularization in proof of stake with like, and now it's like, the Ethereum merge, so it's going to be interesting what's coming next. And I think there are like 3 key challenges for it. One is like unlocking staking's true potential with modularization. The second one is like making staking more resilient and decentralized over time. And the third one is like unlocking growth and adoption through staking abstraction. So we're going to look into like some of that verticals. First question is like, what will staking be used for? It's like on one side of the spectrum, it's like, it's pretty much not used for anything. On the other hand, it's like, staking can be used for anything, basically. Today, we are more like, it's used for proof of stake consensus. But basically, I believe there's much more in staking that we can unlock. So my prediction is that we are going more into like unlocking more potential for staking itself. by unlocking more use cases where security guarantees can be provided for more digital work agreements and so on, despite like only blockchain infrastructure. And I think also Cosmos has a very unique positioning there because it has a very thriving staking ecosystem, so it can actually lead the charge in innovation around like unlocking staking's true potential. The second point, what consensus will we have? On the one end of the spectrum, it's like proof of work, basically, or like non-POS consensus mechanisms. And on the other hand of the spectrum, it would be, I call it like hyper staking domination, when like everything would be proof of stake, kind of, the entire blockchain ecosystem. And today we are somewhere here. It's still like fairly dominated by proof of work and Bitcoin. And my prediction would be we're going to like, more balanced out. So staking will become, proof of stake will become more relevant over time. And so I think Cosmos has a very unique opportunity there to serve as the bridge between proof of stake and proof of work, because I think it's great that we have two ecosystems, proof of stake and proof of work, working together. And Sunny talked about it in his talk yesterday, I think, that Cosmos can be the like unlocking the ecosystem for Bitcoin and seeing into the future where like we have proof of stake and proof of work. This is a very unique positioning for Cosmos, I think. So that's really exciting. Looking at the, so here we see like basically proof of work and proof of stake. It's getting like more, proof of stake is getting more important, and probably it will like flip at some point, I think, but then stay around the same levels. How many chains will there be, and how will they differentiate? On one hand of the spectrum is like one chain per consensus mechanism would be like, just let's say Bitcoin and Ethereum only. And today we have like a few chains, and the other end of the spectrum would be like, thousands of chains and so on. My prediction would be that we are consolidating more in proof-of-stake chains. So there will be different chains for different use cases, but there won't be like thousands of them. So I think in the future, it will be more important for ecosystems to have a clear market positioning. I think Cosmos is like uniquely positioned. It's great, and should also like really lean into it as like the connector of blockchains. So that's great, and has like very differentiated technology as well, and so on. Next point is, how will staking products look? On the one side of the spectrum, it's pure staking. Everyone will like directly run validators and directly contribute to the staking. And then on the other hand of the spectrum is like staking getting like totally abstracted in financial products, and people are not directly contributing to staking anymore, but rather like they're buying some indexes where like staking is part of that or something. So today we are like more here, and there's like centralized and also decentralized solutions like index funds and so on that are trying to abstract the staking experience. We see that a lot in Ethereum right now, where it's like liquid staking indexes and so on. So my prediction of the future is that we are going much more in the other direction, that staking will be much, much more abstracted, and less people will directly participate, but rather just buy financial products where staking is a core part of that. I think Cosmos is extremely innovative, but it can also really do more to also unlock more growth by making the whole ecosystem more friendly to institutions, and also more friendly for like DeFi applications, everything, so people can build on top of that and really abstract more and more the whole staking experience, and making participation much, much easier for everyone. So we can really, onboard everyone onto it. The next point is, who will and should run validators? On the one end of the spectrum is like, just a few institutions will run validators, and on the other side is like staking. Everyone will be staking on a smartphone. It's very easy to run a validator. Everyone can do it all the time. And probably today we are around here. We have a few large validators, but we are nowhere like near staking on smartphones. Any inputs from the audience? Like, what do you think? Like, who will and should run validators? Do you think it will more consolidate, or like more go like everyone will stake in the end on their smartphones? Consolidate. So I think actually my prediction is it's going much more on the right side. That like a lot of people will be able to stake using their smartphones. I think it's really important that we like also foster the decentralization and work towards that to make these systems more resilient and decentralized over time. I think, yeah, Ethereum is very good positioned there, and it's going to be very, like, I think Ethereum is going in the direction like really making that happen or like having that vision. And I think it's important for Cosmos to also clearly differentiate and have a clear vision on like where it's going in terms of decentralization and that. And I think it doesn't mean that it has to be on the right side or something, but I think it's very important to be like intentional about it. Where do we want to go with Cosmos? And I think that will be very important for the success of Cosmos as well, to have a clear vision and direction there going forward. Yeah, how geographically decentralized will staking be? On one hand, like, yeah, validators will physically be selected in a few countries, or like they will be all across the world. Today, we are probably around here. It's like pretty much essentially like the biggest countries are the US and Germany. I think it will like decentralize a little bit more to have like staking all across the world as well, not just like in the G7 states, basically. So, yeah, and I think what we need for Cosmos is like more like local initiatives and like really encouraging people to run validators all across the world outside of G7 as well. Here's a little graphic that was just released. There we see the stake distribution across countries. And I think, yeah, there's also an observatory zone for Cosmos, obviously, which is tracking that, which is great. And here for like the other chains. And yeah, so the other part is like how much staking participation will the networks want? That's the last point. So it's really, today it's around 40%. And I think probably all of them will like consolidate around like 60% over time. And yeah, I think here Cosmos has to be, or like can also be like lead the charge and like innovating. I think it has a really innovative inflation model and so on. But over time, it will probably have to be even more dynamic in their security budget allocation to make it more efficient, to really like, okay, this is the security budget that we have. We want to make the chain secure, and it shouldn't overpay, it shouldn't underpay. It should be like properly compensated for everyone who contributes. But I think this has to be like more dynamic and more of a marketplace over time. And yeah, so yeah, here we see the staking ratio on our website, stakingwars.com, for all proof-of-stake networks and also for the Cosmos ecosystem. So it is still like changing a lot, and usually we see like, yeah, for the longer established chains, the staking ratio is higher. And there are also huge differences, which also confirms like, yeah, it's very hard to like make that happen, and the whole inflation has to be much more dynamic to really achieve what the network wants and needs, actually. And yeah, so that's my main takeaways. I think summarizing it again, first one, it's important we like unlock more growth and adoption for staking by abstracting it further. The other one is we need to make it more resilient and decentralized over time. And yeah, and then together, like, I think we can make Cosmos staking even greater and make it very successful. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Mirko. We don't have any questions, but if you do have some questions, don't forget to ask during coffee breaks or lunch. And again, thank you so much. It was great. So next up, we will hear about decentralizing RPC access to the interchain. So beware, because the floor is lava. Give a round of applause to CEO of Lava Network, Yair Klepper. Hi.
Hello.
This is yours.
Thank you. There is a layer in blockchain that we like to call it the lava layer. And actually, between every app in a blockchain, data flows in and out, exactly like lava. This layer is called RPC. And the RPC actually facilitates the flow of data in and out from the blockchain. But what is RPC? So RPC is the most common protocol for receiving the data, fetching, receiving data, sending data transaction back to the blockchain, remote procedure call. Everyone is using that in order to get access to account balance, gas prices, and obviously to write transaction. You see that a lot today in Cosmos. Everyone knows the Juno, that is a smart contract platform, and now Neutron came to Cosmos. So you see that the usage of RPC is highly increasing. But how today we get access to this blockchain data? And in general, we have 3 ways to do that. You can run your own node. You can use a public RPC. And obviously, you can use centralized providers. So today, we are here. And I want to ask you something. Who is here running his own node? Who is here running nodes for more than 5 chains? Who is here running more nodes than 10 chains? And as you see, this is basically impractical to scale. So doing that led us and every ecosystem in Cosmos and overall in blockchain to provide public RPC. Public RPC is free. It's reducing the barrier to entry. But obviously, you cannot address that all the time because it's rate limited. And this led everyone, especially in the last 2 or 3 years, to start providing service through and receiving service through the centralized provider. Amazing companies like Infura, Alchemy, QuickNode, BlockDemon, they remove the barrier to entry, but at the same time, increase the dependency of developers to use them. So one of the most crucial layers today is that the fact that the piece of infrastructure is centralized. And if we really want to decentralize that and to bring a performance-grade service, how do we do that? There is a vicious cycle in every ecosystem. So since we started Lava, we're noticing all the time. And as Moxie said 1.5 years ago, nobody wants to run his own node. Nobody wants to run his own server. And running a Cosmos node, RPC node, is easy. So today, if 2 years ago we had a few providers, today we have hundreds of different small providers providing this access. But at the same time, they compete on the cost, especially today in bear market, not on the quality of the data. And that leads everyone here in the room, every dApp, every ecosystem, not to trust one centralized provider. So at the same time, every dApp we talk in the last 1 year is using a centralized provider, is running his own node, and sometimes they use more than one centralized provider. I'm not talking even about new chains that coming and you need to support them. So eventually, you need to run also their own node. So you're back to square zero. A lot of problems we have today with centralization. But when you trust a centralized provider, basically, you have one single point of failure. When the service is down, you have no access to the blockchain data. You have lack of scalability. we see everyone today here see the Tornado Cache, DNS hijacking, and actually, we ask a very simple question when we started. How come you trust a centralized provider to bring you the data? We all remember the values of Web3. Don't trust, verify. And trusting a middleman about the accuracy of the data is kind of patching a Web2 solution to Web3. So this is what we try to solve in Lava. And we start here. This is our home, Cosmos. Lava is an app chain built on Cosmos SDK, Tendermint. And we wanted to come to this industry, to this ecosystem, in order to provide a best service, but based on the best technology. So instead of using multiple providers at once, we are connecting your app directly to multi-chain, permissionlessly. Everyone can join and be a provider. Everyone can join and use a set of top-rated RPC providers. We are routing the RPC relays across those providers based on a geolocation. And the dApps receive at the end of the day the best speed, accuracy, and performance. So we are cost-efficient, multi-chain, reliable, at the end of the day, decentralized. We have some of the best dApps and ecosystem already working with us in Cosmos. And I'll give you a few quotes. For example, Jake said that we're excited to have Lava Network supporting Juno to allow projects such as DAO and we to fully decentralize across all parts of the stack. Sunny said that everyone relies today on the same centralized RPC provider. If we want to make blockchain better, we need to utilize the decentralized RPC providers. Stakecito and the decentralization in Web3 is incomplete if we keep relying on centralized provider. We are super stoked and contribute to Lava Network. And our amazing backers from Strangelove and Galileo quote that we backed Lava to make every level of infrastructure development process more decentralized, flexible, and resource optimized. And it's only part of the dApps and ecosystem we're working today in Cosmos. And not only, we're supporting already 23 chains outside Cosmos. So how the Lava work? Basically, we have 3 actors in the Lava app chain. We have the dApps, we have the providers, and we have the validators. There's no need to be overlapping on them, and everyone, obviously, permissionlessly can join. Once a dApp has a need, we're connecting this dApp to a set of top provider and constantly scoring them. After a transaction, it's a peer-to-peer connection, so after the transaction has been done, we're collecting all the performance, availability, all the information that made this transaction, and constantly scoring, and for that rewarding every provider. At the end of the day, the queries are scattered between different top providers, so it's almost impossible for them to collect the information, profile, and maybe even sell the data. This is how we're introducing privacy and improving the overall performance. And I'm super excited today to tell you about our new concept that we worked in the last few weeks. Decentralized Public RPC, DPRPC. I'm sure we're going to come up with a better acronym, but try to remember that now. So in general, when you think about public RPC that we mentioned before, it's a burden on every ecosystem. Because every ecosystem today wants to bring more dApps, more developers to a vibrant community, to build a vibrant community. But at the same time, this is lacking the performance. So in Lava, we're announcing now a decentralized public RPC that we incentivize every dApp, every developer that's running his own node to come and actually start providing his own service. Who's today running a node and getting rewards for that, for giving the same access to someone else? This is kind of the Uber for nodes, and this is what we're trying to do. The way we're going to do that everyone can join. to any ecosystem and start providing his own service. So as mentioned before, node runners are rewarded for this service. And at the end of the day, the ecosystem knows what is the performance of each and every provider. They don't need to follow the biggest top provider that at the end of the day are doing a business decision. They can rely first time on developers, not only to develop code and generate things for the ecosystem itself, but also to join the decentralization revolution by providing their own service to the existing infrastructure. At the end of the day, everybody wins. So if I'm going back to this vicious cycle, and I want to leave you with this question of how do we take the burden of RPC away? This is what we believe in Lava. So instead of focusing on specific centralized provider, anyone can offer RPC service and join the network. So providers, once they are providing more and more better service, they are rewarded accordingly. And we all believe in the next cycle of bull run, when the blockchain adoption grow up, there's more need for RPC. So more providers can join and balance this demand, balance the pricing, and by the way, decide what is the right pricing of ecosystem. So not competing on the price, but on the performance. In general, bringing more dApps to each ecosystem and making them, every ecosystem, much more resilient. The ethos of decentralization suddenly is alive. And this is the future that I want to invite you build with us together. Lava is an open source. It's a public good. It's a community-led first standard infrastructure to revolutionize the way we get access today to blockchain. Join us in Discord. Join us on Twitter. Follow us and really help us build this revolution together. And as we like to say in Lava, let the lava flow. Thank you.
Thank you, Yair. Thank you. So we don't have any questions for you right now, but again, if you want to grab Yair and talk about this, you of course can, because right now, we're going to have coffee break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I have merch, so everyone keep me up.
The coffee break will be super, super short. It's going to be only 15 minutes. We will be back in 10:30. So, try to be very quick, because at 10:30, we will be talking about L1 blockchains with Martin Weimelka. It's definitely going to be good talk. So come back. We would love to see you. So right now, just quick coffee, quick bathroom break, and come back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, finish your coffees, finish your bathroom businesses, and come to the talk about decentralization of L1 blockchains by Martin Vejmelka. Please come and sit, ideally close to the stage, so you don't miss anything, and also it looks good on the camera. Thank you. All right, guys, please come to the talk. We are starting in 3 minutes, so you have 3 minutes to grab the best seats in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last announcement. We have only 1 minute to the start, so I'm serious. Finish your coffees and come here. All right, guys, it's really happy to have you back. I'm just like looking how you are dispersed. Maybe if some of you can more occupy this area of the room, that would be amazing, because we have a crane over there and we want to have a really nice looking stream. So if some of you can move a little bit. All right, I guess this is the best we can do. Anyway, so next block, before the lunch, we will have 2 talks and 1 panel. But as a first one, we have a promised talk about architecting decentralization of L1 blockchains. It's going to be great, but if you have any questions, as I said before, we have Slido here. And you can scan the QR code, or obviously you can go on the website directly, type down the code, and you can write the questions there. If you have them, I will bring my tablet here, read the questions for you. Ideally do it during the whole talk, because if you do it last minute, it might happen that I don't already see it. All right, so please give a round of applause to the observer of Cosmos, Martin Vejmelka.
Hello, good morning. Great to be here. Such a great turnout at the Gateway Conference. I hope you guys are having fun. So my talk's about decentralization, and the motto and thesis of the entire talk is that I'd like to keep in mind is decentralization takes work. Right? So let's begin with a few theses that we have on this. So first of all, blockchains aren't as decentralized as we'd like. They are not as independent of third-party influences, and therefore maybe less resilient than people think. And we think we need to pay attention to these issues, especially if TVL on the chains goes up. And I think a time is coming where blockchains will be required to show decentralization or display that they're actually in a good place in terms of neutrality and being able to support high-value assets. And as time goes on, also, stakeholders and maybe regulators will be looking at different stakeholders of the chain and asking them, hey, are you supporting decentralization of the chain? How are you doing that? Is this happening or not? Where are you with the state? So the main problem with decentralization is it's really unnatural. Natural is decentralization. That's the typical thing that happens all the time. And typically, if you're good at something, you can do more of it. You can do it more effectively. You can, sell a better product. You get more money. You get more influence. If you are already big, you have a bigger advertising budget. You can attract more customers. You grow big. In fact, centralization is how Web2 makes money. You go on TikTok. Your friend goes TikTok. All their friends want to go on TikTok, right? That's the main point. So what we're trying to do with Web3 is actually really hard, and it's going against this trend. And it is kind of like the main selling point that we have here. We are claiming that these networks are decentralized. We are claiming we want to make them neutral. And it's not at all easy. You can't just toss out a code base and say, that's going to solve my problems. And there are many ways in which centralizations can happen, and we at Rockway AX are focusing on some of these and trying to understand them and map them out to facilitate discussions in the community. And one centralization point, very obviously, companies that operate validators on the infrastructure level. One company can operate one validator, it could be a very big one, got some examples over there, or they could operate multiple validators, right? They could have white labeling operations, so in fact, the company has more influence than we're thinking. Another point of centralization is service providers. Obviously, validators have to make decisions, where to buy service, how to provide the best service to the blockchain, and individually they're weighing these pros and cons, like who's better, who's not. Obviously, if there's a service provider that's more efficient, that provides good service better than everybody else, then individually all these validators are going to make a decision. Lots of them might make a decision, I'm going to go with this guy. Unknown to them, other people are making the same decision. So this is again another natural centralization tendency. Jurisdictions can ask validators to censor transactions. They can prevent validation inside their areas of influence. So it's also a good idea for the blockchain to demonstrably be spread out across many jurisdictions. So it makes no sense to do this in the first place. The service provider issue I just want to drive home that none of the stuff that I'm talking about here is somehow abstract or hasn't happened. I think everybody has heard about Tornado Cash, sanctions, etc. So not worth repeating that. But I don't know if you've heard about the Solana situation. So November 21, in the middle of Solana Breakpoint, the biggest conference of Solana in the world, on 2nd of November, Hetzner decided that it's not okay to host Solana nodes anymore. There are 40% of the nodes inside Hetzner, and they blew them all out in 5 to 10 minutes. So obviously, there was a script running in there. They detected all the nodes. And you can see the graph of delinquent stakes that's not active in consensus anymore. That gradient, that sharp uptick, that's the 40% nodes going down. Luckily, there was only 20% voting power concentrated on those nodes, so Solana stayed up. But that's a lot of nodes that were going down at a certain one time. And Hetzner has publicly declared that they are not allowing any crypto operations using their service, using their rented services. So this can happen at any time again, right? So I think as a community, we need to be aware of these risks. We need to think about these. If you agree with me that decentralization is why we are here, and it's a worthy goal to follow, and that you understand it, you do agree that it also takes some work to hit that, then I think it makes sense to think about, okay, how would we accomplish this? How do we get that? And we think there are sort of two key ingredients that have to exist. One is transparency and metrics. So someone is tracking the global state, right, of what the blockchain is looking like. And second is tooling and incentives, because without incentives, I like Mirko's talk in the morning, it very clearly stated that most people will follow the money, right? It's the guy with the highest APR and the lowest commission is the guy I want to stake on, get most of the money. Unless we make sure the community is also somehow contributing to decentralization, we could find ourselves in an unfortunate spot, right? So what are our contributions to these two areas? Area number one, metrics. So some of you may have seen the Observatory. It's a website that tracks various metrics. I'll explain which ones in a little bit. But what's more important is we've released version 2 a couple of days ago, which shows a much more integrated picture of the chain and sort of gives you at a glance understanding of what the chain looks like from the outside and how it's doing on various dimensions. We focus on these 4 things which we think are important. There are a couple of others, but I'm leaving them out. There's governance, sort of how active are stakeholders in voting and discussing proposals. What's up with the performance? Is block signing going on? Pretty much everybody's showing this. We show a few extra metrics. Decentralization, meaning dispersion geographically and in service providers, and the state of public infrastructure. It's nothing to do with decentralization. And I also will refer to the talk of Yair just here before me, because we think that's an important issue outside of decentralization. So I'll just show a couple of tiles we have on the website and explain how we get this stuff. So this is a map that also Mirko showed for various blockchains. You see this dispersion across countries or dispersion across service providers. And it's actually interesting that Cosmos wasn't on this map. Cosmos-based chains weren't on that map. It's not actually easy to get this view. So you can easily query the chain to get voting power across validators, so it's easy to understand how that voting power is distributed. But once you're asking yourself, hey, where is that infrastructure located that takes part in consensus? It's significantly harder, because Comet BFT, Tendermint-based chains, don't really advertise which nodes are validators and which aren't. So what we do is we have our own version of fork Tendermint, which is instrumented to capture additional data. And we run a bunch of nodes in different data centers across the world, from like San Francisco to Sydney. And all they do is they gather voting packets. So they look at cryptographically assigned votes. They get them from many places, because Comet BFT uses a flooding algorithm to spread the votes. And we run a data science pipeline that processes all those vote timings and does statistical inference to identify where the likely node is that is sending those packets into the public permissionless network. And this is how we get these graphs, right? This is how we get these locations. So we can track down the node, which tells us the internet service provider and also tells us the geolocation. We think this is really useful, and we've put a lot of work into this. We're getting better every week. But what we should also say, and this approach has some limitations, right? So a typical situation is that a validator team will run a validator node, and that node is what's sending the packets into the public network. Some teams are using more intricate or more complicated infrastructures, which have public-facing nodes which send packets into the permissionless network, and behind them they also have some additional nodes. So these additional nodes will frequently reside on private networks, and they're not visible to the observatory, right? So we can't say anything about what's happening over there. As far as we're concerned, that's one giant big signer of packets, that is transmitting those packets through these nodes, right? So these are sort of the choke points which are relaying these packets out. And we compute what's called a Nakamoto coefficient across these dimensions. The slide title says critical subsystems. This is a term that actually I saw Balaji Srinivasan use online, and we really liked it. And a critical subsystem denotes any sort of unit, any type of entity which can influence the blockchain. So we look at these three right here. And on the validator side, the Nakamoto coefficient here is 10. The Nakamoto coefficient is the number of entities of a certain type that have to work together to either censor transactions or stop the chain. And these risks appear, across these dimensions differently. So in terms of validators, both of these risks are in place. So these, 10 validators could decide, no more talking to this smart contract, or we don't like this token anymore. We're just going to go short it somewhere, and be done with it. Hopefully, none of the validators blockchains have chosen for their sets have these type of thoughts. But on the other dimensions, the risks sort of diversify. So in terms of countries, it's more like the censorship risk, because before a country decides to stop block validation in its jurisdictions, I think all of these validators can move. So it's more about the transaction censoring, right, which might not give enough incentive to move. On the ISP sides, that's really the sort of halting problem, right? So countries, most of the ones that we're used to, are governed by legal bodies which have some due process. Companies which provide service can change their terms of service tomorrow, right? And the CEO has a bad day and just goes, I don't want to endanger my business, we're shutting all these nodes down. So that's sort of a more immediate risk to the operation, and the top one is to the jurisdiction and transactions. This has been there for a while. We'll talk about this in more detail again in the workshop in the afternoon, and we're happy to discuss details with anybody. So let me also show the other parts we have. Governance activity. Cosmos governance, very evolved. You can emit code based on governance. Based on governance, you can halt and upgrade chains. So a lot of things hang on top of governance, and we have these scores that you can see, the vote result and the voting turnout. But it's more interesting also to look at the actual activity, right? So the green line on the top shows how validators vote compared to when they were eligible to vote. So we take the pain to actually compute when each validator was able to vote. They may not have been in the active set. They joined later, right? If you look at a block explorer, it says voted 3 times out of 20. Yeah, but if they joined 3 months ago, that's kind of okay. So we do all these numbers. We show the participation. Below this, you see the voting power. So you can immediately see what's the correlation between voting power and vote. So there's a bad validator over there on the right that's not doing any voting, and they have a lot of voting power in this network. But all that we're just talking about validators. So if only these guys vote, that's like 50, 70, 100 people deciding on the future of this network. What about everybody else? So I actually have to zoom in to show you the excerpt there. These tiny blue spots, that's delegator wallets voting, right? So when we say the community votes, like the blue is the community outside the validators, and everything else is like the validator voting. So Cosmos governance works, just a quick recap. If a validator votes, they vote with all of their delegators' power, all of the stake that's delegated to them, unless the delegator also votes. So this is a political system I'd call like a validator oligarchy, or some sort of like parliamentary representation, but it's by no means like engaged governance. So we track this for each validator. We look at which of their delegators are voting and aren't. And even if you flip through here, can't really find a chain right now where the community votes. So my point is, like, this voting turnout, 76%, 80%, that's not 80% of the community. Let's be super clear on that. That's 80% of just the tiny amount of validators, right? If you have 10,000 token holders, like that, somehow you're not connecting with them. So we want to track these metrics and start a conversation about this. Last but not least, was really happy to hear Yair's talk right now from Lavanet. RPC nodes. RPC nodes were introduced by him, so I don't have to do any of that, which is brilliant. But right now, what happens is, typically, blockchain foundations will fund some validators, or some validators will spin up RPC nodes so that the blockchain can actually talk to the rest of the world, right? RPC nodes are how you get information in and out. So frequently, I'm not going to tell you which blockchain this is. You can go look up all of the blockchains. When you are trying to develop with a chain, you first interact with RPC nodes. A significant proportion of these RPC nodes have brain damage, and they're not talking to the developers when they're trying to develop apps. So it's no fun trying to develop against this. Yes, you can go, buy nodes somewhere, but if you're at a hackathon, if you're trying to get to the blockchain, if the blockchain is trying to attract new developers, this is not a great look. We know a lot about this because we query a lot of RPCs to get information from the chains. So in this particular case, we can actually see 43 open RPC nodes on this network. I'm hoping all of those are intended to be open. We don't know. We just see that they're open, they're accessible from us, we can ping them, we can ask them. But these that we're showing, these 7, those are registered in Cosmos directories, so we know they're public and nobody's gonna start shooting at us if we show scores. Those are public, those are intended to be used by the public. There are these other nodes, which I don't know, please everybody check your validator infra if those RPC ports are supposed to be there or not. So we'll show this across blockchains. I want to call out like Axelar and Injective. If you go to the observatory, look at their RPCs, they're fun to use. 90% plus success rates in responses is really great. Like these 2 chains, they're serious about attracting developers. If you have a hackathon there, it'll be fun to develop an app, right? Some other chains, less fun. If you're debugging your app and you're trying to understand what's going on, and half the time the RPC, it's an error in the RPC, not in your code, not fun for any developer. Speaking for a friend. Both me and my friend, we hate that. So nobody wants to build on top of broken RPC nodes. However, going back to like this outline that I had, it's all good and well to show metrics, but we're in a bear market. Situation is difficult. Our foundations and our stakeholders really using their funds, the tools that they have effectively to support like the best players that they have, active on their blockchains. We're not so sure, and we want to help rectify the situation. So the first part of this is to track things and measure them and display them for conversation. The second part is developing tools to help incentivize, make it easy to do, let's say, the right thing. So the first tool that we have is called the Smart Delegation Program, which we offer to blockchain foundations. Foundations today run their own delegation programs. They're busy with Google Sheets and tracking things and then computing things and then telling you you'll get this much stake and he's going to get that much stake. And it's a very difficult process and it's not fun to do at all. What we are trying to say, or what we're suggesting, is foundations shouldn't be doing all this mechanical work. They should be focusing on specifying and discussing out the policy. What are the things that you value? What are the things that you want to support? And we think the policies, we develop a framework for this. They should have agreements, which is partnerships. Validator A does a YouTube channel, therefore they get some sort of delegation. Then there should be sort of like eligibility criteria. You can just state, no jails for the last 90 days, or you're excluded for 90 days. Please don't get your validator jailed, or other ideas. But you can just say, what are the minimum requirements that a validator has to satisfy, and then they'll get funds from this part of the program. Number 3 is scoring, where you compare like what's more important to you. Do you want a 99% block signing rate or 95%, or would you like decentralization to be more active, and you're willing to take slower block times, or you have to sort of work out in the community what makes sense for this blockchain. And then once you encode this tool will compare the policy with the live data view from the blockchain and just compute those allocations for you, right, based on that data policy. So there's no more computation in-house. And the last part that we have that'll also show you is the public view. So once you specify this policy, you can just click on a URL and it'll show you a public view that's not access controlled. And anybody, any time, can look at what the parameters of the policy are and who gets what. Right? They can, and why they get it. So they can look at their scoring, and if they think something's wrong with the scoring, they can go talk to us at the observatory and say, hey, I'm raising my hand, I think this data is inaccurate. We're happy to talk to them. But based on the data, we compute those allocations. Right? I don't want to go through too many details, but just like the sort of view of the blockchain that you have when you're designing this is on the left, you specify your policy. So this is what I talked about, these locations, scale, signing ratios, whatever else you want. There are a bunch of criteria to select from. And on the right-hand side, you see a live view of the chain. So as you're changing these policies, you can always simulate what would happen if you were to apply this right now. So you can really examine sort of what are you doing by creating this policy and have a look at what the effect it has on your chain. Once you're happy with this, you can commit this and say, okay, that's a policy I'm going to be bound to, that's a policy I'm going to use, and you can also publish this out and say, okay, this is the policy we're starting to enforce right now, and these funds are governed by this type of data. Want to be clear, we don't think like all foundation funds should go into this tool. This tool focuses on decentralization, right? Just repeating this again. There are many other services validators provide, so there should definitely be some other provisions to also handle these cases, right? This is sort of the data-driven, metrics-driven, decentralization-focused view. So driving this point home, what exactly happens? Number 1, the SDP will pull data from the observatory. Number 2, it will apply the policy to compute the scoring. The scoring here is not the scoring on the observatory. That's based on our policy. But the foundation is deciding their own policy. Each foundation has a different take. So they'll compute the scores. Then they'll see the dark bars are the current stake on each of those validators, and the light bars are the allocation to these validators. And how are those computed? So after the policy is applied, we do a very simple computation, which is take all of the stake on the chain, all of it, everything, and divide by the sum of all the scores of everybody. So we get how much stake is worth 1 score point. Those are the blue dots over there, right? So you see everybody who has the same score has the same target. However, there's a problem, which is also sort of expected. The system is decentralized, so the foundation can't actually hit those targets. They don't own that stake. Many parties are staking. But the foundation owns the light stake, right? They own the part of the stake. So then there's a more difficult computation that happens, solves a quadratic programming problem, which gets the chain, uses the foundation stake to push the chain to the best position that's as close to those boost targets as possible. So you can't hit them, but you can move the chain over there. And this allocation is not the same for everybody, right? So if you have in the decentralization sense, you want to support guys who are decentralized network, you want to have them to have the similar rewards. But some of them already start with more stake. So this is really an equalizing system. That's why we call it like a decentralization tool, because it will try to equalize everyone to these rewards, right? And if they get more stake elsewhere, then that stake can move to fund somebody else to support their decentralization. So this is not about giving everybody the same piece. This is about getting everybody to the same level. The public policy view, very simple. On top, you can see the current view of the policy, what's been set up, so everybody knows. And at the bottom, you can see all your scorings. If you mouse over any validator, you can understand, hey, my scoring is computed like this. This is what I have, and that's what I'm getting. That's what somebody else is getting. So this is sort of what some blockchain foundations are already using. And I have a case study here of our very first customer that started using this blockchain. They're right here. You can see their booth. In the lounge. They're called Chain for Energy. I'm super happy about this use case. So when we first started working together on December 25th, the distribution of the nodes looked like on the left picture, which is, so the big red region is OVH. That's a French company. That's is a service provider where people can host their servers. And there was 45% voting power concentrated into that provider. And through discussions, work, and you can actually click on that bar and look at the list of validators. And the idea here is not to punish anybody, right? That the idea is that you can have a conversation with these people and chat with them. Hey, can we do something about this? Could you move? But just so you know who you talk to, you can use the observatory. So back to the difference in the stats. So there was over 45% inside of OVH, but now today, a few days ago, if you snap a picture, they're really close to getting a Nakamoto coefficient of 3 across the ISP division, which is actually a really nice score. So 3 ISPs would have to somehow decide together to act to actually endanger the chain. And we also show a progress bar on the left. So I'm not aware of anybody else showing this, but it's like we call this the Nakamoto tendency internally. But it shows you if you have a Nakamoto 2, it's a very coarse metric. It shows you if you're closer to 3 or actually closer to dropping back to 1. So they're really, really close to a Nakamoto coefficient 3. So that was one tool that we offer, which we hope can be used for part of the allocation budget of the foundations. It's being used by some foundations already to help promote decentralization. And it's also automatic in the sense, if you come to this tool and use it every 2 weeks, if a validator decides to move, they immediately get a new score. There's depending on the time period, there's sort of like a time average, and as the score starts going up, their allocation starts going up. So based on the policy, new scores get computed, and the foundation signs using a multisig, and you can keep rolling this forward. And hopefully as validators find out, yes, I am getting rewarded when I move out, hopefully they'll be incentivized to do this. So what about the community? We do have you covered. We just released a tool called StakeBar, which is doing almost exactly the same thing, but for a stakeholder audience, for like a retail audience that's maybe not so involved in the staking industry, is not able to evaluate validators as much. One of the problems that foundations know their validators, right? So they talk to their validators all the time. They've got channels. It's not like they don't know who's on the other side of the phone. On the other hand, you as stakeholders, if you ever staked using a dashboard, this opens up, say, who do you want to stake with? And there's like 100 names in there, and you have no idea, what to do here. So you go ahead and stake on the first guys because those must be trustworthy. Well, that's exactly chain centralization. The mission of StakeBar is to help stakers delegate to smaller validators that you would normally not talk to, not know about, who don't have their own resources to tweet with you or engage with you because they're doing this They have short on manpower, but they're still doing a reasonable job. And they are helping to decentralize the chains. Look, if you think the smaller validators don't matter, why don't we kick them out of the validation set, right? Either they should be there or they shouldn't be there. If you think you need to be decentralized, they should be there. They also need some support. And if you look at the distribution of voting power on many chains, the tail is abysmal, right? It's like really not helping anybody run sustainable infrastructure or do what we'd say would like to support as good moves. So what this tool does is very simple. You just come in and you say how much you want to stake, and it will find you a portfolio of 5 validators, and it will recommend, hey, why don't you stake on these guys? We'll split your funds 2020, 2020. And this also diversifies your staking, right? We understand you might be nervous staking on smaller validators. You have never heard of them. So that's why we build you a portfolio from the get-go. You're diversified. All you have to do is press stake, and you're good to go. The system has a nice feature at the bottom right called Nakamoto Boost. So if you switch that on, it will exclude all validators which are contributing to the Nakamoto coefficient. So it will remove all the top 10 guys in case of like chains like Migaloo. It will remove the top 7 guys, as far as I know right now in Cosmos. Now make sure you don't add more stake to them. You only add stake beyond the chain. So when you stake, unless you stake like $1 million, you're pretty much guaranteed to increase the Nakamoto coefficient of the chain. And you're likely delegating to guys who are outside these like hotspots that we're talking about. We're actually right now running a community challenge with White Whale with their Migaloo blockchain. As far as I know, it's the first experiment of this kind. We're trying to get the community to help decentralize the chain, and we're asking them, hey, is this something that's actually important to you? Would you like to contribute to moving to chain out? So there are some targets. Get the Nakamoto coefficient to 11, get it to 12, and reduce voting power reliance on Hetzner and OVH to somewhere like 40%, starting at 60% Monday, so last Monday. This is when this thing starts. I'm actually really excited about how this is going. We haven't hit Nakamoto 11 yet, but we're so close, right? So if you look at the Nakamoto tendency, so last Monday, it's super close to dropping to 9. Right now, it's like 15% to 11, right? If we've already gone 85% of the way, and that's based on communities using observatory tooling, using blockchain explorers to understand like which validators are on the top. And we chart and staking with the validators on the bottom. There was 2 million extra whale staked since Monday, and also 2 validators just upped and left out of the hotspots during this campaign. So Notional and Vault Stakes have decided to leave and switch. One of them switched to Canada, and the other switched to Hanoi, to Vietnam. So that's the voting. 8% of the entire voting power of this chain just moved in the middle of this campaign. So this is a great result for us because we love to see change happen. It's great to talk about metrics and talk about measurements, but actually ultimately what we want to do is we want to hope to help these chains improve their posture, help them decentralize. So it is happening right now on Migaloo. We're super stoked about that. So this difference is entirely due to the community. So what's up with the name Stake Bar? You might be thinking bar. Yes, there is a bar here, which will get you a drink if you follow us on Stake Bar and show us that you followed us on Twitter, the Stake Bar account. Saying that, it's the only drink in the house which has an alcohol kick to it. So please only follow us one time, okay? Can we make that deal? It's gin and tonic if you're into that at all. Just show us that you're following this. And cheers if you stake using Stake Bar and you're helping decentralize and secure the network. So to summarize, why we're developing these tools, why we're doing all of this, we do think that decentralization matters. We think that it's work because it's going against like what we normally find when people compete, right? When people provide good service. And we think that transparent metrics will help. It's not the whole story. Conversations need to happen and communities need to decide if they're in or out. And even if communities want to help, there needs to be an incentive structure to support this. Because if there isn't, we're trying to whip up people to go and do something that's not beneficial to them. I don't think that's going to work so much. We need to explain why that makes sense, and we need to incentivize people to go and take a look. And hopefully there'll be more tools cropping up. It's not going to be just us, but there'll be more ideas of how to help this. And that'd be a future I'd like to see for Cosmos. So thank you very much. That's all I have. And you can reach us on Twitter or by anywhere you want. And we're always happy to talk all things decentralization. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. We actually have a lot of questions.
Okay.
I'm not sure that we will be able to go through all of them.
If we don't, I'm happy to stay right here and talk to anybody who had questions, okay?
But the first one that actually multiple people are curious is there any fee from your side using Stakebar?
No.
Okay, that was fast. Great. Another one is, can you show a well-decentralized chain versus poorly decentralized? How clear is the difference?
So the differences are pretty big. I prefer if you guys use the observatory and looked at it for yourselves. And again, the observatory isn't perfect. It's not the end-all of everything. It's an information tool we think is useful. You should look at it and then walk into the channel of the blockchain and start a conversation about this. Chat with people. That's the sort of stuff we'd like to look. I don't want to call out names here. So look at the dashboard.
Okay, another one is what has been validator reaction to the observatory deployment of Stake?
Excuse me? What has validator reaction
to observatory deployment of Stake?
Haven't seen that much of the reactions. Have seen some reactions to how we score things, how we look at data. Have seen some people say it's great to see the chain decentralized. Can't pick out exactly any. I haven't seen anybody staking, oh, we're so happy about this or we're not so happy about this, and them being a validator.
All right, and I think the last one, given the time, is do you show coefficient for censoring and stopping versus corrupting behavior?
No, so we'll put out more docs around the observatory. So we only computed these Nakamoto coefficients, and we're surfacing, or we're saying that there are different risks associated with difference of these critical dimensions, right? So it's one number, but it informs sort of different risks depending on the dimension.
All right. Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. And again, more questions directly to Martin.
Yes,
we will have lunch soon, so
thank you.
Thank you. So next talk is going to be about interchain DAOs. Again, we are having Slido. Here's the QR code that you can scan. You can ask the questions there. If we have time, we will look at them. If we don't, again, you can grab the people during the coffee breaks and lunches. And I think, without further ado, please give a warm welcome to DAO Maximalist Czech, Jake Hartnell.
Oh, thanks. What's up, Cosmos? I'm here to talk about interchain DAOs, because they're cool. And also, I'm here to shill Cosmos. But first, before we get to the interchain DAOs, before we get to cool announcements, before I tell you all the cool shit that's happening with Juno, oh, can I say that word? It's Cosmos story time. Let's take a journey back. Once upon a time, some people got really excited about this idea, the Internet of blockchains. What about instead of one chain to rule them all, there were just like a bunch of different chains and that they were all interoperable, and that sounded really great to me. A bunch of people worked really, really hard to make that vision a reality. A lot of them are here in the audience. And you know what? A bunch of communities formed around this technology. And it was awesome. And for a while, all we knew was just up only, green candles every day. The times were good. We were all one big hashtag IBC gang. And everyone shilled the whole ecosystem. It was good vibes, exciting times. Maybe you remember those times. Oh, wrong button. That's the laser pointer. But then, the bad times inevitably came. And I don't know how much of a degen you are. You might be able to recognize some of these charts, but you might be able to also notice, the trend. And then, obviously we all started fighting each other because that's what you do when resources get scarce. Gone were the good vibes. Gone were the hashtag IBC gang mentions. Everyone complained about all the perceived problems, the tokenomics, everyone getting super critical, beating themselves up, fudding other projects, causing DPS every day. And, me, I love a healthy amount of DPS, but even this amount of DPS, a little bit too much for me. And all the while we're like talking about our tokenomics and real yield, well, meme coins like Pepe were just mooning with no real revenue or applications or utility. So maybe there's something to learn from that. And nothing would make the price go up. And all the negativity made everyone bitter and exhausted and burned out. At least if you had a liquid token in this space. And, you know, no one really wanted to come to an ecosystem where it's just bad vibes and, you know, everyone fighting and being all sad all the time and, you know, bitching about what's wrong with their projects. In spite of the industry-leading tech, I mean, this is some of the best tech in crypto. But then, a knight in shining mesh armor appeared, a new band was formed, and organizations from across the cosmos came together to build something that would benefit them all. In many ways, it was harking back to the times of old when we could all work together, when people from Agoric and Informal and Tendermint could all come together and work on something like IBC, and when people from Osmosis could come together and work on something like the Cosmos SDK. This is the good collaborative vibes. Oh yeah, I want some more of those. The mesh became more than just shared security. Yeah, security is cool, right? But what really interests me about mesh is the coordination and alignment aspects. And so, yeah, mesh became more than shared security. It was coordination and alignment for the ecosystems. The success of the Cosmos Hub and the success of Osmosis were not mutually exclusive. The success of Juno and the success of Neutron were not mutually exclusive. There was alignment and coordination across the ecosystem. And of course, you know, others started to take notice in the change of tune. They wanted to join the interchain, to join #IBC gang. And, you know, soon, Polkadot, Near, Avalanche, and more FOMO'd into the new interchain narrative. Because, you know, multi-chain, that was last year. Interchain is the new paradigm. And something absolutely magical happened. Boom. Of course, I didn't come here to just do Cosmos Storytime the whole time, but, you know, I'm here to talk about interchain DAOs. So maybe you don't know what a DAO is, and if you don't, this is going to be a really difficult talk for you because I'm going to say that word a lot of times. But you know, TLDR, a DAO is a governance system that is controlled by a computer program and not some document sitting in a filing cabinet in a State Department somewhere. So what are interchain DAOs? Well, interchain DAOs are DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, that exist across multiple chains. They can seamlessly control accounts on different blockchains using this thing we all love called IBC. And I think importantly, even beyond the technological aspects of how all that works, they have presence and relationships across the interchain. And so why would you want interchain DAOs? Surely you just want to live on one chain your whole life, right? You only care about your one project and it's just nothing else exists. Well, being locked in on one chain is kind of boring. You know, cross-chain composability is much more interesting, and frankly, there's a lot more opportunities, right? There's opportunities in bringing our communities together and finding ways to collaborate, you know. Maybe that's DAO-owned liquidity. Maybe it's, maybe you're a protocol that deploys on many different chains. Maybe you're an investment DAO that wants to obviously take advantage of all the great, very undervalued opportunities in the interchain. And so today, I want to show you what some interchain DAO tooling looks like. And this is going to launch in like the next week or so. We're just waiting for the exact finalized audit. So this is DAO. DAO is interchain DAO tooling. And it's probably some of the most advanced DAO tooling in crypto, but you can try it out for yourself at DAO.zone. I'm not here to walk through all the different features of like token-based DAOs and NFT-based DAOs and like being able to create complex organizational hierarchies with sub-DAOs, using great things like Auth through easy-to-use UI, being able to instantiate smart contracts and create NFTs and create vesting contracts and token swaps with no code. You can just use a great UI for that. But I'm here to talk about specifically the interchain accounts feature, because that's something that DAOs really need in the interchain. You don't want to just be locked in on one chain. So here, this is a proposal to create a cross-chain account. Right now, there's only one chain there. You see Juno testnet. That's going to soon be a bunch of chains. You'll see Osmosis. You'll see Stargaze. You'll see Neutron. You'll see Say protocol. You get the idea. But we have this, simple proposal to create a new interchain account. And here you can see a treasury page. We're still working on some of the designs. Feedback is welcome, but this is real, V1. Sometimes you just gotta ship it. And so here you can see, basically 2 accounts. We have one on Juno and we have one on Juno testnet. This is a Juno DAO on mainnet controlling an account on testnet. Now, why would you want to do that? Probably not that relevant, but it'd be more relevant to have it on Osmosis. But before we put it on Osmosis, we got to make sure the audit's fully done and everything's signed. But yeah, here's a treasury, like treasuries on multiple different blockchains. And as you add accounts on different blockchains, they'll show up there in your treasury. So if you have tokens on Osmosis, they'll show up there. NFTs will also show up there. So if you have NFTs on these different blockchains, you'll be able to see them all in one place. So you can manage your NFT trading DAO and see all your bad kids, because we know bad kids are great. Here's a proposal. So obviously, you can seamlessly use these interchain DAOs as if they're your account on your own chain. So here we have a proposal. And under the hood, you're just spending different tokens that belong to your DAO, but under the hood, it's using interchain accounts to transfer testnet Juno to that address. So you get this seamless ability to spend all your money on all your different accounts that are spread throughout the interchain. But you can do more than that. You can actually execute smart contracts on other chains. So here's an example of executing a smart contract on Juno network testnet from the mainnet. So as an example, you might want to do something more interesting, like executing a swap or something like that on Osmosis. But you can also do more than just execute smart contracts or mint NFTs or all the normal stuff you can do with DAO. You can even instantiate smart contracts on other chains. That's pretty cool. So as a protocol, let's say you have your protocol with a home on one chain, like Juno Network. It's a great choice. You can actually deploy your protocol and manage it across the interchain from one place. Normally, to do this with current DAO tooling like Gnosis Safe, for every EVM chain you want to deploy your smart contracts on, you have to create a Gnosis Safe. You have to create a Gnosis Safe on Ethereum. You have to create a Gnosis Safe on Polygon. You have to create a Gnosis Safe on Binance Smart Chain, one on Avalanche. And then say one of your developers drops out of the project. Now you have to remove them on 4 different multisigs. You have to make a proposal on Ethereum. You have to make a proposal on Binance Smart Chain. You have to make a proposal, and you have to vote on 4 different, whatever number of chains you're on. You can see how this does not scale very well. But with interchain DAO tooling, that's actually good, you only have to do it in one spot. Because this one DAO on this one chain controls the accounts on all the other chains. So that's pretty sick. So if you're interested in using DAO to manage your interchain protocol, come talk to me. But all that looks pretty abstract. So you're doing things like instantiating smart contracts or executing smart contracts, or what more can interchain DAOs do? Talking at the low level to the users, what can you do with them? Well, you can do things like mint and trade NFTs on Stargaze. You can do things like manage concentrated liquidity positions on Osmosis. You could do things like govern the Atom economic zone. Atom Accelerator DAO, that'd be sick. You can host a decentralized infrastructure on Akash. You could have DAO-owned liquidity across the cosmos, really. Anything you could do on an account on any one of the chains that you're connected to, which is pretty sick. You can even use some technology that I'm about to talk about to have the community pool of one chain have an account on another chain, which allows for some pretty cool cross-chain collaboration and alliances. We need to do a much better job of coming together. Let's get the good vibes back. So how is all this possible? Well, this is maybe a little bit more technical for some people, but if you are interested in building interchain protocols, you should definitely check this out. So this was actually not possible with the current interchain accounts implementation that's in the SDK. There's some limitations to that. It doesn't have callbacks. Smart contracts can't use it. That's a big no-no, right? So, and it doesn't have queries, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's wrong with it. I'm not going to go into it, but So we actually created, and this is audited and open source code that you're all free to use. We actually created our an interchain accounts implementation in pure CosmWasm. And we've made we've designed it so that to make sure that it's backwards compatible with any like native ICA stuff. And so if you don't have CosmWasm in your chain, don't freak out. But you should get CosmWasm in your chain. So what is Polytone? Polytone powers interchain DAOs and protocols. Basically, it's smart contract controlled interchain accounts in CosmWasm. And it works on any CosmWasm chain, and you don't need to have any custom SDK modules. So like Neutron has some pretty cool ICA stuff, but you have to have like their custom SDK modules, and then that's a lot of effort. You can just use Polytone, and Polytone would work on Neutron as well. So even if you're building there, you should still check this out because it works everywhere. You don't need any extra stuff. Just put some contracts on your chain, and now you've got seamless, awesome interchain accounts. Smart contracts can use it. That's a really awesome thing. It has callbacks. It's fully open source, and it's audited. So you can build on top of it today. So maybe you want to build the Yearn finance of Cosmos, right? You want to build a protocol that does strategies across all the different DeFi protocols of the interchain. If you want to build something like that, come talk to me. I want to invest in your project. And you should definitely look at this because this is a great tool if you're interested in building these kind of interchain protocols that seamlessly can control accounts across the interchain. And it was incubated on Juno. We've actually built some cool stuff. Like DAO is pretty cool. This Polytone thing is pretty cool. We're working on we're working on a bunch of stuff. I'll get to it, but we do see ourselves as like the incubator for the interchain, and we'd love to work with other chains and build good vibes. Really, we need to be a lot more collaborative in this space. I'm sorry to keep harping on it, but it's true. Too much negativity. We got to turn it around. And so Juno, we're kind of going back to our roots. Juno was at its heart a very experimental chain, and our roots are experimentation and community. If you don't know much about Juno, you should know that it's a radical community chain. There were no VCs. There's no foundation. It's just pure DAO. Even the development fund is completely under community control. I believe we are the only project like Crypto L1 that has this kind of structure where the community is in full control. Super decentralized. But let's talk about next steps for Juno because we can't just sit where we are. There's a lot to do, and we want to be a lot more collaborative in the interchain. We don't see it as competition between Juno and Neutron. Honestly, we can all work together a lot more. And we're both doing and building really cool stuff and doing good things. So some of the things we're working on that are part of this Juno Evolution initiative we've been working on, we're bridging to Polkadot and beyond. We have upgraded to the latest version of SDK and IBC, and we are working with the composable finance team. We aim to be the first, or one of the first chains to connect to Polkadot and Kusama ecosystem. Let's bring some new users into the Cosmos. And that's made possible by our awesome dev Reese, who's just crushing it and working through a lot of hard issues with SDK 47 to make that happen. So, yay, exciting. We're bringing in new liquidity to the ecosystem from Polkadot. Awesome. We're working on Juno Constitution. We're definitely an experimental chain being completely DAO, and it's important to have nice written rules and structure and that are human readable and not just in code. That part's really important because how many people know how to code here? Probably more than average, but in terms of the normal distribution, most people don't know how to code. So you have to explain how all of the governance systems work, how it's structured, what are the checks and balances, how is the organization structured. And we're working on a lot of governance reforms, actually. We've done a lot of innovation, if you follow Juno Network in the past, on having things like sub-DAOs. So for example, our core development fund is a sub-DAO of the main community pool. So the Juno community has full control over that sub-DAO. If they don't like what they're doing, they can actually rug the development fund. So accountability is great. Sub-DAOs are really cool, but we're building a much more kind of structured system. I'm happy to talk with any of you about it. I wanted this talk to be a little bit more high level and not go into the weeds of all the stuff we're thinking about for Juno governance. But if you're a governance or DAO nerd and want to talk to me about it, I'd love to chat. So yeah, we're working on some big governance reforms. As part of that, we're actually going to be swapping out the Cosmos Gov module with DAO because people really need good UI to participate in on-chain governance, and that we need better tools, for organizing really decentralized organizations. With the current Cosmos SDK governance, it's all flat. We all vote on all the same things. There's no way to structure different working groups or sub-DAOs or roles or accountability to have checks and balances or approval flows or veto flows. We can get all that with DAO and some more. Really cool things like gauge funding contracts, new ways of funding projects, new ways of voting, or not voting. I'm really actually a big believer in calm governance, and we have to vote too much in Cosmos, and it's a pain. So we have some really cool stuff coming out. We'll do, I'm short on time, so I'm going to keep going, but happy to talk with anyone after about that. Obviously, mesh security, we're stoked about mesh security. We have a couple people contributing to it. We're contributing to the funding of it. It's really cool that this is an interchain initiative, and kudos to the Osmosis team and for Sunny for really kicking it off. And also kudos to the Atom Accelerator for realizing that this is an important initiative for Cosmos and also something that's great for the Cosmos Hub, right? So it's amazing to make it a real interchain thing. We're very excited about it. We're exploring Bitcoin level security with Babylon. CosmWasm modules, again, this is another technical thing. I hope nobody's eyes are glazing over, but basically, you can write your SDK modules, and why you write an SDK module is you get access to some special stuff you can't do with a smart contract, like a begin blocker and end blocker, like a function that runs at the end of every block. So with CosmWasm modules, you can have permissioned smart contracts. So rather than writing a Cosmos SDK module, you can just write a smart contract that has some extra permissions and pass it through governance. And then you don't have to do a chain upgrade. You can actually just implement low-level custom functionality in CosmWasm smart contracts. So if you like Rust and don't like doing Go, or maybe you don't like upgrading your module every time the Cosmos SDK version changes, and you just want to write it once and forget about it, you should check out CosmWasm modules and come talk to me. And we have performance improvements because I think it's important to make a performant blockchain that people feel like they can deploy things like games on. So we have faster block times coming. It's been really awesome watching the work that Sei has been doing, and our devs have been learning a lot from that, and we're kind of also trying to push the boundaries there. But instead, not just faster block times, better query and caching performance for nodes. So if you're a validator out there, if you're running RPC infrastructure, you're probably spending a lot of extra money. What if you could serve more traffic with running less RPC nodes? These are the kinds of problems that we really want to be introducing. So we have some caching and query performance improvements for validators. And if you're interested in that, come talk to me. I know it's a very validator-specific thing, but it's relevant to the end user because it ultimately means better performance and user experience when you're using these apps. They load faster. You don't get into weird problems where the RPC is down, you get some weird error message you don't understand. And then we're going to continue, in addition with what we're doing with the Polkadot stuff, we're going to continue being a cutting edge IBC and SDK features chain. We really want to be on the bleeding edge of that so that you develop on Juno really to get access to the latest and most advanced features. And that, again, going along with our incubator for the interchain vision, we want devs to be able to use the latest and greatest, build and battle test their protocol on Juno, and then take it elsewhere. And perhaps what I'm most excited about, we're launching an interchain developer DAO. So it's a secret society on a public, transparent DAO tooling infrastructure, but and we want it to be incubating for the interchain, similar to Juno. I mean, it's an awesome thing. It's a guild structure, so there's many developer DAOs and Ethereum and things like that. And people need new devs, new people to the ecosystem. They need mentorship. They need education. They need some structure. When you come to community and you want to learn CosmWasm, there's a lot of stuff to learn. You have to learn about all the blockchain fundamentals. You have to deal with Rust. You have to learn how to write a good smart contract. And then that's just the smart contract side. What about building a front end, an actual user experience that normal people will appreciate? Because if you write a smart contract and there's no front end for it, it doesn't exist. And so, we are trying to create this great structure that can serve as an educational kind of incubator, really. We have some great masters. So we've got myself, Jack Zamplin. We got Reese, Zeke from Data, who's amazing Cosmwasm dev. We got Dan from Cosmology, who's probably the best front-end person in Cosmos and knows all of the tricky stuff about encoding and library and all that stuff. And we have Adair from Abstract, who's just another killer like Cosmwasm and Cosmos dev. So if you're interested as a new dev in the space and you want to get some mentorship and access to new opportunities, and also, you know, Jack and I are connected with some funds, so we also want to like use this as a way to help like incubate some cool projects, you know. Oh, and yeah. So yeah, there's a mentorship, education. There's going to be bounties, obviously networking, and you can make a bunch of friends. Exclusive opportunities. Join us. We're recruiting. We don't even care if you're like on another like crypto project. Like just come join. Let's build a community. That's what's really valuable. So I guess, you know, I'll get some closing thoughts. Maybe there'll be some questions. And it's my message to the interchain DAOs of Cosmos, all you other Cosmos chains out there. Even if you don't care about Juno at all, that's fine. Our fates are tied together. That's the message. We succeed as an ecosystem together. You saw all those charts at the beginning. It's all downward slope, right? They're all linked. Look at the, you know, we're a lot more together than we think. We get in this mindset of, oh, you know, this project's doing something similar to me, and we're all competing, right? And we're just competing over a smaller and smaller pie. What we have to do is actually get back to what we were doing at the beginning, which is showing the ecosystem and the interchain vision, which is a much more exciting thing. Because then people from the outside look in and see Cosmos is doing something cool, and they don't see Cosmos is just all drama all the time, and they're constantly fighting each other. And it's like, it looks like a shit show over there. I'm going to go hang out in Ethereum where there's actual liquidity, right? And so I think we should all just be a little bit nicer to each other. Let's pursue some positive vibes. Let's get people excited about the interchain again, because IBC is the best tech in crypto, I believe, and you know, the interchain is the next paradigm. And so to close, at Juno Network, we're building alliances. Let's collaborate, you know? We have some great devs. You know, we're like pursuing some cutting-edge features. We're incubating like new novel protocols and open source tools that could be very useful on your chain. So let's figure out how we can work together, whether you're a chain or developers or investors. I'd be happy to talk with you. Those are our handles on Twitter. Feel free to reach out. If you want to collaborate with Juno, you want to collaborate with DAO. If you want to, I should also mention that I'm starting a new fund with Sam Cassett, who's a co-founder of Consensus. You know, trying to bring in some new liquidity to the Cosmos ecosystem so we can invest in this really promising fleet of projects. It's called Analog Interchain. If you're interested in that, come talk to me as well. But you know, let's collaborate more. Let's just build together. Let's pursue the positive vibes. Let's, you know, stop the negativity because it's actually not helping us. You might think that you're getting one up over like the other chain by like putting down your competitor, but it actually just looks petty from the outside. And it's not good vibes. Let's make hashtag IBC gang great again. All right.
Thank you very much. So we have actually quite a lot of questions.
Oh my gosh.
Some of them, like when a moon, I don't think.
When Moon is, no, I'll answer that. When Moon is when we all get together as an ecosystem and really shill the interchain, right? We can all shill our individual projects as part of that, right? That's part of it, but you look at the price. When Cosmos was mooning, we all mooned together, and we were falling, we're all falling together. And so we are much more tied together, and that when Moon is when we clean up our act, and like, instead of fighting over smaller and smaller pie, we create something that's an exciting movement that everyone wants to be a part of.
All right. So when it comes to like more serious question, there is if there are any plans to integrate DAO to Ethereum, oh my gosh, pardon, Ethereum anytime.
No.
No.
DAO cannot be integrated on Ethereum because it's actually built using better smart contracting technology. I wrote my first line of Solidity in 2016. I appreciate all that the Ethereum ecosystem has done, and unlike a lot of people in Cosmos, I'm actually a closet Ethereum maxi. But yeah, the DAO is written in WebAssembly smart contracts. Vitalik was written in 2016. Wasm is a better virtual machine for smart contracts, and yeah, so. And that's also why we've been able to build the most advanced DAO tooling in crypto, like with basically like completely bootstrapped, because we have access to better tech.
And another one is, what is the main focus for Juno right now?
I think the main focus for Juno is like kind of community organization and reform. Because like at the heart, like the thing that makes Juno unique is like what I was getting to earlier of being like a pure DAO, a pure community-owned chain, like not having the same sort of structure as like most other like L1s in crypto have, where they have the core team and the foundation, and they have like 30% or more of the chain, and there's no way to take those tokens back, and there's no accountability, and it's like, it's harder doing things as a DAO, but I think ultimately it's something that's like a lot more exciting and can be a lot more powerful. And to really, you know, our vision is kind of the incubator for the interchain. We want to be the place where people come to launch and create cool protocols like DAO, and then like, you know, distribute them to the world. You know, we want it to be the like a center of value creation. So we're really putting a lot of effort into our developer communities, into restructuring Juno governance to make it a lot more efficient and have better transparency and things like communication. You know, and I am actually really excited about Lead Society because, you know, we need to like mentor the next generation of projects and developers. You know, and it'll take some time to pay off, but, you know, and there are a lot of like other things that people are working on at Juno with like some cool additions to tokenomics, some new mechanisms for funding projects, which we think is like a huge priority for us, is we want people to be able to come to Juno and easily find funds for their project, right? You know, so we're working on some tools for that, you know, in addition to having, you know, like DAO and a bunch of other, you know, cool people working there, you'll be able to leverage some really cool stuff. But at the end of the day, it's the community. If the community of Juno is excited about everything that's launching on Juno, more and more people will want to launch there.
All right. So thank you very much, Jake.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. I think they deserve another applause. So next up, we will have a panel. But before we get the stage ready, I want to give you like, you know, small reminders, what is happening, what is our program, and stuff like that. So at 12, there's going to be a workshop, hands-on, with Nim Mixnet and Nix blockchain. Also a reminder, we have a media lounge. It's right next to Rockaway Lounge. And we have a nice wall there, so if you want to make a selfie and have a really nice background, you can do it there. Of course, if you want to do any interviews or something like that, that's possible too. After this panel, we will have a lunch, and after lunch, which, by the way, unlike yesterday, which was a full hour, today it's only 45 minutes, so try to eat a little bit quicker. We will have more talks. We will have another panels. One of them is, for example, about investing in Cosmos. We will have speech about moving money markets to capital markets and many other stuff. So yes, I can see. So the bear market is all set. Watching, I wanted to say from distance, it's actually quite close, very intense. So let's see. But any further ado, please give a warm welcome to Principal at Rockaway, David Rilski.
Okay. Hi. Hi everyone. I'm David. I'm part of the Rockaway X investment team. I joined the team quite recently, and I'm very excited to be joined by amazing panelists: Zaki from DST, Yelena from Noble, and Kirilo from Binance. So can you guys maybe introduce yourselves and share a few sentences on your firms and the projects that you're involved in?
Yeah, I'm Zaki. Most people know me from all of the various things I've done in Cosmos over the last decade. But from an IST point of view, I am one of the directors at the Decentralized Cooperation Foundation. which is a foundation that's supporting the Agoric technology and blockchain and IST and Interprotocol. And so, yeah, so, you know, I've spent, we at the DCF, we're sort of taking an increasing role in sort of the Interprotocol development and like, and so, you know, that's why I'm wearing the Interprotocol hat here.
Awesome. I'm Jelena. I'm the founder of Noble. Noble is a generic asset issuance chain, bringing native USDC to Cosmos and also other native assets in the future. And yeah, I've been a Cosmos contributor for the past 3 years or so. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Kirilo Khomyakov. I'm Ukrainian and I'm responsible for Ukraine and Central and Eastern Europe at Binance. And this is one of the fastest growing region in the world for us.
Thank you for the introduction. So to set the stage, I'd like to start talking about the current status of stablecoins on Cosmos, because there's a lot of exciting things happening currently. Noble is about to launch USDC. Yesterday we had a speech from Dean, who talked about IST, who are soon launching the vaults that will basically enable us to mint IST with Atom. So I have one burning question to each of you that I'd like to start with, and then I'll open the panel for discussion. So I'll start with Jelena. So we obviously know that Noble is facilitating the management and the issuance of USDC on Cosmos, but can you tell us a bit more about the partnership and why does Circle actually need Noble to launch USDC? Why they can't do it themselves?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, you know, Circle as an entity has been really interested in the Cosmos ecosystem for actually quite a number of years. I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but IBC, as soon as it launched, they were very excited about what IBC would kind of enable, and you know, having this interoperability with all of these different Cosmos app chains, having USDC obviously easily transferable was very exciting. But at that time, they didn't really know exactly where to issue, and so obviously on you know, like a ecosystem like Ethereum or even Solana, it's a lot easier and more straightforward. You have this kind of monolithic base layer, you deploy a smart contract, you mint, you burn, you blacklist, you do all of those very straightforward things. But in Cosmos, obviously, we have this independent ecosystem of app chains. There's no one sort of logical place to issue. So that's really where Noble kind of came into the picture. It's a generic asset issuance chain. It does one very specific thing, and it's pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Question to you, Zaki. So as I mentioned, you know, IST is launching the vault. It's already available on like 7 exchanges. We all had the tickets in the goodie bags to vote for another collateral. So there's a lot of exciting things happening there. What does this mean for the Cosmos ecosystem and for IST as well?
Yeah, so again, I think it's very important that Cosmos sort of have an expanding set of choices of sort of IBC native stablecoin options. So, you know, IST was one of the earliest IBC native sort of stablecoins, especially in sort of the post-UST world. And vaults are basically sort of the vision of Interprotocol is basically to be the stablecoin that has like sort of the most composable ways of minting it, right? So if you want to mint USDC, there's only one way to mint USDC, which is you send money to Circle's bank account. If you want to mint IST, right now you can use a variety of different bridge stablecoins and the PSM. When vaults launch, we're going to start adding new collateral types. So you know, we'll start out with Atom, which is like sort of the logical place to go. But you know, both liquid staking derivatives, you know, staked Atom, that sort of thriving LSDFi ecosystem becomes like possible to sort of engage in vaults, other Cosmos, like large cap Cosmos assets like Osmosis. So again, the vision of Interprotocol is to be the stablecoin that has sort of the most possible ways of creating it. And you know, that will make it sort of create an alignment between many different communities and many different parts of the Cosmos ecosystem.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. So, question to you, Kirilo. Like we've all been following the Binance situation with Paxos, who stopped minting and issuing BUSD. So I think everyone would like to know what are the plans for BUSD going forward, and also if Binance has any plans of getting involved into the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, sure. So stablecoin situation been bad last year, right? So we had 3 stablecoins, and now we ended up with 1, more or less. So it's good.
Which one is that?
It's good. It's good in a way that there is the good and strong industry leader that's basically reliable company, right? Respected company. But this structure is not stable and doesn't push for innovations, for competition. So I think that stablecoins as the basis for the blockchain development, we will see more and more new players coming, and we at Binance are welcoming it, not just on the BNB chain, but in any other blockchain as well. From the BUSD perspective, so BUSD is not a Binance product, right? That's the product of Paxos, US-based and US-regulated company that were not that pushed not to mint new BUSD. So eventually, the volumes of the BUSD is going down, and maybe it will be gone sooner or later. And we see that these volumes are migrating to other, stable coins, and it's okay. So from the industry perspective, it's not good, it's not bad, it's just happening. And I think that we're going to see much more players, and not just in the USD-based stablecoins, but in other currencies too.
Thank you. So I'd like to move now to talk a bit more about the use cases and the adoption of different stablecoins on the Cosmos ecosystem. But maybe to start with, Zaki and Yelena, can you please explain the differences and the advantages and disadvantages of IST and USDC?
Sure. So IST is minted by a decentralized protocol, a set of smart contracts that are running on the Agoric blockchain. And it has the upgrades to those smart contracts. It has a very active and fast-moving economic committee that is able to do things like adjust. All of this is sort of very decentralization, transparent.
Important, from on the more kind of decentralized end of the spectrum. I think when
it is a coordination challenge. Depending on how the app chain is set up, either you need to go to the validators and have them update their config files to support another fee token, or you need to go to governance and get a change in the supported fee tokens there. This is a great thing for DCF to do. Now that vaults are launched, or are about to launch once vaults have launched, this kind of organizing coordination across multiple Cosmos chains around IST adoption is exactly the sort of thing that the DCF should be spearheading, and we will get started on that coordination effort to get support in a lot of different chains.
Okay, so you're all obviously very much focused on building the technology, but how important do you think is the business development aspect? So how do you make sure that once the stable coins are launched on Cosmos, people will actually use them? How to make sure that there will be
saying we're going to bet our stack, our V4 stack on Cosmos. And so we really came to serve them and make sure that they, could properly kind of have their launch plans kind of be satisfied from the perspective of native USDC. So we've been working with them, I would say, from almost day one. There was a moment where Zaki, went to their offices in San Francisco and was sort of advising the project, if you want to migrate from Starkware to Cosmos, these are the things you have to think about. One of those talking points on the agenda, it was obviously native USDC. So we're working very closely with them to make sure that that whole process is smooth, that people can directly deposit USDC on an exchange, buy USDC, for example, on a centralized exchange, take that to DYDX, almost in a 1-2 click kind of fashion. So really making sure that the user experience makes sense. Antonio had this good tweet, I would say, that from the perspective of native USDC. It's quite straightforward. So yes, in summary, we're working very closely with them and making sure that their plans go smoothly. And definitely the USDC story is part of that. And we're very excited for that. So,
how about IST? Are you guys also working with DYDX?
Not currently. I think DYDX has DYDX has, like, the current design of their perpetuals, like their perpetuals exchange is single collateral, so they support just like one collateral asset. There is, you can design perp exchanges that are multi-collateral, and I'm not really sure whether or not DYDX has any current plans to do that. I think their current goal is just to get the sort of core application out there.
Okay. So Zaki, we know that you're one of the fathers of the ecosystem, been here since the very early days, and you're super passionate about it. Yelena, you're like 100% involved as well, as your project is pretty much focused on Cosmos only. So I'm curious about you, Kirilo. Like, Binance obviously monitors all the ecosystems, but what are the things that you look at once you actually decide to get involved into a specific ecosystem?
Yeah, so despite the fact that we have our own, let's say, ecosystem, we really encourage more and more new projects. There's startups, more established projects to come into our platform, and the only parameter that we are evaluating is whether or not it is of interest for our users, right? So if our users are interested to do it, we will be happy to add it. It's not about commissions or some profits. It's more about infrastructure and giving them everything they need in the ecosystem, all the different options, etc. So yeah, that's the only and the most important factor.
Okay, thank you. So to finish up the discussion, I'd like to talk a bit about stablecoins in general. Like, what's your guys' kind of take on the future long-term outlook of on stablecoins? What do you think about the tethers also increasing dominance, CBDCs? How do you see all of that evolving?
Yeah, I mean, I think regulations play such an important part in this market. Realistically, if you're promising to collateralize a stablecoin, whether that's with cash, whether that's with treasury bills, whether that's with other cryptocurrencies, there has to be some mechanism to sort of oversee how that works, and you have to inevitably at some point in the process get involved with regulators. So I think things like MiCA in Europe, I mean, I'd be curious from Binance's perspective how you feel about that. But things like MiCA in Europe, even some of the discussions, although they aren't totally positive, in the US around the Stablecoin Act, help to obviously create some sort of framework for issuing a stablecoin. I think if done right, like with MiCA, I think it's generally a positive development. You actually have like a proliferation of stablecoins. You have people more incentivized to issue stables and to do that in a way that makes sense for users, for their counterparties, whether that's a bank holding the collateral, whether that's a smart contract. Let's hope it's also, they take into consideration the kind of decentralized stablecoin space. So inevitably, I think that's something we need to consider. As challenging and as painful these conversations can sometimes be, it's extremely important, so.
Yeah, that's a wide topic. I'll try to make it short. So first of all, in terms of the stable coins in general, I don't think that the regulators should fight against it. I don't think there is any threat to any of the government with the stable coin. I actually believe that governments and regulators should compete with other countries to promote creating the stable coins, because it's kind of ties the blockchain to the local fiat currency. So it's actually vice versa process rather than a threat to the local regulators of not having controls. So basically, as more stable coins are backed in the local currency, the better for the government, and there is more interconnections with the fiat. The same for the CBDC, right? I don't actually think that this is a bad thing or something threatening for the blockchain industry in general, because in the end of the day, it will make a crypto adoption very high. It will grow crypto adoption significantly, and at minimum, the users will be like everyone in the country, let's say, where will be working, will be educated at least how to use wallets, how to use your private, your general keys, etc., etc. So it's good for the blockchain too. Yeah, and in terms of the stable coin, we really expect that there is going to be more stable coins soon and in the different currency. And this will be a big competition between countries now, because the regulation thing is an inevitable thing. And what's happening with MiCA here in Europe is amazing, because the stable coins regulation will hit in the summer next year. And all the countries, including the Czechia, government officials, parliament, association, ministry, we had a lot of meetings this week. They are all very proactive in this space. They understand that Czechia is a little bit behind some other country at this point of time, but they understand the importance to support the vibrant local businesses and the vibrant local communities and catch up on this regulation and better support crypto, better support opening accounts, make a more clear taxation, have a dialogue with the business. So it's kind of very positive here, but a long way to go, a lot of work to do. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah.
I guess one of the things that I comment on the Tether question is, the most incredible thing to me about Tether is its adoption for sort of non-crypto native use cases. It's probably the technology that has come out of cryptocurrency that is most widely adopted in sort of like in the general public, in the wider community, especially in sort of the global south, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia. These are, when we started with, the vision of crypto is very much, again, trying to build global financial rails that were more accessible to people who were sort of excluded from the financial system. In many ways, like, Tether does a better job of banking the unbanked than anything else. And so as people who are working on other stablecoins and other stablecoin ecosystems, we should ask ourselves, like, what is working about Tether? Like, why is it that they are able to sort of penetrate into these markets? Why is it that people are actually able to use it as a medium of exchange in sort of ordinary life, when so many other things in cryptocurrency have not achieved that penetration and have stayed more in sort of the speculative crypto native use cases? So that's like thought. I guess I think central bank digital currencies and stablecoins in general have, like, they're one of the ways in which cryptocurrencies sort of interface most with geopolitics. And, if we start to see governments actually at scale issuing currency on public chains, I think that's like a fundamental sea change in in sort of the political relationship between blockchain technology, and represents in many ways like an elevation of blockchains as infrastructure. But there are like many reasons to be concerned, worried, thinking about power dynamics and privacy. There's a lot of problems in terms of privacy, especially that we haven't really solved and like could get much worse in the central bank digital currency world. But I do think that, like, while things are slowing down in, let's say, the US, I think that you're going to see a large number of experimentation across sort of the Middle East and Asia in these areas.
Thank you. So maybe last question, as Jelena, you mentioned the MiCA regulation, a question to Kirill, but maybe to all of you actually. So does Binance actually see it as a positive development? Are you working closely with the regulators to implement this? I mean, we've also seen with PSD2 and kind of the open banking that it took like 5-6 years from to kind of implement the regulation. So I'm wondering if this is going to be the same with MiCA.
Yeah, so I touched a little bit about that before, but let me speak a little bit more about that. So basically, the MiCA is very important, and I will be talking specifically about here in Czechia. That's the most important for our audience. So the regulator is not yet identified, right? But most probably the regulator will be the National Bank. And also, most probably, the Ministry of Finance will be responsible for MiCA terms implementation into the local regulation. But just implementing MiCA is not, it doesn't really mean the great support for the industry. So the current problems should be solved, right? So the local companies cannot open the bank accounts. There is no clear taxation, as I said, and there is no dialogue between the government and the businesses and users. So it's kind of in the gray zone. So these three things, I think, is the key things that needs to be solved here in Czechia and in all the other European countries as well. Because there is going to be also a competition between European countries on how they are crypto-friendly, how they support the licensing process, so that the businesses within the Europe will be migrating between the countries and will be deciding where are they getting their license and where are they going to pay taxes, and how the government and regulators approach to this will be key for the companies to decide when they want to land. However, I still believe that that's a great step forward because it's a first global regional regulation that will basically combine all the European countries and will make businesses here most cost effective, more transparent, more clear, more effective. So we absolutely support MiCA, and we work with in the European Commission too, and all the other countries to help them implement MiCA and create more opportunities for the European countries. More investments, more companies, more jobs, more taxes, better economy in the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you again. That was
Thank you.
great. Thanks. All right, guys. So, friendly reminder, lunch is only 45 minutes at this point. So we will meet here at 12:50. So, dobrou chuť. Hello, cosmonauts. This is not a voice from outer space. This is just a friendly reminder that we start our program at the main stage in 5 minutes. Please finish your meals and grab the best seats. People sitting closer to the stage and closer to the camera crane have extra points from us. Hello, cosmonauts. Your time is running out. I'm not trying to induce an existential threat, but just to remind you, you have only 3 minutes to get to the main stage and grab your seat. The one closer to the stage are the most comfortable one. Trust me. I'm serious now. This is the last minute. Come to the main stage. The program is packed. You won't regret a thing. Don't lose those amazing seats in the front rows, because as we know, those are the best. Hello, everyone. I'm glad you're back from lunch. I also hope you didn't have too much schnitzel, because, you know, I need you to have a really high energy. It's going to be packed. We are going to have 3 speeches and 1 panel, and after that we will have a coffee break, but the coffee break will be very short, only 15 minutes, so, you know, loads of stuff. Also, just a friendly reminder, there are workshops in developer area at 1:30. There are 2 of them that's going to start, so you can mark that down too. Also, in the evening, or like late afternoon, at 4 p.m., we are going to have pitch and demo competition. It's going to be 15 projects who will be competing for the title of the best project. It's a completely new format for Gateway to Cosmos, so I think it's going to be really exciting. I know I'm a little bit annoying about it, but still, do you think, guys, that some of you can be such a heroes and move to the part of audience like right here? Because we have that crane. It looks amazing on the stream if we have like a little bit more people there. And, you know, you will still can see beautifully on the stage. No one is going to be the hero. All right. You're all set. In that case, I think I'm not gonna prolong this anymore, and we can start with the first talk. It's going to be only 15 minutes, so it's packed. The topic is distributed sequencer technology. As always, you can use Slido. You can see the QR code on the screen right here, and oh, great. Thank you so much, guys. You're amazing. You can use that QR code or go directly to the website, and you can type your questions there. I will try to read them here for you. Have a patience with me. This is all very new for me, so sometimes I make mistakes. All right. So now please give a nice big round applause to Dougie DeLuca from Figment Capital.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Dougie DeLuca. I'm an investor and researcher at Figment Capital, and also a longtime Cosmos community member. And I'm going to discuss today an idea that I've been working on for the last couple months. It's called distributed sequencer technology. All right, let's do this. So before going into DST, it's important to first understand the original concept which this idea was derived from, which is DVT, distributed validator technology. And today, this technology is only live on Ethereum. And so apologies for making this somewhat Ethereum-centric, but it'll all connect together, I promise. What DVT is essentially it distributes the responsibilities of validating across a cluster of operators, which together validate. And so what this first achieves, the major thing, is fault tolerance. Right now in validating, there's a single point of failure where if your machine goes offline or if you act dishonestly, then the validator will act as such. What this enables is essentially if one validator goes offline, in this example, it's a cluster of 4. The 3 which are acting honestly and are online can essentially make sure the validator is acting as intended. And so if you think about that through a net effect over a system, it makes a more resilient system. What DVT also enables is client diversity. This was something that wasn't discussed much until about a month ago when Ethereum faced major problems on the client side. And so what's interesting is we're talking about client diversity amongst a set, but you can actually now enable it within a single validator. So that makes the validator more resilient. In terms of decentralization, you can geographically distribute your validator. So here's a 4 cluster, but you could have, in this example, 1 in North America, 1 in Europe, 1 in Asia, 1 in South America, and so forth. The last major thing, and this is actually pretty cool, is on Ethereum, to validate and be in the active set, you need to have a total of 32 ETH to qualify. Because you're distributing essentially the responsibility amongst a cluster, in this example, if you evenly distributed it, you could have 4 or 8 ETH on each operator, and then together they make 32. And so what this enables is greater participation in a validator set. So, all right, why is this guy talking about Ethereum? This is a Cosmos conference. I'm going to translate this back. So about a month ago, Obol, which is one of the DVT providers, announced that they're exploring an implementation in Cosmos. And they talked about it on the Epicenter podcast, I think last week or the week before. It's quite interesting, actually, when you look into this, because There's a major problem in Cosmos that I think we're all aware of at this point, but I'm going to talk about it again, which is state distribution. This is the Cosmos Hub validator set. And right now, actually this was like a week ago, so I assume nothing's changed, nothing ever really changes, but the top 15 validators have over 50% of the stake. And in such a governance-intensive ecosystem, this obviously presents problems. And then when you get further down the set, this is not even halfway through, and you have 15 validators, 50 through 65, comprising for 5% of the total stake. And so imagine when you get to like validators 160, 161, et cetera, it's a negligible amount. So what DVT can enable in Cosmos is essentially a consolidation of the validator set. So you could have 5 validators combined to form 1, which means the total voting power is more, the total stake is more, and also their costs go down. When you think about marketing spend, if you share it across 5 different entities, incrementally it's less actually. So in an ecosystem where validator economics are such a problem, DVT stands to actually help solve this problem. It's not going to be the be-end, end-all solution. However, it's a step in the right direction. What's also very interesting is it's somewhat hard to make it in the active set. And so if you're number 177, you're fighting to get to 175 or below, with DVT, you could be like, hey, number 176, 178, let's combine and form one validator, and that way you might be able to actually join the active set, partnering with a few other people. And the last thing, this is definitely needs to be explored further because there's coordination problems potentially here, but there is optionality in governance. Because if you are validating with 5 other teams, you have 1 vote, but you can take creative ways to actually make sure you're voting the best way you can. And obviously, as we've seen with various governance votes in Cosmos, this is a thing that needs a lot of attention. So I think DVT could be explored here to be interesting. So hopefully people now understand what DVT is, if I did my job correctly. But what I'm going to talk about is how DVT can be applied to rollups. So with Celestia here, I think it's good to be talking about rollups. I personally believe in a very rollup-centric future. And right now is a big problem in rollups, which I hope some of you guys are aware of, which is every single one today is centralized. We've been building decentralized systems only to realize, oh, they're kind of slow, so let's just build centralized systems on top of them. Mind you, it's better than what we have today in TradFi, but it's a small improvement, and I hope long-term we can have a much better solution. And this is what rollups today look like. I'm not a graphic designer, so this is an oversimplification, but essentially how rollups work is you have an L2 and a single sequencer, which is solely responsible for the ordering and execution of transactions and then posting them in the L1. And so ideally, like I said, it's not the end state. Right now, we're in the bottom left quadrant where very centralized, we're optimizing for performance, so things like latency. But obviously, that's not the long-term solution. So we're going to move towards, ideally, things like shared sequencer layers, which I think Josh is talking about tomorrow with Astria. And then some rollups are actually going to have their own multi-sequencer sets. There's rollups like Aztec right now talking about having thousands of different sequencers in a single set, which is uber decentralized. I don't think a lot of rollups will do that, but it's interesting to think about. And also something to point out is again, not a graphic designer. Shared sequencer and multi-sequencer could be probably interchanged. Josh would probably yell at me for putting shared sequencer as less decentralized as multi-sequencer. We'll see how it evolves. But go to Josh's talk tomorrow to learn more about that. But what I'm going to talk about today are the 2 things whose designs are most clear for the future, which are single sequencers and multi-sequencers, and how DST can be applied to essentially help them out. So see if this thing clicks. There we go. DST, the solution I'm about to explain, I'll get there eventually, is not going to be the be-end, end-all solution for rollup decentralization. It's somewhere in the middle. Right now, what we're stuck with and what's stopping rollups from decentralizing is we're waiting a 0 to 100 shift, which involves a lot of implementation complexity, the top thing right there. And that's why it's taking a long time, because we're already seeing rollups with a lot of traction. And so obviously, every change is super important. It's hard to make protocol-level changes, especially to the degree which this requires. So I'm proposing a solution that's step maybe 60 out of 100, and it actually has some really interesting applications for single sequencers, like rollups that want to remain centralized. So this is DST, distributed sequencer technology. And what it is it applies the exact same approach to a validator, but to a sequencer. So right now, again, we have 1 sequencer. But you can actually maintain 1 sequencer but have a cluster of operators serving that single sequencer. And so right here you can see sequencer 1 with a cluster of 6 together jointly operating this. And again, this is a solution that I think is really interesting because of how easy it is to implement. So the easiest way to do it, and it's not the most decentralized, but it's an easy step, is just doing a proof of authority setup, where you can have 6 permissioned operators who will be like, all right, we know you, we can hold you accountable, and they're going to together jointly operate this in a round-robin format. There's other ways this can be done, but for simplicity, I think POA is what makes the most sense right now. You could do like auctions and things with MEV, but like let's explore that a different time. So the first problem that this stands to address is the liveness problem today in rollups. With a single sequencer, if that sequencer goes down, the rollup's going to go down. This actually happened in Optimism like a month ago. It was down for 20 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but when you think about a rollup at scale, it is a lot of opportunity cost. So what DST can do is it introduces fault tolerance, the same thing I talked about with a validator. And if you have one sequencer goes down, it doesn't matter, because if one of 6 is offline, then the other 5 can step in for it. And the rollup's going to function as it should, because the sequencer is still going to be live. So this is very interesting, and it can be a step to solve liveness for essentially all rollups, which I would say is an almost universal need. And the first way that I think this is really compelling is not to be the bearer of bad news, but some rollups will stay centralized. Because rollups in the first place are optimization for performance. And so some rollups, like a game-specific app rollup, I think is going to stay centralized because they need to have the lowest latency, the best performance, and quite frankly, decentralization isn't that important for a game. Like if you're playing Call of Duty, I'm not sure if you're overly concerned with like the decentralization of that game. And so DST is really interesting for rollups because it can improve on liveness without forcing you to decentralize. And also one last thing I forgot to mention is sequencing is a very lucrative business. If you look at how much money Arbitrum and Optimism are making right now from sequencing, it's quite a lot, which is also a reason why rollups are not decentralizing right now, but I won't talk about that too much. But what DST can do is improve liveness without forcing you to decentralize, which is a very interesting solution. But again, we're in a decentralized space, so that's enough of the centralized talk. It can also be used as means to progressively decentralize. And so here, this is going back. This is the Dougie rollup, soon deploying on Celestia. Just kidding, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't use my rollup. But essentially, I chose to have a POA setup, which I described briefly earlier. But what that means is I have 6 different operators who I trust to serve as sequencers on my network. And together, they can order transactions and function as a sequencer, but in a more decentralized way. So again, going back to this, it's not the maximally decentralized solution, but it's a step in the right direction. It's a much more easy thing to implement because DVT is already in production on layer 1 Ethereum. And so if you're an EVM equivalent rollup, it actually doesn't require much changes to your current stack to implement. And so it's actually really exciting to think about. And then also, naturally, we're going to move towards sharing sequencer layers, multi-sequencers, et cetera. And what's cool about DST is it can actually be used in that context as well. So when we think about DST and it's like, oh, we're going to implement this, and then we're going to go more decentralized and scrap it, that's actually not necessarily the case. Because here is a multi-sequencer set. You got 5 sequencers, and you have a DS cluster of 6 supporting each of them. So you have 5 sequencers, but you actually have 30 different operators supporting it. And you can take this about as far as you want. Obviously, there's things like latency concerns and like the performance side of things that need to be explored. But this is just a conceptual kind of talk. Let's assume that everything's going to work as intended. But yeah, it was also interesting, I referred to earlier, is the geographic distribution of it. There's a sequencer in Canada, Spain, Chile, et cetera. And even within those sequencers, you can have geographic distribution. So we're talking about a pretty big increase in terms of resiliency, network decentralization, all of these things with a solution that can be implemented, in my opinion, rather quickly, especially when compared to the other things that we're looking at. Let's see if we can go back. The things in that, upper right quadrant with that require a lot of implementation complexity. So, in conclusion, I think it's pretty safe to say that single sequencer models are not the long-term solution for rollups. Some might use them, but the problem is they struggle with liveness. We need our rollups to be online as much as possible. It's a great thing with decentralized networks is they're online a lot of the time. And so we need rollups to inherit a lot of those properties if we're going to actually have a rollup-centric future. And so even though a lot of rollups, I hope at least, move towards maximal decentralization, it's going to take a lot of time to achieve that. And I would hope that sooner than the next 2 or 3 years, we can achieve some sort of decentralization in rollups. And so that's what I think DST can provide. It's a step towards progressive decentralization and also a way to achieve scale-ready liveness. Ideally, it can be used to achieve both decentralization and liveness, but for the rollups, as I mentioned earlier, that want to remain centralized, you can just use it as a liveness solution. And so, yeah, again, this is a very early concept. I am moderately technical, but there's a lot more technical people in this crowd than I am. And so I would love to have more conversations about this. I recently published an article, and I know Obal right now is talking to different roll-up teams about actually implementing this, which is cool, but like, let's talk more about it. If people here are interested in roll-ups, building roll-ups, or anywhere in between, I'll be around until Tuesday, so pull me aside. Let's talk more. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we didn't have any questions, and we also ran out of time. But again, if you have any questions to Dougie, definitely you can catch him during the coffee break or in the evening, not the lunch. We already had it. So next up, we will learn some secrets from Secret Network. Again, if you have questions, you can use Slido. You can see in a second, you are going to see the QR code that you can scan, ask the questions there. And without further ado, please welcome CEO of Secret Network, Guy Zeskind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Good to be here again. Always great to be in Prague. Let me see that this is working. Yep. This is the most important slide for me, at least, and I think for you today. But actually, before I start, how many here are developers? How many have seen a Solidity line of code or a CosmWasm line of code? Okay, half of the people. So I just want to set a baseline. So I've been in the intersection between privacy and blockchain for about a decade now. I'm very, very long OG. And the one thing that really frustrates me is how much privacy is misunderstood. So whenever you talk about privacy in blockchain, people always take it to this idea of private transactions. The idea that you can send money anonymously from one person to the other. And once you go there, you have this discussion, argument, whatever you want to call this. You have two camps. You have the cypherpunks who are saying, we should control our own data, privacy is normal, as Zcash very well puts it, and it's all okay. And then you have usually regulators, government saying, it's not okay, we need to be able to probe in, because there may be money laundering, terrorist financing, and all those things. Now, that discussion is very important. I obviously have my own opinion. I'm probably closer to the cypherpunks in that grand scheme of things. But that is completely misleading. That is one niche, and that is not the important part when it comes to privacy. At the end of the day, privacy is an enabling technology. And we need to move away from a discussion about protecting data privacy to this idea that we need privacy as a basic building block in Web3 to actually build all kinds of use cases. So if you take randomness, for example, right? If you're doing a lottery application, an NFT mint, any kind of ZK game or any kind of game on chain, you usually need randomness. To create randomness, that randomness needs to be unpredictable. It only needs to be revealed at a specific given point in time. Now, no one cares. The regulators don't care. That randomness is not per se sensitive data. It just needs to be unpredictable, which is why it needs to be private. So the regulators don't care if that's private. The people don't care. It's not their sensitive data. It's not per se sensitive data. But that is an example why privacy is important, even if you don't care about this whole discussion about privacy is normal, privacy is not normal. Sealed bid auctions is another example. People don't really care. They don't consider their bids to be sensitive data. But it is well known that sealed bid auctions are way, way more efficient than normal auctions. So that's another example where privacy is an enabler, and it's beyond the usual discussion. And we kind of wanted to formalize that in Secret, and basically we saw that a lot of applications that are basically how to use privacy to enable new use cases we try to put that under like one umbrella, and we try to put it as something that developers can understand and interact with, not just on Secret, but outside of Secret. So obviously our go-to target, and this is a Cosmos event, is the Interchain, its other IBC network. But we're putting a lot of thought about how to extend that to Ethereum, and you know what, even how to extend that beyond blockchain in general, right? Like even if you're building a tool or a wallet, you may be able to use things that live on Secret that are beneficial to you. But I'm not going to talk about all of these because I don't have time. I want to really focus on one. I want to focus on this idea called unstoppable wallets. That's like one class of application within this whole privacy as a service umbrella. And then we have, in 2 hours, our amazing two core devs, Lior and Eshel. They're going to do a workshop on the on-chain randomness part or secret VRF that I mentioned. But let's drill deep into unstoppable wallets. So what are unstoppable wallets? Let's start with something that predates unstoppable wallets, and that's MPC wallets. How many people here know, heard of MPC wallets? I actually expected to see everyone raise their hands and everyone to know what it is. So I'll give a very, very quick explanation. At the end of the day, wallets are just private keys. We have a private key, we sign a transaction, and that allows us to move assets from one chain to the other, one account to the other. But it's a single point of failure, right? You lose your private key, you lose access to your money. If someone gets access to your private key and steals it, you lose access to your money. And by the way, this is another example where the privacy, data privacy discussion is not important, right? Like, you don't care, and the regulator doesn't care to know your private key, and they shouldn't. You care about only you knowing your private key, because if someone else does it, then your money is gone. Now, MPC wallets are really multi-sig wallets. I'll stop here. How many people know what multi-sig wallets are? OK, that's everyone. So MPC wallets, for all intents and purposes, are glorified multi-sig wallets. What do I mean by glorified? They are still like multi-sig wallets. They allow you to have like T out of N signing, so maybe like 5 out of 8 people need to sign a transaction in order to move an asset, in order to send a transaction. But they have all kinds of benefits. The main benefit that they have is that they are cross-chain. Multi-sigs, you gotta implement that for each chain separately, but MPC wallets, they are basically multi-sigs that at the end of the day produce a signature for a transaction that looks the same for any chain. So it's much easier to deploy on a wide variety of chains immediately. And the way, okay, and if you don't know, MPC wallets are really basically are winning the custody game. So companies like Fireblocks and Coinbase and others, they are basically deploying a system where a user or a group of users, like the left side here, could actually be like 5 out of 8 users, and then the right side is like a service provider. The users get a key or several keys, the service provider gets a key, and then through like MPC magic, which I won't get into here, you can basically sign transactions. The key part here is that you solve the problem of having a single point of failure, whether it's you because you're self-custodying your assets, or whether it is some centralized exchange that, like FTX, that can go out of business any day, and best of luck to you. But this is not good enough. This starts to feel more like a Web 2 solution for a Web 3 problem, right? You still have to trust the service provider quite a bit, because if that service provider goes offline, sure, they can't steal your money anymore. That's a big difference. But if they go offline, you lose access to your money. And it goes even beyond that, because you also need to trust them to, they're not open source, it's closed source. If you want all kinds of new features, you can develop them. You're going to have to wait through their development cycle. It's not composable with blockchain applications. There's a lot of limitations there. What you really want is you want to replace a service provider with something that we're more familiar with, like a blockchain. And that's basically exactly what we did with Unstoppable Wallets. We take the centralized party that holds one of the keys, and instead we put Secret, the blockchain, in there. And now users can co-sign. Think about a Secret here as this kind of like co-pilot, your always online wingman that is always there to help you sign transactions, but you can also program it. Because at the end of the day, Secret runs on smart contracts, specifically on CosmWasm smart contracts, and you can program them to do anything. That's why this is not a one use case, but a building block. The problem with building this is that now you have to put inside CosmWasm, inside smart contracts, you have to put like really, really complicated cryptography. And if you've ever written a contract in your life, running cryptography inside something as constrained as a smart contract is not going to work. It's really slow. It's going to fill the entire blocks. It's going to take too much gas. It's going to cost too much. It won't work. And when we went to attack this like 6 months ago, we actually were like at an impasse. Like we went through all the state-of-the-art protocols, and we did the simulations, and none of them would run on chain. And so then we went and did probably one of this. At least at the time, it seemed like very stupid. And we said, OK, you know what? Let's roll around crypto. Let's actually go deep into the cryptography and just build a protocol that can't work on chain. And it took, we thought it's going to take like 2 months. It took 6 months. But today we're basically releasing new research. This is going to be on ePrint like today or tomorrow. So if you like want all the gory details, you should read the paper. It has like security proofs, and we went through all the motions and the gross stuff just so that we can feel comfortable that it's secure. But the point is that we built an MPC wallet that runs on-chain inside of a CosmWasm smart contract with all the cryptography on-chain. And it's way, way faster than any other threshold DCD, say, which is basically the algorithm that you need, that you have there. It's like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. We actually benchmarked it, and it's faster than doing something like an AMM swap. An AMM swap costs more gas than running this cryptography on chain. And I promise, this is the most technical slide I have. But if you are interested in the details, know that as we developed this, we actually realized that we're able to get some nice properties that no other MPC wallet has. So one of them is robustness. Robustness basically says that even if you have, let's say, 10 signers, but one of them cheats, the protocol will still be able to recover from that and complete and produce like assigned transactions. It doesn't, anything that came before that, basically it had to stop and see who cheated, and then you had to restart without that party. In this case, it's fine. If you have like a small number of people who cheat, you just kick them off and complete the signing process in one go. And then the other one, which is actually even cooler, is fairness. Fairness in MPC protocols basically says that there's a computation. In this case, the computation is let's sign a transaction. And in the computation, either everyone gets the results, or, the question is, if there's fairness, then either no one gets the results or everyone gets the result. And it's actually well known that if you have too many cheating parties, you can't do that. You can't get fairness. But because we're leveraging a blockchain, we actually show that in our scheme, and this is the only scheme that can do this, the only MPC wallet scheme that can do this, you get fairness anyway. OK, I'm going back up, less to the gory details. One thing I want people to pay attention for is that there's this whole craziness called account abstraction or smart contract wallets in Ethereum. It's less common in Cosmos. But account abstraction is really limited to Ethereum, to one chain. And unstoppable wallets, I'd say that they're equivalent, but they are immediately cross-chain. So you can use it, and you can immediately deploy it on any other chain, whether it's EVM or Cosmos or Solana or whatever. Okay, so I've said a lot that this is a building block and that unstoppable wallets are programmable. What does that mean? Let me give you 2 examples. So the most obvious example that you may be already thinking about when it comes to this use case is this idea of having a multi-sig wallet. Okay, that's by design, MPC wallets are multi-sig wallets. But now, because you have a smart contract component, basically these are the users, this is a smart contract, everything that's happening here. That component, you can program any policy that you want. So we made a very simple example to showcase this. The contract checks that there's enough signers. So let's say it's a 5 out of 8. It needs to check that at least 5 people are coming together to sign a transaction. And then it checks that there's a spending limit, and there's at most 1 ETH being spent, right? If it's more, then it blocks the transaction. And obviously, you can put whatever policies that you want. That's the idea of being programmable. This is just a simple example. Another use case, and this is, I think, completely counterintuitive. I mean, so far we talked a lot about custody, but this goes beyond that. In crypto in general, when we always talk about transacting in assets. You know, if I send someone secret, I send from my wallet to someone else's wallet secret. If I'm going on Osmosis and I do a swap, I exchange my secret to Atom or vice versa. We are always talking about assets. But what if we could flip the equation and actually do a wallet exchange? What if we can just sell the wallets directly? And if you kind of want to understand why that's interesting, just so that you know, this happens today all the time with pen and paper. Like you have VCs who buy locked tokens, or maybe they buy a SAFT for a token that doesn't even exist yet, and then they basically do some over-the-counter agreement because they need the liquidity now, and they resell it to someone else. But here you can do that in a provably secure way, because you can actually have a contract where one party sells their private key, their wallet, to another party in a way that provably removes access from the selling party. That's the key point, because if you try to do it without this system and I sell you my private key, well, now I have access and you have access. That's not useful. And if you want to take it really far, then you can think about something like Mt. Gox or FTX. There's a lot of people now sitting with claims. There are brokers that want to buy those claims. So you can even think about like an exchange, not like the ones that are popping up today, but an actual secure exchange where customers can maybe sell to get immediate liquidity, like with 20 cents on the dollar, their access to their claiming wallet, and then see at least some money today. And there are many other applications that you can do with this. I mean, we're not going to enumerate all of them. I don't think I can think of all the use cases. Our team cannot think of all the use cases. But one other use case that's interesting to me and that I like is this idea of like unruggable DAOs. So as I'm sure everyone knows, DAOs are this cool concept. You have token holders. They vote on all these decisions, how to use the budget, and none of it really matters because at the end of the day, you have 5 people controlling the treasury. That's not great. But what if we can use this mechanism to actually keep the DAO accountable? What if the DAO has also this unstoppable wallet contract where there are exact rules and spending limits on how they can use and actually exercise and use the treasury? They can't just take it away or do what they want. Number 2, what if we can tie governance mechanism? I know Jake talked about DAO before. So what if we can tie governance mechanisms such that votes are binding? So maybe there's like a big spending vote that the DAO votes on, and then we take the result from that contract, we plug that into this unstoppable wallet contract, And only then can the DAO actually be able to complete and sign a spending transaction according to what the community decided. And there are many, many more use cases like that. Hopefully, if you're a developer, you're going to think about that. And if you have ideas, talk to me. One more detail I want to mention, because I think this is separately interesting, even though it's a building block within what we developed. I glazed over and told you that we've put a lot of deep cryptography into Secret in the process of making this. This has been work that we've been doing for 6 months. And one of those key components is something called homomorphic encryption. Homomorphic encryption is basically the idea that you can encrypt data and then just run computations over that encrypted data. Now, there's this concept of fully homomorphic encryption, which says that you can run any computation over encrypted data. That is the holy grail. That is not what we've done. That is 1,000x harder to do and 1,000x more useful. But what we did is we put partially homomorphic encryption. So you can do some operations over encrypted data, but not all operations. But even that has a lot of use cases. And I don't think you can see in the slides the code. Can you see the code in the slides? OK. So the marked up version basically shows you in a Cosmos of a smart contract how you take 2 numbers, you encrypt them, and then you can basically add them together over the encrypted data. So you can do those kind of things, and that is really cool. And as far as I know, Secret is the only blockchain to have ever been able to pull this off in general, and hopefully people here would have ideas on how to use this. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about the Secret VRF and the on-chain randomness. That's another thing that's new on Secret right now. It's on mainnet as of a few weeks ago. There's going to be a workshop at 3, as I mentioned. You should really go there because it would show you how easy it is for any dApp or chain or project. You don't have to be building on Secret, and how to utilize secure randomness in your application. And I think at this point, even though I'm a bit early, I would rather open it for questions. There's a few take-home messages that people should take. Privacy is not just normal, it's also useful. Privacy as a service is really a way to opening up all this usefulness to other chains. And Unstoppable Wallets and Secret VRF are really, really cool building blocks. And we've put a lot of deep cryptography into them and into Secret. And basically, you should now start thinking about how you can use all these cryptographic tools in Secret going forward. And with that, thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I'll take this. Thanks. Thank you. So unfortunately, we don't have any questions. But again, if you do have, maybe later on, you can grab Guy somewhere here around. And
I'm here the entire day. Feel free.
All right. Thank you so much once
you.
again. Thank you. So next up is a talk about how to move from money markets to capital markets. And as always, you can use Slido for questions. Also, as always, since I see there is a little bit of movement, it's a little bit nicer if you're sitting in this area of the room. You know, the sound is better, the view is better, and also the camera likes you a little bit more. All right, so without further ado, please welcome Principal Software Engineer from UMI, Robert Zaremba.
Hello, everyone.
All right, this is yours, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Welcome, Gateway Prague. It's cool to be here. And I'm going to make a gateway to UMI money markets. Let's go on. So today, I'm very happy that UMI is the largest borrowing and lending protocol for all IBC assets. We are the #1, and we want to be in that position. In contrast to leading protocols as Compound and Aave, which allows only high liquid and high cap assets to be used as a collateral, we enable small cap assets thanks to our historical implementation at the beginning of the year, we've been successful to deploy small assets as a collateral and onboard them on a lending chain. And probably if you know that a lending system is among the most powerful ones for DeFi, for finance, in fact. They set the foundations for the efficient money markets. They enable leverage opportunities, capital efficiency, safe passive income, cash flows, and of course, plays very well with liquid staking derivative. And today, UMI is also the biggest lending system for LSDs in Cosmos. And because of that, our mission is really to be the most safety-first lending algorithm built as a blockchain. So enter into UMI. We deployed our lending system during last Cosmoverse. So we are, in fact, like barely a year out in the production with the leverage module. Since then, we constantly improving the healthy measures. We deployed more than 20 parameters to measure the risk and set internal models to constantly monitor the health of the system. We created the whole process of onboarding a new asset, and every week we are updating the on-chain parameters to make sure that the system stays healthy. We also created a smart oracle, which I barely mentioned. It's designed to run algorithms based on the price data to prevent price manipulation. This helps to fight against price manipulation attacks. So in fact, we are the first blockchain to deploy such a solution in all of the crypto. And we basically also tested with attacks like the Mango markets to make sure that this kind of an attack is less likely. The UMI Oracle, in fact, spins out into its own chain. So I think that we will be the first Cosmos company with 2 blockchains. And there will be more. IBC quota. So this prevents attacks that are showcased on Euler by implementing a smart oracle and advanced rate limiting technology. UMI can prevent DeFi attacks that are designed to drain protocol TVL. This is currently based on inflow and outflows, and we are exploring new algorithms to make sure that it stays efficient as well, doesn't break the user experience. Cosmosm, finally there. After the months in the backlog, we are shipping the Cosmosm. It's coming in our next upgrade. With that, you will be able to deploy your own outpost on the UMI chain to make it more efficient to access our liquidity pools, lending system, or basically deploy on our stack. Liquidations. So probably, as you know, liquidations are the key next to the price feed, the solid price feed, for the security of the lending system. We are exploring new algorithms and shipping very soon a novel flash liquidation technology. Probably that will be the first of this kind in a Cosmos. So let me step back a little bit and talk about DeFi. DeFi version 1, it created a lot of liquidity fragmentation. Yes, we've seen like a lot of copies of things like AMMs, starting from Uniswap, and then the first generation of the lending systems, farming, and so on. DeFi v2 started with introduced the protocol on liquidity. And now we are at the stage of v3, the 3rd generation of the DeFi. And UMI is there as well. So I want to claim that DeFi v3.0 is about unified liquidity. We've seen that already with superfluid staking from Osmosis, interfluid staking, and MeToken is the next one. So it will create unified liquidity without taking your own yield and keep your assets secure. And about unified liquidity, it's really important for the interchain world. Because as you know, like every bridge creates its own variation for a token, which is not really fungible from the get-go. Moreover, the hops are barely supported. Yes, we are at the early stage how we can optimize the routes on the bridges. And finally, AMMs, they really lock liquidity. So this is my realization of yesterday. When I was thinking about V3.0, I got into that diagram. And I want to say that LPing big assets in a DEX, like Atom or a Bitcoin, is a terrible idea. Trust me. Like, think about it that you have tons of different pools, split about tens of blockchains, and each of that protocol, right? You have different pairs. You can have a pair Atom to UMI, Osmo to UMI, dollar to UMI, right? And then like all the different combinations with different tokens. This doesn't really make sense. Of course, we have like leading pools, like on Osmosis, yes, that would be Atom and Osmo, or maybe USDC also. Yes, but this doesn't really create an efficient market, right? It's not only about the DEXs. We have also like many multiple leverage pools. And then stable swaps, stable pools for stable tokens. And instead, so think about the use case, right? That you have your Atom, you're long in Atom, you want to keep in Atom. And for whatever reason, right, like you want to use EVMOS and get EVMOS tokens. So I want to claim that instead of like really selling Atom for EVMOS, what you should really do, you should be long in Atom. You should borrow against your Atom to stable and use stable as a basic pair for exchange. And if you think this is what actually happens naturally in a traditional world, right? It's like all the exchanges, they trade against stablecoins. Commodities are trade against stablecoins. There's no commodity trade against gold, right? Energy is trade against like dollar. And we don't know what will be the stablecoin of tomorrow. Today is predominantly US dollar. Tomorrow, maybe not, right? So things like IST makes a lot of sense because we can really natively adapt. Yes, we can like progressively adapt. It doesn't need to go to change like overnight. Yes, we can see the world changing. So I want to claim that the unified liquidity and capital efficiency is really at the core of, is being shipped through the leverage systems. So we can leverage the big tokens, keep them stable, borrow against them, use them for the things like IST, and then use that stable tokens, payment tokens, right, what we used to call, for DEXs. In fact, like the most efficient mean of exchange here, right, are order books. There is a lot of advance now, like how to connect, how to combine AMM with an order book, right? Because on AMMs, even if we like look at the novel AMMs where we have concentrated liquidity, active management, they require a lot of monitoring, a lot of activity, which is really not friendly for random users, right? We don't have a time for that. We don't have the tools for that. Yeah, so that's why we need institutions or other protocols which can handle that. So definitely the future is somewhere between the order books and a DEX, but more towards that we have really this active management and market makers. Rollups. A year ago, I don't really know like how many people were talking about rollup in the Cosmos ecosystem. There was a big narrative, of course, in Ethereum, but in the Cosmos we were rather talking about the apps, right? How to scale your ecosystem. Okay, you can build another app, right? So we assume, as I told you, like okay, we are like creating a second blockchain. There will be another one, but rollups are really coming to the Cosmos narrative as well. Yes, we've been seeing it yesterday with Celestia and with Dimension, and rollups are really interesting because if you have your own stack, right, you can provide not only the efficiency, yes, so like remove like part of the consensus and like really provide the speed, but also for regulations. So if you need to be more specific or provide more control into entities creating your applications, rollup are kind of interesting for that. So why we need DeFi? That might be obvious for everyone, right? Because it's to improve the speed, improve the quality, and decrease the cost. And of course, money. A lot of money. But we need money, in fact, to go with these guys. Right? That might be not clear at the beginning, right? Like, but we really need to accumulate a lot of liquidity to enable professional money market and capital market solutions. Without that, with the fragmented liquidity, like the back, right? We are not able to do that. Like, sorry, here, like the word on the left doesn't work. So we need a lot of money. And here I want to talk a little bit about the UDX. Brent, our CEO, pitched it a year ago. This is still something that we are looking at. It's like a solution for like creating a set of loan-specific blockchains that will create debt capital market products for building the future of Cosmos. So think about it that blockchain loan standard through IBC. A loan can be a blockchain. A loan itself can be a part of the interchain stack. And like, there are multiple solutions how this can be done. What I want to say here, that Cosmos will say, like, with the technology stack we have today and the collaboration, more DeFi opportunities, more building together, we'll set the foundations for fixed income narrative. And that's huge. If we are able to do that, we can really revolutionize how the finance works. We already have interchain security, like the V1 of the interchain security, right? There are smart guys building the mesh security. Capital plus developer interest is there, it's growing. Good thing to note is the enterprise interest. And finally, IBC and beyond. Yes, seeing more parties, not really directly linked to the Cosmos, but building with IBC or joining the IBC gang, that's super inspiring. And that's what we should see in the Cosmos. And with all of that, we will push this place for sale. Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, we thought you still have one slide.
All right, yeah, no, thank you.
No, thank you so much. We don't have any questions, so I'm sorry. But yeah, once again, thank you, Robert. It was great, thanks. All right, so before we move on to another panel, let's have a brief recap what is going on. So after this panel, we will have a 15 minutes break. It's going to be short. Maybe it's going to be even shorter. I don't know yet. I will let you know in 30 minutes after the panel, but be ready. And also, I want to tell you that after that, the last block, it's going to be 3 speeches and another panel. All of this is wrapped up at 4 p.m. with pitch and demo contest. You really don't want to miss that out because the judges will choose the best projects, the projects that will be part of the contest. They were handpicked, so I think it's going to be really exciting. Also, from like what it was explained to me, how it's going to be, it sounds very tense. So definitely don't miss that out. Also, I would like invite you to look at the lounges of our partners. Definitely, I would like to highlight Rockaway. Without them, there wouldn't be any gateway to Cosmos. So big thanks to them. Also, Agoric. If you check their lounge, you can get some nice swag. At Celestia at 5 p.m., they have a modular meetup. And also, let's not forget about our security partner, Halborn, and you can also check out the Hackers Lounge, which is sponsored by Neutron. Okay, without further ado, please, better call Sal Hudson. Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Are we short a chair?
Thanks for coming. It's great to see so many people here. I know it's been a busy schedule. We even have one of our panelists who's been on back-to-back ones and was breathless running over here. I'm Saul Hudson, and I'm with the PR agency Angle 42. We help Web3 startups get media coverage. But I used to be a journalist with Reuters, So this is me going back to my roots. I'm allowed to ask questions again. So I shall introduce our panel. And the reason that they're here is to share their perspectives on investing in the Cosmos ecosystem. They are the venture capitalists and will give you their ideas about what it is that they're looking out for when they're thinking of investing in this system. So we have Dougie DeLuca of Figment Capital. We have Amos Meiri of Node Capital, Yahed Momand of Cerulean Ventures, and Marek Sandrik from our wonderful hosts, Rockaway X. And we have our youngest cosmonaut in the audience, Cerulean Ventures' son here, 9-year-old, ready to listen to old Dad's words of wisdom, of course. And so actually, I'd like to start with you, sir. When you're looking at Cosmos, right, let's think first of all about the positives. What is it that attracts, what is it that's attractive about Cosmos to make you want to invest in this area?
Sure. So I think like if you came to Yelena's fireside yesterday, she was talking a lot about the philosophy of Cosmos, and that very much vibes with what we do. You know, the philosophy of being able to have free trade, sovereignty, and just optionality, right? So if you're a developer, there's a ton of optionality in this ecosystem. There's a ton of value to interchange with people. It's a pretty open ecosystem. It's very easy to enter. So that's really why we like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. How about Rockaway? You guys have put a lot of effort into making this happen for everybody. That shows that you are backing Cosmos. What attracts you to it?
Yeah. So for us, it's I think like on the two sides. So like one, we see like amazing developers entering the ecosystem. When we like look across, so we are investing across a multiple ecosystem. However, like the quality of the developers that is being attracted to this ecosystem is phenomenal. And we are seeing that it's because of the technological benefits that the Cosmos is bringing, right? So like you have the modularity, scalability, interoperability. So all the big questions that the blockchains have been trying to solve are somehow being addressed either today or in the future on the roadmap with different projects. And second is also, I think it's like at the moment also not obvious, right? So I think it's also like there's like a symmetry or it's a contrarian view in some ways, like whether the Cosmos is, you know, the place. If you look from the broader, if we like zoom out outside of the crypto ecosystem, I think there's like a broader question about the crypto itself. And even if we zoom in into the crypto investors, I think that there is still not a clear consensus that the Cosmos is the winner. And that's why we also think it's also a contrarian view for us.
Got it. Amos?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about for us at least, the app chain thesis, right? You have all of those generic blockchains, each one of them, you know, a little bit better there, a little bit better there. And we've built Colored Coins, 2012, a very, very old protocol on top of Bitcoin. And, you know, we've seen generic stuff and how they develop. And I believe we're kind of like in a second phase where we might have, you know, new layer ones who are generic, but renovating, it's going to be very hard, but there are going to be ones like that. But I do think there is a room for, you know, an app chain that's solving a specific problem, and because it's focusing on a specific problem, the way that you can build a token economics and everything around it really serves the purpose of that blockchain. And I think it's very hard to build such a good app chain on a generic blockchain, because you can just, the flexibility in what you can design, which is specifically to solving a problem, is much better, basically.
Right.
So.
Great. So looking at that flexibility, Dougie, I hope you've got your breath back now.
Yeah.
You know, how about broadening on from that answer? You know, when you look at Cosmos, but then you compare it across the whole blockchain ecosystem, what is it that for you stands out that makes you think, oh, well, this is why I would go into Cosmos?
Yeah. So I think Cosmos is like the frontier of blockchain development. When you look at the notion of app chain sovereignty, it all started in Cosmos, and now that's kind of being widespread across all ecosystems, like Ethereum with roll-apps and these new concepts, like that's all derived from Cosmos. And I think Cosmos is going to continue to be that frontier because people always like, oh, you have all these problems in Cosmos. Yes, we do, but like those are the problems that Ethereum's going to face over the next few years in terms of tribalism, liquidity fragmentation, all of these various issues, and we've been dealing with that for like 3 years now because that's what we've been doing from the get-go. So I think Cosmos will continue to set the trend, and I've always looked at Ethereum as like seeing what Cosmos does right and taking those things, seeing what we do wrong and saying, nope, we're not going to do that. And so it's a really interesting place to be to just learn about kind of like the future where everything's heading.
Jahad, what do you think? How does Cosmos shape up against others?
Well, I kind of want to like just plus one that because people come to me like, why are you still investing in Cosmos? I see some stuff happening with the governance seems crazy, everyone's fighting, and I was like, this is actually a feature, I think, of Cosmos because like we like foreground all of our governance issues and we like fight and we get them out of the way and we ship shit, right? Okay. So that's actually why I like Cosmos, whereas everyone else is like, well, so-and-so Democratic thing voted, we're doing what they said, or, some really, I'm not going to name any names, some personality said we should do this, we're going to do it, right? There's a lot of fighting, there's a lot of, talking, signaling proposals, all this stuff. I think it serves us at the end of the day.
So you've come up with a new slogan for Cosmos. We fight, but we ship shit.
Basically.
How do you see it, Amos?
I mean, I'm not a fan of politics, yeah, and it became a little bit more politic-like to build, and I think it's kind of like needs to go back to the basis of where it is. So I think that actually, like during this year, I feel it became like very politic. So like stepping back to where it started would be great.
One thing I've noticed here is that you don't get that sense of the infighting, right? It's almost like the community's coming together, and obviously, Rockaway, you've been quite instrumental in helping create this nice vibe. How do you therefore see the way that Cosmos shapes up against the others?
So I think if you look into the numbers and just be like hard realists, then we can look into the traction. So for example, like the daily active wallets, the TVL, the number of developers. And like from this perspective, if you do the comparison with all the other ecosystems, we will get to comparisons such as like 320,000 people on like Solana or Ethereum daily, 10 to 15 within the Cosmos. You have a couple of percentage points out of the TVL. For the Cosmos, from the developer perspective, if you start thinking like who is actually building stuff, I would say it's like roughly around like from 18,000, like 1,000 developers are building in Cosmos. So you could say it's like an up and coming. However, I think like it's important what Dean was like saying yesterday in his presentation, right? And like giving these numbers into the perspective, right? And seeing like actually like what's the big picture, right? Like 1,000 active wallets or 1 million active wallets might seem huge, and like the market share may be small. But I think like the vision that like the people here are building towards is actually the future where like every person on the planet has a wallet, is able to transact seamlessly, is able to utilize the services. The number of developers that we are attracting, we are talking about like tens of thousands today, but there's millions out there that are not building. So I think sometimes we get into these discussions of like is Cosmos where it's happening, but I think like if you zoom out and see the quality of the technology and think like what vision we are building towards, I think it's like instrumental, and like we cannot lose sight of that.
So Dougie, let's sort of narrow it down a little. How about the way you see promising projects or developments that are coming up that get you excited about Cosmos?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I think like what we're seeing is on the infrastructure side especially, a lot of innovation happening. Like you look at Skip, for example. MEV is like a very small problem right now in Cosmos, but if Cosmos is to see the traction that we all hope it sees, it's going to become an enormous problem, especially in like a fragmented ecosystem like Cosmos. So Skip's doing some incredible work to address that, and they're also like moving over to Celestia, which is like the next thing that I think is very interesting. Celestia is like debatably part of Cosmos, debatably not, but I think IBC will be very centric to Celestia, and so in my opinion, that kind of makes it Cosmos. And I think like when you introduce rollups to Cosmos, you're going to see a lot more use cases emerge, because I think like right now in Cosmos, it's kind of a one-size-fits-all approach where you launch a sovereign L1/app chain, and that's what you do. But when you bring in rollups, you can do a lot more things. So I think like Celestia, Skip, and then obviously there's a DYDX, Say. I'm not a trader myself, but if you're a trader, I'm sure it's exciting to look at.
How about you? Do you agree with this short list? Have you got other names to add?
Well, I mean, Dougie and I are friends. I'm not going to pick on him too much. But no, I think I'm just going to throw out a couple that I like lately, mostly for specific reasons. Like Noble, I think is really interesting, just because what I'm really looking for in the long chain, like in a long thesis in the space, is like, can we create our own sovereign value that's not tied to a stable coin, right? Or what is our notion of value, right? Because if we keep sitting out here like mirroring the central banking system, I think we're just tied to that forever, right? So having something that is an asset issuance platform that then can tie into things like what Agoric is doing with stablecoins, we can create our own notions of value. And I think that's really, really interesting, especially with Noble, of course, is doing USDC issuance, sure, but that's just the first step. So I'm really interested in seeing what other asset classes they bring into Cosmos so that we can then actually say, like, we can have a real Bitcoin pizza day, but we can, have some new asset that we're fine paying with, right? That's not USDC, that's crypto native, and that's why asset issuance natively is super interesting.
Yeah. What do you think, Amos? Have you got favorites?
To me, about before, like the project specifically, it's in 2016 there was a very famous article on TechCrunch which was saying all of the cool kids are building on Ethereum, right? I was building on Bitcoin at that time. Anyway, so I feel kind of like the same thing, like all the cool kids are building on Cosmos right now. And that's kind of like, as VCs, we hear a lot of people pitch ideas, and it's around like, I would say half of them are building on Cosmos, which is great. Specific projects, I'm not going to shield the projects that we invested in. Yeah, like some of them spoke here on the conference today, like, Lava, I'm very excited about the work that XLR are doing, both for Cosmos and generally cross-chain. And many more. I'm really,
So what about general developments that are coming up that you can maybe look at over the rest of the year that help all the projects in Cosmos? People have been talking, obviously, here about Say network and DYDX. Obviously, the stablecoin issue is important. Are there other developments, Marek, that you're interested in that you can see are going to help the whole ecosystem?
Yeah, I think I echo what was already said in some ways. So I think the Nobile and bringing the USDC into the ecosystem will be like a huge unlock for the entire liquidity. I think there is going to be a plethora of trading venues that will actually start competing with the centralized exchanges, and they will start matching the performance and experience from the trader perspective. I think, for example, Vega, Injective, and others, and DYDX in this basket. But I think it's going to be very important from the perspective of we are actually building products finally that are not trading off decentralization for be it trader experience, gas fees, or something, but we are actually matching and creating products that are for the users. And you're starting from the user-centric design, designing what they need, want, and then the technology is helping you. And then I think another huge unlock, which is happening within the Cosmos, is I think due to the XLR and their VM and ability to spin up cross-chain application. I think there is multiple projects that are building that. It's also positioning the Cosmos ecosystem across the entire, let's say, blockchain landscape, and enables to build actually this consumer-focused application. So I think it's unlocking a new paradigm where we're starting from what is the blockchain that I need, and then what are the constraints, and then I build something, and then user needs to oblige, versus to a paradigm where we start from the design. What does the user want? What should be the workflow or user flow for them, and then designing the application from this perspective. I think this we will see multiple projects coming up in this category, which are going to be quite exciting and actually will solve real problems to people.
Right. So obviously here, the participants at this conference are supporters of Cosmos and like one project more than another, etc. But I'm wondering, can you share the investor perspective Meaning, when you're looking at a project, right, or when you're looking at the system, what is it from an investor's point of view that you need to see? Are there specific metrics? Are there things that you're looking out for in a team? You know, just give people an idea of your view of what makes a good project. How about starting with you, Dougie?
Yeah, so like, we invest very early stage, and so it's definitely less metric driven, I'd say, than like a later stage investment, for example. What we look for and what Cosmos has a lot of is like paradigm shifting technology. And I think a fantastic example is like Anoma. And like they've been working on Intense for over a year now, doing amazing innovation on the privacy side of things. And right now they're just starting to capture the zeitgeist. But like about a year ago, like no one really knew what they were doing. And so I think like, you know, we try to look at things from like a fundamental thing, like a fundamental perspective and be like, where's the space heading towards? What's going to unlock new use cases? Because like quite frankly, the use cases that are enabled today are small, and ideally there's a lot more like adoption that happens long term. And so we look for the areas that will, you know, catalyze those events. And so like there's a lot of that happening in Cosmos, which is why I think it's such a great space to be. But definitely like it's very much a landscape-driven kind of thesis that we have. Like we look at the space, we think about where it's going to be in 5 years, and then we invest in the teams that are building towards that future today.
Yeah. How about you, Amos? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the same in terms of the early stage, right? So the first thing that you look at in early stage in general, yeah, it's the team. You know, who they are they coming from the background of the problem that they want to solve, you know, and how strong they are. And then, you know, it really needs an app chain. In the case of Cosmos, right? It's like people are, you know, are very excited about Cosmos, and they have a problem or something that they want to develop, and they just build their own chain. But building your own chain doesn't make sense most of the times, yeah? So kind of like, you know, this is like the first thing. And then, of course, you know, does it create new value? Is it just another product from the same segment, which is a little bit better? Or it really opens up a new world of use cases? And then, yeah, all of the other things that you look in investment, regardless of if it is a Cosmos investment or not.
Right. So that is actually really good feedback to teams, right? That, you know, when they're building something, first of all, do you ask that basic question. We sometimes ask it a blockchain overall, but like, do you need an app chain? That's good criteria for everyone. Everybody always talks when they're investing in the team, because the team is going to be what drives it. Is there anything particular about the culture of Cosmos, Jahad, that brings up certain characteristics of a team that make it valuable, make it attractive?
I think a year ago I would have answered this differently. I think, like, you know, I've not been in this since the beginning. I got into it around late 2019, 2020, really with the Regen Network team, right, is what pulled me into Cosmos. But what I really, you know, answering it now, I think we need new ideas and new blood, and I think we need to start, like, changing the culture a little bit, not because it's bad, but because it needs to evolve, right? Because, like, when I think about it, you know, you come into Cosmos, you didn't have like the ability to rent security, you didn't have a bunch of other things that kind of help you jumpstart your own app chain. You just had to know the right people. You had to have the right relationships, right? That's fine. I actually think, though, that the bigger the ecosystem gets, the less it becomes reliant on your personal relationships, and then it becomes a real thriving ecosystem. So I want to see two things, really. I want to see new ideas and new blood, right? Like, we need to start moving to evolving the initial culture that, you know, jump-started Cosmos, which it's obviously, look at it. Go to Map of Zones today. It's a $13 billion ecosystem. It's doing great, right? We're in the bottom of a bear market. There's like, I don't know, 1 billion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off by a scale of 0. You know, maybe off by 1 0. I think it's 1 billion in IBC volume in the last month, right? That's a lot, right? But, you know, so it's not to criticize Cosmos. I just think we need to evolve it now, right? It's thriving. It's big. It needs to really start to move away from its initial conditions onto its next stage.
So new blood, new ideas. Do you see that coming in, Marek?
I think so. I think, like, when we are looking into the teams, we also like to see, let's say, resilience and like ability to deliver. And also, like, when we reflect on many of the investments, you know, they don't always go as planned. So, like, ability to like quickly gather the feedback from the market and like have the ability to recognize the message that is being received and act accordingly. Change the business plan. You know, there is like some amazing companies in our portfolio that have pivoted 2 to 3 times, and it's about this resilience of, you know, how do you face hardship? How do you react? Are you, you know, quick enough to react? What makes like the great teams? And I think the second is also like how the team actually works together. Like, what is the culture in the team? You know, is there a fit between the team and the product and the problem that is being solved?
So you're probably seeing a lot of resilience at the moment, right? This is, you know, when you're tested, if you come through this now, you're battle tested.
Yeah, I mean, if you're here, then you know you're already kind of like battle tested, right?
Yes, right. And you're talking about money, right? You're going to put money in projects, and you can put it here or you can put it there. There's always an opportunity cost. It's risk reward. So, you know, no one's got a crystal ball, but you do have to have a thesis that you expect to play out, you hope plays out. What are the opportunities and risks around Cosmos? What are the major risks? What are the major opportunities over the next, let's say, couple of years?
I think the biggest risk is failing to innovate while everyone else is catching up / has caught up. Like, it's undeniable right now that rollups are going to vastly resemble what Cosmos has already built. Like the OP stack, it's essentially the same exact recipe, but they are leveraging the network effects of Ethereum, which are, for this space, massive. And so Cosmos needs to continue pushing the envelope and innovating, because what's going to happen if the tech looks largely identical is teams are going to go build where the network effects are and where the liquidity is, which is Ethereum. So Cosmos, again, I said it earlier, it's like the frontier. It needs to keep being that. And so again, I think with like the big opportunities are embracing some of the stuff that like Celestia is doing, rollups are doing on Ethereum, and like those things. I think like we don't have to only do L1 app chains. You can also have rollups, and I'm seeing Cosmos teams kind of embrace this now. I think privacy, Sunny actually talked about this earlier, is a massive opportunity for Cosmos. Like the teams that are pushing the envelope in privacy basically are all across the board on Cosmos. And I think you look at Penumbra, Anoma, like Secret Network, and a number of other teams, like there is so much innovation in privacy, so maybe that's the thing. Like, I think you need a high degree of sovereignty to be properly private, and so I think that correlation might actually drive Cosmos' like next wave of innovation.
You were nodding along there, so have you got anything to add?
Oh, he named all the projects I love, but like, you know, NIM, Penumbra, these are all really great opportunities, because I think like, you know, I'm not really speaking from my investor voice now, but I feel like with privacy, starting the space as a publicly available, fully readable, legible blockchain made sense for 2008 and 2009 for why Satoshi and whoever the group was behind that made those choices. But you look now at what publicly legible blockchains enable, and there's a reason why I, you know, privately invest in a lot of great builders who are doing privacy networks. We need these things, right? So +1 to all that, Dougie.
So that's on the opportunity side. If we're in the future and we're looking back and we're saying, like, it didn't work as well as we wanted, well, what would have been the things? What are these risks out there that would stop Cosmos getting to where you want it to get to?
Oh, can I jump in on that real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Governance risks, I think, right? Yeah. Like earlier, I was like, oh, this is a feature, but it's two-sided, right? It has its own bugs. So like, if you look at like the Atom 2.0 process, I liked a ton of what was in that Atom 2.0 white paper, right? But like, you go through, I'm not even critiquing what's in the white paper. I think it's all, I have no comment on that. Just getting that through and getting people to understand the opportunity on a case-by-case basis. I think you measure signal and intent, maybe with Anoma, on you know, this part of it, that part of it, the other part of it, and you actually see like, what do developers want to ship? What do we all think is good? How do we get it out the door piece by piece instead of trying to jam it through all in one go? Things like that might end up causing a ton of infighting and zero progress, right? I still think I'm looking forward to that thing coming back, you know, and being surfaced as we need it, right? But governance risk I see is like a big issue.
So that's a big one from you. Anybody else got another risk that might keep you up at night?
I don't think like keeping up at night, yeah, but I think one challenge, right, is to keep this ecosystem as an ecosystem, right? You're starting to see that a little bit right now. The people are kind of like spinning out, or like the glue that basically connects all of the projects. It's something that is in focus in the ecosystem, right? But I'm not sure it's 100% working. And I think more effort should be done there to understand how to keep all of them connected in a better way.
Got it. So shifting to something that's a little more specific to the participants. you get pitched. In fact, I've seen it, right? You know, I'm out here in the conference and talking to teams that are hoping to get money, and then they'll chase you, and they're hustling, right? They're coming and talking to you. But what advice do you have for a founder, right? They're here at Cosmos. They have a vision, they want to build, and they are here and they pitch you. What's the advice you give anybody in that situation about how they can get your attention and then get your money?
Can I take
Go for it.
Okay, so I think, like, for example, you know what Jahid is interested in, right? Like, don't pitch him stuff that is not in his scope. This is, this is, I think, one of the most important things that, you know, I was an entrepreneur as well. I raised money from VCs, etc. I would do my work before going and speaking with an investor, right? Trying to understand what is the right timing, what is wrong timing. But I think more than that, understand what interests him. What is he right on? You know, what is he passionate about? And pitch him those ideas. Don't pitch him an idea that is out of his scope, because
it's a non-starter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's kind of like the base rule. And then, yeah, I mean, understand that also, you know, what is the right setup to do that, right? Remember that, you know, some people go in conferences and people want to pitch them, which is fine. Like, as an investor, you're always trying to be as nice as possible, etc. But appreciate the time and, you know, the right balance.
Sure. I think it's important. One, actually, like, I would like again sound the resilience. So, you know, even though, like, you know whom to pitch, but, you know, like, prepare and, like, have a long list of people you want to talk to. You know, so, like, when you go to conferences, like, know who is there and, like, try to plan meetings with all of them and try to get in front of them. I think, you know, having even if it's maybe not in scope, you can get a feedback that is useful in the meeting. So I think, like, you know, maybe it's not appropriate, but at least the person can, or like the founder can get a feedback on the idea and enrich and, like, move forward from it. Secondly, I think, like, know the market and, like, understand the problem and what you are building, and, like, be very, like, tied up on these. For, like, myself personally, is, like, very important, like, to see that, like, the person understand the problem that they are solving. And you know, how it actually unlocks the value. And so I think, like, being very, like, well prepared and, like, being professional and giving the pitch at the right time is, you know, like, makes a big difference.
I'm gonna say, like, 3 words here, like conviction. That's, like, the most important thing that I look for is, like, you can be directionally wrong, but if you believe that, I'll actually be a lot more interested than someone who's kind of just, like, wishy-washy following the trends. So I want to, like, if you're gonna talk to me, like, have conviction and have a unique view on, like, where things are evolving, and I'm always interested in having those conversations. Like, you can always learn things, and I see value in people with conviction.
So if people do their homework, they know what your thesis is, they walk in the door prepared, and they show you conviction, that, okay, that there are a few good steps that they can make. Great.
Plus, like, just like this, what Emma said. Like, when I started my company too, I went and said, hey, who are the top specialist infrastructure investors in the U.S., and who are the top generalist investors who have infrastructure investments in their portfolio? And I only pitched those people, right? I didn't go to, like, you know, like, for instance, for me, I have a really weird thesis, right? Where we're building stuff for environmental data, we're looking at DeFi for climate, and then we're also looking at frontier tech. And so, like, wrapping those 3 things together, you're coming to me with, like, a, you know, gaming thing. I'm just like, why does this keep happening to me? So, yeah, just, like, you know, it takes a few seconds. Stop using the AI scrapers, please. Please.
Guys, unique regen gaming infrastructure.
Yes, please. You say that, but I've literally met people who have said that.
I know. So I think you've given great advice, guys. You've explained what your vision is for Cosmos and how the individual projects can do well here. Lightning round, we're wrapping up. Just say what you like about Cosmos. You know, what's the main thing that Cosmos is for you, Marek?
Just ability to build whatever.
Dougie.
Sovereignty and optionality.
You gotta think. Amos.
It's a place to innovate.
place to innovate. Jahad, you can take his.
I'm sorry. You had me. Yeah, that's
like
what
I've
I
been
was
front
gonna
running.
So it means the investment community agrees, and there's a lot of positives that are coming ahead for Cosmos. Thank you very much, everybody, and thanks to our panel.
Sorry, sir. That's good, man.
Thank you so much. That was great. So there was one question from Slido, but we have to wrap it up. So right now we're going to have 15-minute short coffee break. So if you have any questions to the guys, do it now. But please come back at 2:30. We will continue. We will have 3 more speeches and 1 panel. And then, as I said, there will be a competition, so it will be packed. So see you in 15 minutes. Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. So we have 5 minutes till the end of the break. So please come to the main stage. We will continue. There will be great talks. As always, try to sit close to the front row. All right, guys, we have only 3 minutes till the start of the program in main stage. So please quickly finish your drinks, finish your bathroom breaks, and see you here in 3 minutes. Guys, you heard the 3 bells. You know what it means. It's not 3 p.m. It's actually 2:30. But we will start on main stage in 2 minutes. We are giving you extra 2 minutes to come. So you have the amazing opportunity not to be late. Grab those beautiful chairs in the front row and hear our great talks. So please come. Hello guys, hello. It's always like a little bit sad to see like how everyone leaves, and it always takes me to actually come here on the stage so people start coming back. But it's okay, I will be talking a little bit longer, so I'm pretty sure some people will catch up, because it would be a shame to lose, you know, to miss out on this speech that we will have here. So we are right now in our last section of today. Obviously, we're gonna have the whole day tomorrow. We are still not finished. But right now, what is ahead of us? It's going to be two somewhat short talks, which are 15-minute longs, then one 30-minute long, and at 4 p.m. we start the competition, pitch and demo. As I said, it's going to be exciting, so definitely it would be nice if you'd stay here and watch that. Also, I want to say, like, if you get, you know, a little bit frisky during the listening the talks, you can visit the bar that is right next to the main stage. It's the Steak Bar, and Rockaway, the main organizer of this whole event, will give you, you know, some refreshment in the form of gin and tonic, so you have that option. So I think you can definitely use that. All right, so I think it's time to start. Somewhat slowly. I'm not going to bother you with sitting here. I know that you just don't like it. I can't do anything about it. But so next talk, it's going to be very broadly speaking about connecting liquidity. There is a lot of other stuff. The name is long, but we decided not to give you the whole name because you will hear it in a minute. But if you have any questions, we will have Slido as always. You can see the QR code that you can just scan, ask the questions there. I will read it here after the talk. If there will be too many. I just need to pick up some. And if you're gonna still have some questions, you can do it obviously, in the evening or maybe tomorrow. All right. So without further ado, please give an applause to CTO of White Whale. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, David Graf. Please give him applause.
Thank you.
Sorry, David.
No, thank you for the warm welcome. So yeah, my name, David Graf. Thank you everybody for coming here. Today's presentation is about connecting liquidity and uniting blockchain ecosystems for a seamless user experience. I know it's a mouthful, but please bear with me. So let's kick this off with 2 quick questions. If your answer is yes, please raise your hand. So, who uses Twitter? Impressive. Thank you. All right, question 2. Do you care that Twitter uses Finagle for high-performance RPC? Not a single hand. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate the honesty. So this demonstrates something very important. Users do not care about technology. They care about the product. And in fact, abstracting away the complexities of technology and hiding it is one of the secret ingredients to really great products. So the point is, technology enables us to build products which then attract users. And that's how we get adoption. So let's examine the current state of our ecosystem and find out what's missing. There we go. Problems of builders. Picture this. You're constructing a house. You need to build walls, install windows, you need to cover the roof, and so on. And these things, they are part of your house. But you also need access to electricity, to the internet, to a road. And those things, they aren't your house. You don't want to build them. They're infrastructure. So why is this important? It's important because we face a similar situation in our ecosystem right now. Sure, the context is different. We're not building houses, we're building applications, DeFi applications, for example. But the principle remains the same. Because applications, they have something that makes them unique, and they have a lot of infrastructure requirements. So let's take a look at what the common DeFi building blocks are. And here we have them listed. So first, we have DEXs. Nothing of interest happens without exchange of some sort. You need exchanges for tokens, you need exchanges for NFTs, and so on. They are the heartbeat of every economy. And then, a little bit more sophisticated, we have flash loans. Flash loans, they allow you to take take huge amount of capital for a very short amount of time and do, for example, market balancing or rebalancing. It's really great to unlock static capital and balance markets. And then, also becoming more prominent recently, liquid staking. Liquid staking allows you to unlock static capital, put it to motion, and use it elsewhere in this decentralized economy. And we're here in the Cosmos. We know that the future will be multi-chain. So there won't be just one chain, but there will be many chains that will interact with each other. But a lot of these different chains, they miss these basic building blocks. So right now, the current way of things are, every time a new chain launches, new teams come along and build these infrastructure. But that's kind of like reinventing the wheel every time you build a new chain. This is not how it's supposed to be. The infrastructure should be there so that the chains can, or the teams building the blockchains can actually focus on what makes them unique and their product. But make no mistake, those are problems of builders. Users do not care about them. It's only us people here who care about the problems of builders. With that in mind, let's shift our focus to the users. What do users care about? So one of the major limitations of the Cosmos ecosystem right now is the fragmentation of applications. So picture this. You have a cell phone. Everybody has, I assume. And you can only have a single application on your phone. And if you want to have multiple applications, you need to have multiple cell phones in your pocket. Well, that's ridiculous, right? Doesn't make any sense. But this is exactly the situation we have in our ecosystem right now. Because most of the applications, they operate exclusively on a single chain. So users who enjoy using multiple applications on multiple chains, they need to manage different wallets, different accounts, they need to seed the wallets, They might even use or have to use bridges or centralized exchanges to get the tokens there. And to make it even worse, navigating this cross-chain landscape that we talked about, it's really a highly challenging feat. Because one mistake and your funds are stuck in an IBC channel. And make no mistake, IBC is, without any question, the best interoperability protocol we have right now. But still, the technology is very early, and it requires careful attention to detail and technical know-how to navigate this landscape. And then the third point, fractured liquidity. This is another big one. So if you had the chance to listen to the panel yesterday about DeFi liquidity, we figured out that fractured liquidity is a major problem, and it will continue to be a major problem as the interchain and the blockchain world grows in number. So these three issues, each on its own, already can really harm the user experience and make the ecosystem less efficient. But together, they make it really frustrating and almost impossible to get adoption. Users, they shouldn't care about which chain their application is on or which tokens they have to use. It should just work. That's how it's supposed to be. So the burning question now is, how do we fix this? And that's exactly where White Whale comes in. We're trying to provide builders with a critical infrastructure, with the building blocks they need to build great products. And at the same time, we're trying to bridge the gaps for users so they have a seamless experience. So how do we do this? The answer lies in an initiative we call Ride the Whale. I know it's kind of cheesy, but still. What is Ride the Whale? It's a joint venture between White Whale and a couple of other teams like Backbone Labs, Eris Protocol, and Raccoon. And our goal is to build true cross-chain applications and push the state-of-the-art forward. So White Whale, we originally come from the Terra ecosystem. We lived through the Terra crash. And at that time, we witnessed firsthand the danger of having your application just on a single chain, because everything we built and everything a lot of different teams built went down the drain. A couple of months later, we re-emerged from the ashes and built the first cross-chain protocol in the Cosmos ecosystem. Right now, we're live on 5 chains. We did this almost a year ago. And since then, we have been massively convinced by the benefits of cross-chain deployments. It gives you diversification of risk, more reach to community, and it allows you to develop more markets. But building cross-chain and scaling on a lot of different blockchains is a really technically challenging problem. So we decided to team up and found this joint venture and build together. So let's take a look at what each participant does. So at the core of everything, we have White Whale. We have a DEX and flash loan vaults. Critical infrastructure, as you remember a couple of slides earlier. And we bundled this into a standalone application that we ship to different chains. Right now, we're live on mainnet, on Injective, on Terra, on Comdex, on Juno, even Chihuahua chain. And we provide this infrastructure and these tools there. And then our partners start to build on top of us or integrate with us. So we have, for example, Backbone Labs. They provide a liquid staking token with a unique twist with NFTs. So you can, for every liquid staking token there's an NFT collection that manages the delegation, so where to move the funds. And in return, they receive some staking rewards. So in essence, you earn real yield with JPEGs, which is kind of cool. But the bottom line is, we provide infrastructure, the DEX, and wherever we go as White Whale, they just follow us along and ship their application right next to ours. Eris Protocol, same idea. So Eris Protocol has also a liquid staking token, but they're rather focused on unique DeFi applications. But still, we have our DEX, they have integrated it once, and now they're shipping with us to all these different chains one by one, and it's really a simple process. Because one of the challenges of building cross-chain is, imagine you have a liquid staking protocol and you need interfaces to a DEX. So you go to chain 1, interface the DEX. Chain 2, different DEX, interface it again. Chain 3, and so on. So you have 20 chains one day, and you have to manage the technical interface and the relationship with 20 different DEXs. That doesn't scale, that doesn't work. And with White Whale, it's really easy. They just do it once, and we have our application everywhere. So they integrate with us once, and now everywhere where we go, right now it's 5 chains, eventually it will be 20, they can just ship their application within an afternoon. And that enables scaling. That's why these teams are building with us. Raccoon, rather unknown, but still very interesting case study. So Raccoon is a very small team. They develop games for the ecosystem. It's not critical infrastructure, but still, games have a large market. But what's really interesting here is they allow users to play with any token. So the users can just put in whatever token they want, and our DEX auto-converts it into the required in-game currency so the smart contracts can settle the transaction. But the user doesn't know. He doesn't care. That's how it's supposed to be. So we talked a lot about cross-chain protocols and different apps on different chains, but still, these communities, these teams, they need a place for their token, a place for their DAO. They need a home. So let me present to you Migaloo, the home of the interchain protocols. Migaloo, we founded it, or the genesis was around 3 months ago. It's a standard Cosmos SDK chain. Notional would probably say we have the best Cosmos SDK chain because they helped us develop it and they use it for their chain template for Nursery. But it's a pretty boilerplate Cosmos SDK chain with permissionless CosmWasm, so it's layer 1. And it's also highly decentralized. So we took great care into selecting our validators. We have an active set of 50, and it took us a lot of effort and time to speak and get to know every validator we have on our chain. And we know what every validator does and what they offer, what they bring to the ecosystem. So this allows us to really create a very decentralized and efficient ecosystem of teams that have vested interest in pushing our ecosystem forward. Another thing that I think everybody on the team is very proud about is that we were the first to integrate and to use Alliance. So for those of you who haven't heard what Alliance is a tool that allows you to control or tightly control the monetary policy of the chain. So you have inflation, and normally that inflation goes to stakers, like 100%. But Alliance allows you to direct that inflation where you want it to be. So we used it, for example, to allow cross-chain staking of Luna assets on our chain. So Migaloo, 3 months ago, has been the first chain in the Cosmos ecosystem to achieve cross-chain staking. And this has been a remarkable feat. And ever since then, the technology has proven to be very valuable to us. So we talked a lot about different pieces of the puzzle. We have, this joint venture of cross-chain or teams building cross-chain applications. We have our own chain that's a layer 1, cross-chain staking, lots of different pieces. So let's take a look at how this all works together. We call it the value engine. So we have our chain, and there's the whale token. Users can take the whale token, they can stake it, and they earn inflation. So we decided to not hyperinflate our token away like unfortunately many other projects did, which leads us to the current market we're in right now. But we decided to go for a very low base inflation of just 4%. And you can stake your token and earn it. And at the same time, with Alliance, you also start earning cross-chain assets. So right now, you earn, for example, Luna. So you stake Whale and you earn a basket of assets. Now, you bundle this dynamic into a liquid staking token. Remember, we work together with Backbone Labs and Eris. They have provided us these tokens. And you bundle this dynamic into a liquid staking token. Now, you can move this token to any of our satellite markets. Remember, we're on Injective, we're on Condex, and so on. And these satellite markets, they generate revenue. On every swap, there's a fee taken. On every flash loan, there's a fee. And the teams building with us, they amplify this. They route their volume through our DEX. Remember Raccoon with the games, or Eris protocol, which provides liquidity to our DEX. So they amplify it. And the fees, once a day, they're aggregated and used to buy back Whale. That means on all the chains we're going, we have daily buy pressure of Whale with all the fees we generated. And combined with a very low token inflation, this creates a significantly more sustainable tokenomic system that we had before. So where's this supposed to go? We're trying to we took great care in building Migaloo, in decentralizing the chain, in building the validator set. We have a joint venture of teams building true cross-chain applications. We're trying to solve the problems of the builders by providing infrastructure to different chains so they can focus on what makes their product unique. And we're also trying to help and solve the users' problems by bridging the gaps, by allowing them to access their applications with any token on any chain they want. And we believe this is the decentralized economy of the future, and that's what we're building. So thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions, but David Graf, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, next up, we will hear about a journey of a crypto builder. Please give a warm welcome to a managing director of CoinList, Spencer Huang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So yeah, I'm Spencer, managing director at CoinList. Been in crypto for about 7 years. Previously was at Messari doing research and also ran the blockchain club at Northwestern University. And currently at CoinList, handle a lot of our offshore operations and also our biz devs, partnerships efforts, and also honestly I've done a bit of everything at the company. So I'm here to talk to you about the journey of a crypto builder. Who here is actively working on a crypto protocol or would like to do so one day? Would you raise your hands? Awesome, a lot of you. And who here is like building infrastructure for builders and for protocols? Awesome, a lot of you as well. So hopefully this talk can be helpful. I'm going to talk a bit about some of the common problems that we see entrepreneurs face in the crypto industry, some of the things that you should be really thinking about and planning ahead for as you build, and then also some of the solutions that we've been building out at CoinList that can hopefully be helpful for you guys. So really quickly, who's CoinList? CoinList is the trusted one-stop shop for crypto builders, where essentially our mission is to help crypto builders throughout their whole journey as they build out their protocols, and then also connect them with the highest quality retail users in the world. So in the past, we've helped launch a lot of high-quality protocols, including Solana, Filecoin, Mina, Agoric, Axelar, and a bunch of other Cosmos projects that are here at the conference today. We have over 8 million users all over the world, and we have worked with over 100 protocols over the 7 years of the company's life cycle. And we've helped them launch from a token sale perspective. We've also serviced them and helped them grow with our exchange. And we've built out a lot of different products to help them operationalize over their lifetimes. So what exactly is the problem, right? What is the problem that a lot of builders face? I would argue one of the biggest issues right now is that the builder stack is super complex, confusing, and there's a lot of missing pieces. And what do I mean by that? In Web 2, if you're building a company, you can go to AngelList Stack, you can go to Stripe Atlas. There are a bunch of these services and SaaS products that service you and help make the whole journey really easy and simple. But a lot of that is missing in crypto because this industry is so nascent. A lot of these products are still being built out. A lot of the regulations are not very clear. As a result, it's really hard for the infrastructure companies to build out the correct products. For example, taxes, right? If you're a builder, how do you handle taxes? How do you handle the taxes around the distributions to your employees over time? A lot of these regulations are not very clear, so it's really hard for you to figure that out. And as a result, a lot of the vendors that provide tax software are incomplete as well. So that's really difficult. Similarly, from a technological perspective, what chain do I build on? Do I build on Solana to use the TPS? Do I build on ETH for all the composability? Do I have my own app chain on Cosmos? Very difficult questions. And to make this even harder, a lot of Web 2 companies also reject crypto companies as clients. Banking, for example, right? Post-banking collapse, that made our company's lives like pretty difficult over a few months. And I'm sure if you use a centralized exchange, you probably experience stuck withdrawals and whatnot to fiat during that period. That just showcases how difficult it is to get your very basic fundamental stacks going in the first place. So as a builder, you're faced with immense execution risk in crypto. And to make that even harder, there's a lot of regulatory risk and also like scammer sophistication risk that you're running into if you're building a crypto, right? We all know in the US, for example, regulatory risk has been really tough for crypto builders. the SEC is coming after us. All these different regulators are coming after us, even though there's not very clear guidance. Similarly, there's a lot of hackers and like people actively trying to exploit your protocol, especially if you're building in the DeFi space. You know, you have Lazarus from North Korea that's constantly trying to attack you and siphon funds back into the motherland. So these are things that you should always be actively fighting against. And so as a builder, you're not only facing execution risk, you're facing regulatory risk, and you're facing scammer risk over time that can hurt you and your retail users. So as an investor as well, you want your companies to minimize that risks overall, right? So you can have the best return on investment. So how should you be thinking about this? And like, what happens if you don't do things right? This is probably what will happen to you if you don't do things right? Gary's going to come after you. Even if you do things correctly, you still run that risk to some extent. So how do we go and mitigate that as much as we can as entrepreneurs? So I would like to think about the building journey in a series of milestones, split between the pre-launch stages and the post-launch stage. So pre-launch, by launch I mean your token launch, your network launch, getting your token out the door, getting your mainnet out, getting users on the protocol. So I like to think about it in 4 categories here. First is operational setup, and I'll talk about 1 or 2 pitfalls that I oftentimes see founders run into or like not do things the correct way. So within operational setup, I think legal structure and your entity structuring is really, really important to get right the very first time. Because what will happen is eventually when you go to mainnet launch, you have to get these things really, really buttoned up. So if you have a bad lawyer in the beginning, you'll have to redo this, increase costs. And additionally to that, you are increasing a lot of risk because the regulators are not going to only look at when you are doing things correctly. They'll also look at when you are doing things incorrectly and use that as an attack vector for you. So do things right from an operational setup, from a legal setup perspective the first time. Second is product development. And I would argue one of the things that people don't do enough here is designing their tokens correctly and treating your token as a product. As David said earlier, right? Protocols are not just technology, they're products ultimately. So you should really be thinking about your token utility, your token design, your token economics, and make sure that this thing is actually going to be useful in the long term. Because the thing that people need to realize is the moment you push your token out to mainnet, you're effectively doing an IPO. Your token valuation may be pumped up in the short term from speculators, but long term, if there's no product market fit, that price is just going to drop over time, right? So treat your token as a product from day one and really think about it from that mindset and design your product correctly. Next is community growth. When we think about community growth in crypto, a lot of times people just think, oh, I just need to get hundreds of thousands of Twitter followers, as big of a community as possible, right? And in the bull market, that worked. But then what you realize is in the bear market, all the people are gone. You have 0 speculators who are going to stick with you during these bear markets. You want to curate the highest quality community from day one by incentivizing correct behaviors, by giving them upside, by tapping in quality people who are developers and like people who are builders instead of just pure speculators. Obviously, speculators have a space in this industry and they're indispensable, but they should not be the sole focus. And hype should not be the sole focus as a protocol from a community growth perspective. And next is network launch. There's a lot of different steps that go into network launch. I worked on many of these throughout my time at CoinList. And one of the things that people oftentimes don't think about enough is your launch mechanism. I think this industry suffers from the problem of being overly mimetic. People oftentimes just follow what everyone else is doing. Oh, every L2 is doing an airdrop. I'm going to do an airdrop. But you're not really thinking about what are the needs of my company, right? Do I need fundraise? Do I need distribution? If I'm going to do distribution, what is the best way to do that? Who are the communities I should be tapping? How do I decrease the number of scammers? How do I be Sybil resistant? All these different things you should really be thinking about. I personally have a lot of opinions about airdrops, so if you'd like to debate that, come find me. I'll be out there. And next is post-launch priorities. So now that you have your token out in the wild, what should you be thinking about? First is token liquidity. A lot of times people are not thinking about how do you get your token out into the wild, getting the sufficient liquidity out there from day one and over time correctly, right? If you don't have enough tokens out there from day one, then your price might experience some really, really volatile price action. But you have too much, then you might not have enough treasury funds over the long period of time to fund multiple progress and like grant programs and whatnot. So really think about that. Getting your vesting schedules correct is very important. Next is network health. One of the unfortunate realities of crypto over the few years is like, it seems to me that decentralization has become somewhat less of a focus for a lot of teams. I'm not going to spread any FUD or point any fingers, but we all know that a lot of teams are, or a lot of protocols are more or less controlled by the foundation, the core team, and some whales, right? That's not really what we're here for. We're here to build decentralized technology. So think about your decentralization from a validator perspective. How do you get the most decentralized group validating your network? How do you get governance going, and how do you get your DAOs incentivized? And how do you have the correct structures in place so that your protocol can decentralize over time so you don't have any regulatory problems in the long term? Next is user adoption. This is, I think, a really interesting one. I think the industry is starting to wrap its head around using metrics to drive user adoption, think about user adoption. What do I mean by that is like very basic concepts like customer acquisition costs or like lifetime value of users. Very few people in crypto think about these things, but they're immensely important. If you look at Arbitrum's airdrop, for example, right? Their CAC was like $2,000. Google can't afford that, like, let alone a small industry like crypto. So we should really be thinking about user adoption from a metrics-driven perspective and a product market fit perspective. And lastly is ecosystem development. So obviously a lot of people are building technology, which is great, and I think that's what we need. We need a lot of research, we need a lot of development, but BD is also really important in the industry, and I would say that's one of the issues that Cosmos suffers a lot, right? We don't have very clear BD leaders. We don't have people driving partnerships. And what I mean by partnerships is not just bullshit marketing campaigns together, like post a Twitter post and everyone's happy. What I mean is building on each other, actually leveraging the composability of crypto. That's really the beauty of this technology, and also like the interoperability of crypto. That's overall like the really big ethos of Cosmos, right? You want to create this network and this ecosystem that can be mutually beneficial for each other, help each other grow, and partner in those regards, not just marketing campaigns and hype. So now that we understand some of the things that we should be thinking about and some of the problems, let's talk about some of the things that CoinList is building, and hopefully that can be helpful for you guys in the long term. So currently, CoinList is trying to build out that one-stop shop and build products at every step of the way that I talked about. Obviously, we can't do everything in the get-go, so we are working on partnerships to fill those different gaps that we don't have core competencies in. So if you're a builder in those infrastructure spaces, please talk to me. We'd love to talk to you and see if we can work together. But here are some of the products that we have. In operational setup, we have an IDV product that can help you KYC, KYB, fulfill your very basic compliance needs. From a network launch perspective, we recently launched an incentivized testnet product where we can help you market your program to our tens of thousands of validators on our platform, KYC those participants and distribute the rewards. We obviously have a token sale business, that's our bread and butter, and we also have an airdrop business. We actually pioneered the airdrop model in 2018, 2019 with ICP back in the day and distributed to hundreds of thousands of users. Next is token liquidity. We have a vesting product that can help you vest your tokens to investors, employees, and various stakeholders in your protocol ecosystem. And lastly, we can help you grow your protocol as we have a full-fledged exchange with millions of users all over the world. We help you reach retail with trading, staking, lending, custody, governance, and essentially get those users to participate in your protocol in a much more easy and centralized and on-ramp fashion, and then they can go on-chain eventually, and we can incentivize that behavior. So, as I mentioned, if you're a builder of a protocol, please come talk to me, especially if you're thinking about doing a token sale or airdrop eventually. And if you have any of these different needs that I mentioned, come talk to me as well. Hopefully, we can service you. And if you're an infrastructure builder, please come talk to me as well. I would love to work on partnerships with you guys. And lastly, if you are interested in some of the products, you can go to coinlist.co. There's a builders tab. There's an interest form there that you can fill out. And then you can also find me at Huang Spencer on Twitter. So yeah, thank you all for your time, and I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Hi, thank you. Unfortunately, there were no questions on Slido, but great energy. I love the talk. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next talk, we will hear about TimeLock service. Please give a warm welcome to Director of Aragon ZK Research, Alexander Kampa.
Hi.
All right,
Great.
Stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, great to be here. It's my first Cosmos conference, and it's in the beautiful city of Prague. So yes, I'm Alexander, but usually people call me Alex, Director of Aragon ZK Research. And I'll be talking to you about a project we're working on, which is called the time lock service. So, in a nutshell, this is going to be a public service where people can essentially get key pairs, public-private keys, essentially be able to encrypt data for decryption at a specified moment in the future. And this will be offered for many cryptographic schemes, including most of the elliptic curves that you might be interested in. And we're building this using Gears, which is a Rust implementation of the Cosmos SDK. So a bit about my group, Aragon ZK Research. We're a team of 9 people, 5 PhDs also. I'm not one of them. We're funded by Aragon Association, and as you may have heard, and it's not in Cosmos, in the Ethereum ecosystem, Aragon is a leader in DAOs. What we do? Well, we do research mainly in cryptography and ZK proofs. Right now, our focus is on a private voting research sprint for the Nouns DAO, and I'll tell you a bit more about this later. So we've done we've worked on, over the last sort of year and a half, number of schemes, a lot of them related to voting or e-voting. So we've got OVote, which is a kind of layer 2 roll-up for Ethereum. Then we've developed blind OVote, which adds anonymity to OVote. We've developed a number of schemes, so SNAVs, ButcherVote, SchnorrVote. Some of them resulted in actually academic papers being published. More recently, since sort of last November, we've been partnering with Aztec, and maybe some of you will have heard of Aztec. They're quite big in ZK also. So Aztec are developing this language called Noir. Noir is a Rust-like language, and the goal is to allow essentially mainstream developers to, I'd say, reasonably easily and quickly start coding, ZK stuff. Okay. And so we've contributed to Noir in different ways. We implemented a few of the hashes on Noir, Poseidon, SHA-3. We've done the elliptic curve operations in Noir, and right now we're finishing Ethereum storage proofs in Noir. Okay, and we've done a few other things. I mean, just what you do when you do research. There is actually a mathematics seminar that we're running that is sort of public by invitation. So for people who want to learn about elliptic curves and cryptography, okay, we're starting a new round in July. So a bit of a background of this TimeLock project. Earlier this year, a very prominent, well-known DAO called Nouns DAO issued a kind of competition for private voting. They wanted private voting, and so we partnered with Aztec. We made a proposal, and we were one of the winners of this competition, so to speak, with the goal of producing private voting on-chain, trustless private voting on Ethereum. Now, I'm not going to go into much detail here, but achieving trustless private voting on Ethereum with minimal off-chain dependency is a hard task. So we're really at the limit of what's technically possible today. So our project consists, I'm just going to go through this very briefly. There's actually 5 modules in this project to achieve what we need to do. It's basically proof generation off-chain. We then on-chain have to have smart contracts that actually verify the actual votes and then also verify the result of the votes. We need a relayer for the votes, because to have anonymity, you cannot submit the vote from your own address. And we need a ZK registry, because for technical reasons, it's something that cannot be done inside the smart contract. So that's why we have 4 modules. And the 5th module that's part of this project is a TimeLock service. This was a decision. Why did we do this? Because there are different possibilities of counting the votes, but the most open, the most obvious one is ballots. I'm not talking votes. Votes are something a bit different. Ballots are encrypted for as long as the voting period is open for as long as people vote. And once the voting period is over, well, a private key appears in the sky and all the ballots can be decrypted and everyone can see the results. There are other ways of doing this, but this is the one that gives you the most transparency. And that's why we said, well, that's what we want. We want a kind of time-lapse, time-lock cryptography for this. And one way of doing this would be to do is what I call an ad hoc solution. We do it just for our project, right? So what does it mean? A group of trusted parties, now before the voting starts, this group of trusted parties, they get some software, they cooperate, they run this, they communicate. They basically do a multi-party computation to generate a public key. Then, during the voting period, the voters generate the votes. They, using this public key, deposit the votes on some blockchain. After the voting period is done, the same trusted parties that cooperated in the beginning have to gather again, cooperate again to publish a secret key. And afterwards, the ballots can be decrypted, and then based on this decryption of ballots, some ZK proof can be generated, the ZK proof can be submitted on chain, etc. This is just for the ballots. If anonymity requires something else, right, it's a separate issue which is solved by ZK proofs of membership in a group. Okay? So this would be the sort of ad hoc solution. What's the downside? Well, first of all, this group of trusted parties has to do their job twice, once before and once after the voting period. If the second after the voting period, if some of these parties are not available, this private key cannot be generated and we cannot decrypt the ballots. Also, the same process has to be done, repeated for every single vote. So if you've got a DAO or some kind of a reason to vote, let's say once a month, you'd have to do this once a month, which is not very convenient. Okay? So our solution is this public time lock service. Okay, that's the subject of this talk, to say, let's do this, a service where lots of keys will be available at all times for the entire world as a public service, right? So then you don't need any groups, you don't need any multi-party computation. You need a key for like in 3 months' time, 2 weeks' time, 1 year's time. It's there. You don't need to do anything. You just query the blockchain or query some kind of web interface. You just get it. This relies actually, because we could now also say we'll do it ourselves, or maybe a small group of us. But in fact, we said, well, we need this to be a very highly trusted service. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the League of Entropy beacon, right? And we'll talk about this a little bit later, okay? So we will already use for this an existing highly trusted service. We'll just do a value-added layer to that. We'll support many schemes because, well, there's all kinds of curves out there. I mean, some people still use RSA. We'll be supporting just about everything you can think of. That's the goal. And one thing that maybe I won't go much into later, but I just want to mention it now. We want to open up the possibility of public participation. So, for example, let's say you've got a group of 12 nodes, and the 12 nodes cooperate to generate a public key. We can open up this process and have anyone in the world to submit some part of the computation independently and be part of this. And in our scheme, and I'll come back to this later, in our scheme, if only one party of all the parties that participate in this computation, we just need one single honest party for this to be secret and secure. A single party, okay? So that's very strong, a strong guarantee. How far in the future? Well, obviously this is a design question. We thought, well, we'll go 2 years in the future on an hourly basis and daily up to 10 years, right? So this means that you can say, well, for whatever reason, I want some document or some piece of data that I want to be encrypted. I want it to be published on, I don't know, 16th of July 2024 at 3 p.m. I know why, but you might have this requirement. You'll find the key for that. Yeah? And of course, then if it's 3 years, you'd have have to choose the day, you don't have the choice of hour anymore. Okay? And of course, you choose also the scheme. So there'll be lots of keys there, but this is all feasible, computationally feasible. Right. And then, okay, we're not right now thinking of supporting quantum resistance schemes, but this may come later. Supported curves, well, these, for example, are those supported by the ArcWorks Rust library, and ArcWorks is also evolving. We're also going to support curves in the OpenSSL library. So now we come to the League of Entropy. So this is what we're using as a random beacon, as the basis for the system. And this is something that's well known. I mean, they have been generating this randomness for a while. And as you can see here, they've got lots of members. The founding members include the Kudelski Security, Protocol Labs, Cloudflare, some universities, and they've added a whole bunch of institutions, universities, companies to it, including, of course, the Ethereum Foundation. So these are, I would say, rather trusted entities. And the League of Entropy has 2 beacons. So there's the original beacon, which started in 2019, which produces a kind of chained randomness. And, well, it's been functioning well for almost 4 years now. The problem is that this is not suitable for a time lock service. And luckily, when we started looking at this, well, in March of this year, the League of Entropy launched a new beacon, in addition to its first one, which is an unchained beacon, and this is what we need. So we're like, wow, this is a nice coincidence. And so that's what we'll be using. And as long as a majority of members of the League of Entropy do not collude, this will be secure. So in terms of use cases, I hope that you can already see some of them. Obviously, we've got voting. So we already know another project that's in the voting, in the business of e-voting, who's interested in this, in time lock. I think there will be others, logically. I mean, this is something that makes a lot of sense. So it's a feature for transparency that I would say most e-voting systems will want. Then, of course, you've got something like timed document release, press releases that are embargoed, corporate earnings, right, that need to be published at a given time and that have impact on the stock market price, and you really don't want them to be published before, right? And so instead of having someone waiting for the exact hour to make something public, they can just relax, they can just encrypt it, and it will be decrypted or decryptable at a given point in the future without stress. Any government data that impacts the market, okay? Now, of course, this is not a kind of a magic solution, right? If you need to encrypt something for a time, right, someone needs to have the data. So it's not like someone has the knowledge. But what you can use the service for is also to reduce the number of people who need to know. So you can just keep the number of people who have access to the data very small. You just encrypt it for some time in the future, and then you can just publish your encrypted data on many platforms. You don't care. And you say, hey, just this is the time, and here's the key. Yeah. So that's another use case. Then we've got, well, you can imagine also trustless betting and auctions, all of these. And here, for these use cases, of course, if we were successful with the service and if we get users, people could come to us and say, well, why don't you add keys, not just on an hourly basis, but maybe on a 10-minute basis. That's something we'll consider in the future for these short-term use cases, okay? Escrow, you can imagine putting something in escrow for a certain time. Of course, it won't work in all cases, but it could work for on-chain escrow, okay? Where you can have a smart contract that releases funds if you send it, a data that's signed with a proper signature. In research, I think there's some interesting use cases in research, actually, in academic research, because what we're seeing is scientists who do some study and they get some data. And when a scientist gets the data and then starts to analyze it, well, they may find that by tweaking this data slightly, the results will look much better, right? And this has happened, this is happening. If that scientist, and of course the scientist doesn't want to publish his data until later, if that scientist would encrypt this data with a time lock, yeah, and then do his paper, etc., then at some stage, it could be much later, but the data would be decrypted, and then the reviewers or other academics could verify that the data he used wasn't tampered with during the process of writing the paper. Okay? Things like that. Then there are legal purposes that you can also imagine. Again, if a government or some entity needs to publish some data or declassify some data in the future, of course, they don't need this, they can do it themselves, but for purpose of public transparency, it could be nice for them to say, we're already encrypted now, and then it's guaranteed. No one has to do anything, it's guaranteed to be decrypted at a later stage. There's also a use case of dispute resolution that sort of goes into the sort of legal type of use cases. Okay, so the roadmap. What we have now is a sort of experimental chain that's sort of running. And, well, we've got some website that's anyway, just one page, but it's something. So by the end of this month, which is very soon, we will have a test chain running, simply because we have committed. I told you about this private voting project that we're doing for Nouns. We've committed to delivering a certain number of things by the end of June, and we will. So it will be a limited sort of functionality prototype, but it will already have the keys there. Okay? And then next quarter, it's basically two things. We need more partners. We've got 2 partners right now. I mean, ourselves, Aztec. There's probably Vogdoni, which is this other e-voting project. So we need partners, and then we want to launch the testnet, or at least a beta version, right? And then want a production version at the end of the year, at the latest. So I think we're quite confident that this can be achieved, because in a way it's not, all of this is known cryptography. We're not inventing anything. This is not based on some kind of, I mean, there will be probably a small paper, because some of the techniques we use are a little bit nice, let's say, but it's nothing earth-shaking. This is not a huge innovation. We're just implementing stuff. There's a little bit of innovation in one of the schemes, again. So this is something that's feasible. That's why we're confident we can do this. Okay, we can launch this without any problems. So now I just want to take a few minutes to talk about Gears, which is what we're using to do the TimeLooks service, right? So what we're facing was the following. Most of the libraries in cryptography, you have a lot of libraries in C, C++, but more and more is being written in Rust. So Rust is becoming the go-to language for cryptography, right? So that's what we want to use. That's what we're using. And we wanted to create, we need a blockchain. I think maybe that's a question that could have been asked, but it's a question, why do we need a blockchain for this? The key point is that all the data that is used to compute these public keys, this data, it is absolutely essential that this data remains available, that it's not getting deleted. If you delete the data, you cannot uncover the secret key. That's why we need a blockchain. Of course, you could say, well, there's other ways to securely store data, but I think the blockchain is still the most sort of logical, okay? Then we say, well, what do we do it? We can't go to some expensive paid blockchain. We'll just do a Cosmos zone of our own. That sounds reasonable. But then we said, well, it's all in Go, which is fine, but it would be nice if it was in Rust. And we found someone who's actually working on started working on Rust implementation of the Cosmos SDK, or at least of Gaia, and we partnered with them and said, hey, let's do something together. So instead of having our Rust app in the executable running in a backend or running on the same server and the app itself being still a Go app calling Rust, well, if you have Gears, we can integrate all of this. Gears basically is just a library. Gears communicates with Tendermint. Now it's called what? Comet BFT. But it's all nicely wrapped all together. And of course, this Rust app calls all the necessary cryptographic libraries in Rust. So I think, well, we like this solution. And so that's what we're actually using now. And the status of Gears today, it's already usable, at least for our purpose. So where are we? Transaction processing is done. Deserialization, validation, etc. Storage, this IAVL tree, etc. That's done. We've got the bank and auth modules. It has CLI and REST endpoints. And we've got Gaia REST, which is the Rust implementation of Gaia. And I'm not a specialist of this, so some of these words I don't understand, but okay. Anyway, the bottom line is, at this stage already, it works, and it produces the same state hash as the Golang implementation for this reduced set of features. Roadmap, next step is to finish refactoring the code, because initially it wasn't supposed to be an SDK very early, but now it's being refactored to be an SDK. The additional modules will be added pretty soon, staking and ABC. There'll be the ability to add custom modules. Documentation is needed. So bottom line, Gears as it is now, with the limited functionality, is already enough, or just about enough for what we need for our time lock project. But then by the end of the year, we'll have lots of more modules, and the system will be production ready for others to use. And in a year's time, we want Gears to be basically completely on the same level as the Go SDK. So that's it. Just a call to action if people want to, well, of course, if you're interested in time lock for whatever use cases. Also, we will be looking for partners and validators. And here, because this is, let's say, I mean, this is cryptography, there needs to be a very high level of trust in the nodes that will be running this network. We will have to be quite selective and probably have to partner with some reasonably well-known names for this to work. But I think together, Aragon and Aztec will be able to attract these names. I'm quite sure of this. OK, well, thank you very much. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, too. Unfortunately, we don't have any questions from Slido, but thanks again. Thank you.
OK. Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Yeah, we're going to have a panel right away. So yeah, we don't need the clicker, but we need to set the stage. So before we jump next into another panel, let's have a little reminders, what's going on. So again, there's going to be gin and tonic at the steak bar right next to the main stage. So if you want some little refreshment, you can definitely have that. It's courtesy of Rockaway, the organizers of this whole event. So thank you very much. That sounded like weirdly, no, thank you very much. Gin and tonic for free, that's always appreciated. Also, don't forget at 5 p.m. Module meetup at Celestia Lounge. So you can go there. After 4 p.m., we are having the competition here. So definitely stay here after the panel because it's going to be exciting. OK, so I think we're all set. Oh, perfect. So please welcome Asset Manager from Rockaway, Adam Bilko, and all the other panelists.
Yeah. X-Files music. Hey, guys. Happy to be here again. I think you all know my panelists, so I think it will be more about the topic. But anyway, guys, if you could quickly just introduce yourself, say something about the project, who is maybe your competition, that would be interesting, counterparties you are dealing with. So I think, maybe, the general stuff people don't know.
Sure, I can start. My name's Fig. I'm one of the co-founders of Squid. And we do cross-chain swaps and transactions across chain. So you're able to get one token, if you have one token in your wallet on any chain, you can get any other token on any other chain in one transaction and in under 20 seconds. And you can also use that token to do whatever you want. So you could do cross-chain staking with any token, buy an NFT with any token. And we've started just with integrating with DEXs, so expanding their offering to be cross-chain. So most of them are just deployed on one chain, and then we allow them to expose their liquidity to anyone on any chain. And then we're really a UX layer where anyone can integrate a SDK or widgets to make their single chain application cross-chain. And we use Axelar. We're connected across 12 EVM chains and 30, 35 Cosmos chains, and using IBC as well.
So I'm Robert. I'm dev lead at Omi, which is the biggest Cosmos native money market. I think the only one which is like native, built on the Cosmos SDK, right? I don't think we have like competitors. I would like to say that we would like to like work with.
That's great market then. I mean,
right. I mean, of course, there are other like lending systems.
Nolus is coming.
True. And yeah, I mean, as I was like talking in a previous presentation, yes, like unifying the liquidity is like definitely way to go rather than fragmenting it. So I would like really like to see that we have that happening in one way or another.
Zaki, I'm co-founder of Sommelier. We are sort of an intelligent vault system, so think like Yearn on steroids, primarily targeting EVM chains for now, but our governance and staking and security layer is a Cosmos app chain connected to the IBC network. Let's see. So we have the highest ETH-denominated yield on ETH, and next week we're launching yield for Link and Uni and like lots of other ETH-native assets. That's sort of been like, we've tried a bunch, that's like sort of our product category that we've been like doing a great job of, is just like sort of the best yield on your assets on Ethereum using Cosmos tech.
Okay, cool. So I was looking and you were actually quite good in increasing TVL from the beginning, Robert and Zaki, and what is more important, I think, like keeping TVL, because usually, what happens is just this kind of curve. So what is your, go-to-market strategy, and, how you actually do it? I think, like, it would be really interesting to hear your view on that.
Sure, I can start. I guess our go-to-market strategy has been, like, primarily focused, so like our narrative is very much real yield. So SOM is a non-inflationary token. All of our, when we talk about yields on our assets, we're only talking about sort of so like when we talk about stablecoin yield, we're talking about USDC denominated yield, not like SOM incentives on top of it. When we talk about ETH denominated yield at 15%, we're talking about ETH yield, not ETH yield plus SOM yield. So in general, like our strategy for sustainable growth is delivering best-in-class yield products, best-in-class opportunities, like the ability to like make a thesis-driven bet but not have to manage it yourself. And then we are looking at like very large cap assets and very scalable strategies. So like the Sommelier real yield ETH strategy could easily absorb 100 million TVL without significantly impacting yields. And the arbitrage opportunity that is driving like the Link yield strategy is like a multi-$100 million arbitrage opportunity that right now no one is taking advantage of. A lot of this works because like sophisticated money has like left the space. And so there's a really great opportunity for things like Sommelier. There's like a lot of yield and arbitrage opportunities on chain that just aren't being taken advantage of at scale under current market conditions. So this is sort of in many ways like it is hard because like fewer people are active on chain. People are very risk off. So getting them to like bring TVL in is like just like hand-to-hand combat. But once you get TVL in, it does tend to be somewhat sticky. The interest rate environment on the stablecoin product is not super attractive, but like real yield ETH has pretty much been up only.
Yeah, so for us, I guess like the market strategy is to build like the best-in-class like a place to park your money for like a long-term positions, and then like allow it to access all the different DeFi places. What I was kind of showing like in this DeFi v3.0, where we can really unify liquidity and make it more efficient, like really enable efficiency with like a capital access for various different other protocols, and maybe like hopefully using the aggregators, more smarter solutions, which can like really do it easily on an institutional level for various users. So yeah, that one, and security. Yeah, so we built with a security in mind. That's why like also we are enabled small cap assets. Of course, like the parameters are very strict for the, let's say, risky assets, exotic tokens, but this works. And like really long on the liquid staking derivatives. So enable all the use cases. And this is what we do. Like we are in fact like the biggest LSD market in Cosmos, money market in Cosmos for that. There will be more competition for sure. But I would say this. I mean, the way how I would see it personally is that as long as Dogecoin is in the top 10, right? And there will be like other marketing strategies which works better, and there are like other people in our team who will like experiment. But definitely like we are a little bit like position ourselves away from like milking our protocol yes, through various, let's say, farming strategies, and instead like have that safe park.
Yeah, our go-to-market has really been around partnerships, because a lot of projects are built on single chains, and as you've had this explosion of L1s both in the Ethereum ecosystem and in the Cosmos ecosystem, you've got a fragmentation of users. They have their money in different places and can't access. It's like really difficult to access an application on another chain. People have been talking about it a lot recently, but there might be 10 steps, 30 steps. You have to go to a new website, which you don't know if it's a scam or not. And all of these new projects need to decide, rather than deciding the best technology for their application, they have to build where all the users are, because that's, they're a business, they need to get adoption. And so a lot of teams have been forced to build in, say, in the rollups where there's a lot of TVL, and rollups are great, but all of the teams, say, on the less adopted chains, need a way for users to get onto their application really easily. And that's exactly what we do. So we partner with as many applications as possible to allow users to get onto their app in a single click. And that might be just through, if you have USDC on Avalanche and you want to get Atom on Cosmos chain, you can do that in one click, or you'll be able to do very soon. And then the next step is to do not only that, but say go into a lending pool on Umi in one click from any chain. And we make that really easily with our SDK. So our go-to-market has been just partnering with as many people as possible, and it's been working really well recently. We've got partnerships with a lot of the major DEXs in the EVM world, and last week's been a huge week for us. Our volume's gone up a lot. But what I'm really excited about is we're about to launch full swaps in the Cosmos. So partnering with DEXs in the Cosmos to allow cross-chain swaps on their DEX, even if your user's just got MetaMask, say. And when we have MetaMask snaps in the Cosmos, you'll even be able to, you won't even have to download a new wallet. We're partnering with wallets as well, doing a lot of great wallets are doing both EVM and Cosmos. And we're partnering with them to do swaps within the wallet. So you don't even have to think about whether you're going to the Cosmos or to a new chain. You just get the token you want on the application you want.
Let me add to that. Like that's super cool. Yes, thanks to that we have a common stack. Like things which like IBC predominantly, and then like even though that we are not focusing on the MetaMask, the fact that there's another team who like will bring this user, bring this experience, and is able to like communicate with IBC and target like all the other ecosystem. That's so amazing, right? And the other way around as well, like using the Cosmos stacks to target Ethereum, like what Sommelier is doing, right?
Yeah, maybe talking about the connections actually. Squid, it's basically based on Axelar, right? So
And when I was looking around and you see kind of Stargate based on layer 0, and you kind of see that basically they did more transaction in April than Axelar did since beginning. So how do you explain that, and why do you think that, or what is maybe their better approach and go-to-market strategy, or getting new users? So, is there some support you can get from Axelar, or what's your view on that?
Yeah, there's a lot in there. Well, so the first thing is Stargate's been around for over a year, so they've been growing, or at least they've been gaining adoption over a long time. I don't want to talk badly on anyone, but maybe I guess there's a difference in marketing and product. Like, we've been very product focused. So has Axelar. They've been amazing at building really great products and have a really decentralized solution. And I think in the long run, that we've seen it time and time again, the more decentralized solutions will survive. And we actually saw that over the last week. There was an issue with Multichain, which is a bridge provider in the EVM world. And I think their CEO might have got arrested in China or something like that. And suddenly all of the users had their assets frozen, or not all of them, but there were issues. And we saw a bunch of new adoption through that, just because we were one of the only, in fact, I think we were the only provider still running on one of these chains. And maybe we'll see that happen over and over again. And yeah, the same thing with our IBC integration. Like we believe that this technology will last forever, and that's why we've chosen to also integrate that. So, but I think there's definitely something we can learn from marketing. Like the way the Layer 0 team have sold omni-chain, and like their vision is really powerful. So I think Cosmos is really good at everything is cross-chain in Cosmos, and the vision is like a core part of what we do here. But I think there's definitely some lessons to be learned.
I mean, where I was trying to get actually is that I think a lot of the volumes is driven by the expectations for airdrop.
Yeah.
So people are actually doing transactions exactly for that. And I think this is kind of one way how you can get users, because maybe if they try the product, because of that they can stick there. Some kind of liquidity. It's always base liquidity, which always stays on the protocol. So maybe Zaki, how you are looking at it, because you also kind of used the token at the beginning, to scale the project, and I think now you're decreasing, and the money are still there. So how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, there's sort of this airdrop farming narrative that is a big driver of like what's going on in the L2 ecosystem. But on the other hand, like, Cosmos, we have the challenge of, low liquidity on Osmosis. Cosmos assets are still not very well accepted on Ethereum dexes. So like, we have some on, on the Camelot dex on Ethereum or on Arbitrum, but still not seeing, like, the volume is still primarily on Osmosis. And like, it's an interesting, like, I mean, it's just been an interesting experience on a number of different levels. Like, one is like, so we have a native ERC20 bridged version of the SOM token. We have in protocol the ability for governance to send Ethereum contracts, SOM tokens. So like you have a governance proposal, it votes, it sends the farming contract directly the like SOM ERC20 token, which is like is a pretty cool and unique thing. We basically have viewed, we view like tokens that we put as incentive as consuming a scarce resource, because some percentage of people who have been sort of providing liquidity or like using SOM's products are like just like selling the token on a regular basis, and that's a realistic thing. It also comes down to like how we think of like overall our growth strategy, right? Because when you have a swapping function, right? The trust that a user has to have in that swapping function is very bounded, right? You have token A, I want to go to token B, I have to trust the protocol for the duration of the swap. When you're using a money market or you're using a vault product like Sommelier, this is a much longer term trust environment, right? And so really to to scale the protocol to its potential, we need to communicate to the market that the protocol has custodied a significant amount of assets for a period of time, and we do have to sort of compensate people for the risk. And I think those are the roles that like the SOM token incentives play. Like there just isn't enough liquidity on SOM or like really any Cosmos asset to really scale TVL like you could in the bull market with just like pure token incentives. Instead, it's this very like carefully shepherded resource to sort of build the long-term viability of the protocol by like onboarding more capital, using those incentives, and like using that as a way of communicating to potential users that the protocol is becoming safer and safer to use over time.
Okay, maybe, do we have some questions from the audience? No? Okay, so we can continue. Robert, in your opinion, do you think that like when you're looking at TVL, do you think that it's like more important for the TVL to increase to innovate or basically offer yield?
That's a good question.
What are the drivers?
Right, that's a good question. But can I like add anything, something about the barriers?
Yeah, of course.
Cool, very much. I mean, let me add some spicy to this discussion. Like,
I'm
no, really. Like, something which is very often forgotten is like, you know, what is the major barrier? Like, if you talk with your non-crypto friends, what they will think about it? It's a scam. Like magic internet money or whatever, scam, doesn't work, like, you know, farming tokens, airdrop, like, it will go down, it will all go down. Like, building these incentives, milking it, come on, like, you know, what's the sustainability of it? I mean, we love it, right? But you need to exit at the right time. Who is exiting at the right time? Me, often not, right? But anyway, so I think, like, you know, the major barrier, I would say, is the degen movement. I mean, let's face it, like, really, like, we cannot get the right adoption, right? If we really like continue building with this, you know, degen movement, it is degenerated. There is a word for that.
I think you actually see recently people taking it more seriously and like really trying to build like institutional products. So I think like,
yeah, exactly.
It depends where you look, I think.
You've seen it, but then you see the Peppercoin, which is like going to the top 50 in a week.
That's always will be there. I mean, it's part of the, you know.
Sure, but this is the narrative. Like we have like dominantly, yes, in crypto. Like when you talk with the random people in your community who's like, you know, outside of crypto, this is what they will think about. And we will not get the right adoption when, you know, this will be the picture of crypto. There are like amazing solutions. Yes, we bring the user experience. Squid is doing that. Sommelier is doing that. We want to build like this, you know, safe place for like really, you know, leverage the collateral. Yes, and build the money market, right? But and really like provide it for everyone. But as long as, you know, the degen narrative will dominate the ecosystem, that will be the barrier. What was the question?
Innovation versus yield.
Okay.
And maybe then I'll ask a different one, which maybe follows that, because we discussed it yesterday. So do you think that the yield in crypto should be higher than in TradFi if you kind of compare the same risk? I know that the risks are a bit different always, but like, do you think it should be higher or it should be?
I think the market should decide. It's really a game of the market. Like if you will like try to game it, yes, that's bad. So, I mean, today, like, you know, also one of our narratives is that, you know, like the blockchain solution should make it faster, cheaper, and quicker, right? So if you think that, okay, I mean, faster, cheaper, quicker, so yeah, it's cheaper. so you, by definition, then you should be able to provide more yield, right, for the investors, for the users. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, it's like really a game of the market for like, you know, a long time.
Well, I guess there's a couple of elements about, so sort of relating these things, right? The category Sommelier is building in is the category that succeeded the most in the last bull run, which is like CDeFi, right? Like people wanted to give their money to some entity that would like use DeFi, generate returns for them and give them those returns. It's just every CDeFi thing rugged their users. Sommelier cannot rug their users. And so the way we think about like their early adopters, the degens, is like they are beta testing a system that like actually offers the kind of retail protections that we would have liked to have had in the last market cycle. And then like what we focus on is basically technologically driven yields. Like real yield is our narrative. Like our our yield comes from superior technology. Like our technology allows us to take advantages of yield opportunities that like competing vaults like Yearn are not able to take advantage of. And so that's primarily what we're selling is like technologically driven yield opportunities.
Fig, do you want to add something or?
No, I have nothing to add.
Ultimately, intelligence will win, right?
Yeah, so maybe just Zaki, to take it from there. You have actually decided to only kind of run strategies which are fully on chain, and you don't really touch real-world assets or similar yield. Why is that, and what is the pros? What are the advantages and disadvantages of that approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think the question for Sommelier was, are there significant opportunities that like the Sommelier architecture is able to take advantage of? And like what we found, especially with this like current set of strategies and the strategies that are launching in the coming weeks, is that there are like major, like large-scale opportunities in purely on-chain strategies. And so that's really where we're focused. Real-world assets, though, are frankly of interest, but like they need to be formatted in a way that is compatible with the Sommelier system, because the real purpose of the Sommelier system is safety, right? Like ultimately, like Sommelier is multiple layers of safety and security. That means that like no one, like SOM token holders, Sommelier validators, strategists are able to rug their users. Like there's checks and balances at all layers of the system where there's like smart contracts that are defending against validator misbehavior. There's validators defending against strategist misbehavior. Like there's multiple layers of protection. And like that's the vision of Sommelier, is to like offer that like experience that Celsius was promising without the ability to like actually run away with your money.
Okay, cool. Okay, so Robert, last year on the Gateway, Brand was talking basically about cross-chain lending, that it's a huge innovation and it's coming to the market. But in the end, it seems like it's really difficult to implement. So if you maybe could talk about why, and I think maybe Fig can help with that, since they're doing all the cross-chain transactions. So can you maybe talk about it a bit?
Right. So I hope they will help. Please. However, like going directly, yeah. So in fact, last year we gave it a try to do some, like more cross-chain stuff, and it was hard. I mean, like during the hackathon, we've been like hacking on like having some, a cross-chain protocol, yes, to like really talk to our like lending system using CosmWasm, and I spent like a night, and it didn't work. Like setting up all these layers, even though like I'm like a core engineer, I was like not really touching much like the core of the IBC stack, but SDK stack, so things were like seemingly like familiar. It didn't work, and the next day I was talking with Ethan from CosmWasm. I said, no, it's easy, as you will do it, and I felt bad. Oh my god, so I'm stupid. And then like on Sunday, the next day, I see the message from him at 5 a.m. in the morning, trying to set up like a cross-chain route between like for the mesh security demo, like seeing him having a difficulty as to connect on a CosmWasm 2 chains. I said, okay, I'm not that stupid. He didn't manage that. Right? So yeah, I mean it was, and I think it's still like we need to improve it, like to make it like easy. That's also like I think one of the promise Evmos is pitching, right? Okay, like they want to have this pre-compiled, so to allow like a simple call to talk one contract on one chain to another contract on another chain, right? Juno was like, I think like it was also like one of their main message. So yeah, I mean, someone has to build it, and then we'll ship it. Now we are like shipping the CosmWasm finally. So it will be there. It's not today. Hopefully soon.
Okay. Vic, we were talking, and you basically said that you are able to do transactions within 20 seconds cross-chain. So I think this is like amazing selling point. How are you actually going to leverage it? Because I think the overall user experience with Squid, it's amazing. I tried it. It's really cool. But how you are actually planning to, promote it and push it more to the people so they would know, because I don't think that people normally don't know that.
Yeah, yeah. It's been really interesting just getting the swaps live to the market, because I was banging on about this we were building for 6 months before we launched, and some people kind of got it, but no one really got it until we showed them. And I think it's almost pointless talking about it until we just need to launch and have examples to show. So we'll probably do an integration with UMI, even if it's just a proof of concept, just so people can see this is possible. Because, yeah, I think explaining it is just, you can say we're going to solve like the user experience of everything, and you can do this, but yeah, we're very close as well. So we'll just launch it, I think, and show people. I think the 20-second thing is really important as well, because in the roll-up world, often it takes 20 minutes to do a transaction across chain. And that's not really an improvement if you...
Can be a week.
Yeah, well, in 7 days, right? But yeah, that's something which we think is like really important as well, getting it down to as short as possible, and working with, like, I think intent's a really interesting thing, where maybe we can even get it shorter than 20 seconds down to like instantly. And then you really have that full abstraction.
Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe do we have some questions from the audience? Yeah, cool.
I think we must compare apple to apple. So if I depositing money to bank, to CFI bank, basically I'm getting insured because FDIC staying behind the bank and can cover my losses. Silicon Valley Bank or another bank will fail, so I can take my money back, but uninsured. So I think maybe ecosystem can, like Cosmos, can play a role of FDIC or can provide some capital, insurance capital or something. Incentives for underwriters.
Okay, so the question is, when I deposit money into the bank, I get kind of insurance from a state that if the bank defaults, I get money back. Can Cosmos do something like that and offer basically the same service, for users who deposits into, lending protocols, DEXs, and the Cosmos ecosystem?
They're doing it, like, in many of the, where there was many hacks, like the foundation, right? They try to, like, provide a help, right? But, there you have, like, organizations which are doing institutional level insurance for the protocols. And, like, come on, with a bank, like 100,000. If you're like an institute, or even what, is it 100,000, something like that? And so depend on the country. In Switzerland, it's 100,000, right? So, yeah, I mean, if you park 100 million, 100,000 doesn't change anything.
I think there is, I mean, this is an opportunity for, like, Atom Economic Zone, for instance, like ideas to sort of propagate this.
Okay, cool. We have time for last one question, so if nobody has, then...
I just wanted to cover something.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Just wanted to, like, call for more strategists to build on top of Sommelier. Like, we have a team here, the Algo Labs and Block Hunter team. They run validators, but they also launched a strategy on top of Sommelier. Just an example that, like, anyone can do it. So if you have ideas for, like, arbitrage opportunities, like, we have a team that, like, helps onboard. So most people don't realize that, like, anyone can launch a strategy on top of something.
Actually, my question was exactly around that. Do you have something to say to finish the discussion and basically maybe call for action?
Yeah, unify liquidity. Let's do it.
Try a swap and try out our SDKs. See if you can make a single chain flow cross-chain and really easy.
Okay, thank you a lot. I hope you enjoyed the conversation and we can finish or talk more outside. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It was great. All right, so that was our last panel, but definitely not the last program for today, because it's going to be very exciting. We're going to have a pitch and demo competition. So please buckle up, get ready, find some nice seats, because it's going to be very exciting, very high-paced. From what I was hearing here and there, it's going to be intense because there's very strict time limits and it's pretty brutal. So get ready. But when it comes to tomorrow, just a friendly reminder, we are starting at 9 a.m. We will have 9 speeches. We will have 5 panels. There will be no coffee breaks, only lunch breaks. So, you know, come tomorrow very energized because we have a lot of things to do. So, yeah, all right. I think we are ready for the contest. Does it look like it? Okay. All right, so please welcome Samantha Boebert, the Chief Growth Officer from Rockaway. Give her a big applause. Thank you.
I don't know if this is working. Okay, it is. Hi, everyone. Okay, good. People are coming in because we have a great competition kicking off. What I will say is earlier this week, we were like, how many submissions are we going to have? Where are we at on the demo day? The work here is certainly a testament to Jennifer's tremendous effort, who has organized this, but also to all of you. We've been totally overwhelmed by how many applications we got, which I think speaks to this ecosystem and that people are really excited to show off their work. They even were like, wait, I only get 5 minutes. I have to make it crazy punchy. Like, that's exactly what I want to do. And so, yeah, I think we're excited. We have 13 presentations coming up. It should be a really nice snapshot, a nice culmination of today of like, so what are we actually talking about here? What are these products? Who are they for? How engaging are they? Are they really ready to be used? So yeah, I guess the final thing I'll say is I could have been the one reacting, but my reactions would have been pretty dim, because I'm pretty new to this space. So we wanted someone who is really in the weeds. And so he is going to have some poignant reactions. Sometimes he might be stunned speechless. But we wanted someone who really knows all of you, who has worked with many projects here. And so that's my friend Shahed. He's from Cerulean Ventures, which is one of the most active investors in this space. And so I'm going to invite him on now to talk through the judges, what you can expect. I think he actually didn't want to say the rules because he thought that was kind of cringe, so he wanted me to do that, which is everyone's going to have 5 minutes, 30 seconds. They'll have some fierce countdown where he's going to give them an angry glare. He's been asked to do that, so he's a champion for taking on that role. So yeah, Shahed, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Here he is, the man of the hour. Take it away.
Well, I'm mic'd up. You can take that. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. Yeah, we love the space. I think I said, we've been in the space since helping to sort of start Regen Network up. We kind of were incubated out of that. We participate in many of the governance proposals across the ecosystem, especially with some of the folks in here. So really happy to be here. Thanks for sticking around for this. And I think it's about time to get our first one going here. So I want to invite Chain for Energy up to show us their demo.
Hello guys, pleasure to be here. How is your energy? Whoa, where is your energy? Okay, better, okay. So as you see, where is clicker? Where is clicker? How I can change the stuff?
There you go.
Okay. Can we restart?
Sir. What?
Can we restart time?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's go. So as you see, I have experience in technology, maybe not here. And I am a CIO and co-founder of our project. And when I saw the title of this conference, I said, this is the conference for us. We are bringing real-world use cases to the blockchain. And the question is how we can present ourselves. So then we said, OK, our company is from Krakow. It's not quite far from Prague, so we can drive in here by car. You see, 5 hours, so we can take our Lambo, why not? But this is the bear market, so maybe this is not the best car for such conference. So let's have something what is more cost-effective, maybe this one. But then we said, okay, we are in the energy market, we should have EV car. So maybe this one. And finally, we decided to have our EV car, which we are using to show our use case. And then we can come back to our use case, what we are doing. So we are showing here the real use case, how to charge EV using such cool device. I can show you here. So as you see, this is a mobile charger, which you can plug into any plug, like this one, or if you have 3 phases, you can as well plug in here. And what is special with this charger? The special is that you can plug in this charger as well to the blockchain. So you have IoT device here, SIM card, which can be connected directly to the C4E wallet, which is Web3 wallet. And actually, this one is connected. And we did this use case under BMW Foundation umbrella with Blockchain City, showing the real use case, how we can charge EV car, exchange energy to token, and vice versa. And how does it work? So you see, this is our road, and there are nice logos of our project. And if you are a charging station provider, you can just connect to our web app, register this charger, and then you can do the magic, and you can monetize your charger. So this is actually very important, because you can buy this charger everywhere, but the question is how to monetize this device. And on the other hand, if you are driver, so how to charge your car? So mobile app, you have some tokens. We did that using our C4E token, but the magic is that through the IBC, we can enable easily other tokens like Atom, Osmosis, Stablecoin, through Axelar, Ethereum, other tokens as well. But the ultimate goal is to enable that for fiat, for users who wants to pay by card using fiat money. Because this is where the real adoption comes. And you can find charger. Those blue ones are virtual. They are for demo purposes, and we actually added one, which is Gateway to Cosmos. It's quite nearby. And you see, I'm paying 1 C4E per 1 kilowatt hour. Then I want to charge 25 kilowatt hours of energy, and the car is connected and goes. And you see here are transactions on the blockchain. The first one is kind of escrow account, like collateral. So I'm putting my tokens to escrow, then charging EV car. Once the transaction is settled, then the smart contract is sending transaction to the other party. And that's it. So thank you very much. I hope you like this concept. And so if you are interested in, we have a booth. You can see how it works. I can show you on my mobile, the app, how it works.
A round of applause.
Thank you.
Also, thank you for not making me kick you off. That was great. You finished with more than 30 seconds left. That's amazing. All right, so I want to have the next person up. This is Empower Chain, who will be talking to us about the plastic circular economy on chain. All right, you ready, Guillermo?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Perfect. All right. So yes, my name is Yarman Garba. I'm the CTO and one of the co-founders at Empower, and we're building digital infrastructure for circular economy. So this is kind of a problem that we're I think we're all sort of familiar with now. It's waste problem, and in particular, plastic waste. It's a huge problem. It's everywhere. But there's something else to this picture, and it's not just waste. There's a lot of value in what's there. And it's not little either. So every year, we throw like billions of tons of waste every year, but it's more than just waste. It's also $1.2 trillion of value that we're throwing away. It's a huge waste, and it's completely unnecessary. But it happens because we have a system that's not geared towards actually getting this back. And it happens because we have this kind of system. It's a linear system where each actor in this chain has absolutely zero incentive to actually get this back or to capture this value in any way. So it ends up at the end as use and throw. So it's just trash. But a lot is changing. One thing is we have to fix this, obviously, but global policy is driving this. So through taxes and regulation, we are very soon being forced more and more towards this. But there's no system to actually do this. And that's what we're trying to solve. So we believe that the shift from a linear to a circular economy, which will happen and is happening right now, is one of the biggest financial opportunities there is and has ever been. We've been doing this for 5 years. We started in 2018 with an Ethereum-based solution. Then we went back to a SaaS-based solution for a while. I'll come back to that. And it's based on the only real circular solution that actually works. It's a bottle deposit system where people are incentivized to bring back their bottles, and they get paid a little bit by it. And it works really well. In Norway, where this is where we've taken our inspiration from, it recycles 97 to 98% of all the bottles. It's unheard of. It doesn't work anywhere else. But this actually is a system that can be brought over to other systems. It just needs to be thought through and have the infrastructure for it. So that's what we've been doing for the past 5 years. We built a SaaS product that incentivizes all these different parts because it's complex and it's a lot of different actors that need to work together and collaborate. So we built a SaaS platform where brands get the materials that they need and the data that they need to be compliant, etc., and for collectors and recyclers to get paid. And it works. In 2018, we collected 10 tons of plastic waste. This year, we're close to 500,000, probably going to hit about 1 million this year. And we're working with some of the biggest actors in the industry. And we're on 6 continents. We have users in 45 plus countries. So this is happening. But what's gonna maybe interesting for everyone here is that we're also bringing all these users to Cosmos. And it's happening now. So in June, we're launching Empower Chain. And it's a chain to bring all this together. All the knowledge that we've built, we're bringing it together on chain. And we're incentivizing all this to work together. So we're launching our mainnet on June 28th. So it's pretty soon. We have our testnet is live right now, incentivized. So come and test it out, get rewarded for that. And really what we're doing is we're taking all this knowledge that we gathered in the last 5 years, all the systems that we built on Web2 and tested out and figured out actually what works, and we're putting it on chain. Why? Because it's the only way to really scale this across a global solution. This is hard stuff that doesn't really work if you just try to do this on Web2. It's really, really tricky to do this across borders and across everywhere. So we're
30-second warning.
Yeah, I know. So we're scaling what we already know works and what we have already tested for 5 years. And now we're going to push this from those 10 to 500. I'm going to push it all the way. And that's what we're doing. So, yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for that, Geirmund. I want to invite Agoric up next to tell us about their solution.
All right. So as you all know, Agoric is a sponsor of the conference, and so to avoid conflicts, we're not looking to compete here, but we know that a lot of you are waiting for interprotocol vaults to come out, and so I wanted to do a quick demo of what the vaults application looks like. And really, my goal is that several of you walk away thinking that you're interested in bidding on liquidations, and all of you walk away thinking, oh, creating a vault is super straightforward, and I'm going to do it. So with that, I have a pre-recorded demo of the application here, which I'm going to attempt to talk through live. Yes, okay, so the video started. So you can see the Vault application even before you've connected your wallet. That's some feedback that we got on the PSM. You can see the collateral assets available, which will start with only Atom, some parameters about them. Looks like it's a little fuzzy, unfortunately. But you can see I've tried to connect my wallet, and now it's taking me to the Agoric Smart Wallet, which represents ERTB assets, displays offers, and connects to Keplr. So with that, I've connected. I can see that I don't have any vaults currently, but it's showing me that I can just deposit some Atom and mint some IST. So again, super straightforward, very simple application to make sure that users can quickly get in, create their vaults, and modify them. All right, so I've attempted to mint too much IST. It won't let me. I have to be above the minimum collateralization ratio. So I adjusted it, and now it will load. So the offer comes in here, and importantly, this is a Zoe offer. And so for those of you that aren't familiar with Agoric, it's saying I want to give 15 Atom, and I want to mint 100 IST. And what that means is that Zoe protects you, that even if there's an error within the contract, it can't take your 15 Atom unless it's giving you back the 100 IST at the same time. So some might call that sort of an intent system. Okay, so go back. So you can see that I signed that offer in Keplr, and now my vault is created. I can see the net equity, which lets me see you can create multiple vaults of the same collateral type. And if I click in, I can modify my vault. So I can adjust collateral, and I can adjust the debt at the same time in whatever combination, so long as I meet the minimum collateralization ratio. So again, very straightforward. The goal is to show that this is a simple application that gets you in and out quickly, lets you modify and do whatever you need. And so you'll see I'm adding 3 Atom, and I think I'm minting 22 more IST. That's going to lower my collateralization ratio a little bit. So I'll, again, accept that offer, and Keplr is going to pop up. I'll sign that. And the video will go back to the vaults, and I'll see that both my net equity has changed and my collateralization ratio has changed. What's not shown is liquidation. And so we'll talk about that in a minute here. In particular, if you are at risk of liquidation, this UI will flash with a whole bunch of issues. And we hope that some of you in the audience may actually build applications to reach out to users, notify them via email, SMS, whatever else. OK, moving on to the next slide. There we go. All right. OK, so the liquidation auction structure. And I'm not going to try to read all of these bullets, but this is something that we haven't talked a lot about publicly. And so I want to focus on a couple important parts of it. One, all bids for liquidation are done in IST. They're done in the Agoric chain. The liquidation runs as a Dutch auction. So it will capture the Oracle price at the start of liquidation. Any vaults that need to be liquidated, it will wake up and hand them over to the liquidator, so you don't need a keeper like you might have in MakerDAO or other systems. And the auction runs, starting slightly above the Oracle price and moves down until either it has reached its IST target, sold all of its collateral, or reached its minimum price. And certain things happen depending on the actual result of the auction. But for bidders, you can place bids at any time. You can place bids during the auction. You can place them beforehand. You can also specify your bids either as by price, so I want to buy Atom at $6, or you can specify as a discount to the Oracle price, which means that at that captured Oracle price at the start of the auction. So if you want to place a long-lived bid for a 25% discount on Atom and use this as a cheap way to buy Atom, I would highly recommend that. And then, so last, in terms of how the actual
30-second warning, Roland.
Auction settles bids, it will settle in terms of time received. So we want to encourage bids to come in early if possible, avoid a race condition. We also settle all bids at the auction step price. So you may have a bid at $100, but if the auction step price is at $7, you'll get paid out at $7. And so there's a little bit more to it, but importantly, right now, all bidding is via the CLI, but it's actually very straightforward. Please come do it. Thank you very much.
As you can see, we're serious about this. We cut the mics too. That's brutal. So one of the things Roland said was that he would be able to show us how easy it is to spin up a wallet. How do we feel about that? Yeah? Cool, cool. Well, I've just been obsessed by looking at the timer. I don't have time to feel. But anyway, I want to invite Purify up next to walk us through their solution.
Everyone. So, my name is Vasily, aka Vasco, the one that discovered India, as you may know. I'm a CEO of Purify. Purify is a compliance protocol that tries to bridge compliance with privacy. And I think it's clear that the regulation is something inevitable that's going to come to DeFi as it came to CeFi. I think Spencer from CoinList was also talking about it. We all know what happened with Tornado Cash, where it effectively got sanctioned by the US government. And I think some people realize that DeFi is not free from the regulatory risk as well. But in Purify, we believe that when enforcing compliance in DeFi, it should be enforced in A, decentralized, and B, privacy-preserving manner, because this is the essence of DeFi, and this is why we use it, right? So you can think of a Purify as a protocol that prevents, so to speak, dirty crypto or tainted coins to flow through the smart contracts. And we're doing so by creating a framework, so it's AML KYC framework, which basically has some features such as is entirely unbypassable because it integrates on the smart contract level. So I don't know if you know, but now when you go to Uniswap, for example, and you press connect your wallet, they actually screen your wallet, and if it has a very high risk score, you are unable to connect. But it's kind of a joke because it's only on the front end, so you can still take the same dirty wallet and connect directly to the smart contract. The next feature is that is decentralized. So we believe that the user should have a choice to choose a compliance provider they want to use and essentially the one that will be issuing the credentials to them. And the third is that we actually embrace zero-knowledge proof and selective disclosure, where users will not have to disclose their full data. And I think many of you know that zero-knowledge proof allows you to prove something without revealing the actual information. So here you can see how to launch a rocket. No, it's just how Purify works. And it's essentially based on the self-sovereign identity model, where there is an issuer, there is a verifier, and on the right side, you can see this pool sign. So this can be any DeFi arrangement, lending protocol, staking protocol, or a DEX. And those entities can basically create rules for the users, aka wallets, when they're connecting. So those rules can be based simply on the risk score of the wallet. So let's say if you have a very high risk score, you have connections with sanctioned entities, with dark market, then you will not be able to use the DEX. The second part of the rule can also include KYC, and this is where a lot of institutional players want to create permission pools, and also it can have travel rule compliance and so on. So it can be just one thing or multiple things. I hope someone from Osmosis team is here. So this is basically like a small demo how it can look, for example, on the Osmosis DEX. So let's say Osmosis integrated Purify and they decided to prevent the wallets with a high risk score to connect to the DEX. So you can see that if the wallet actually has a high risk score, maybe it's connected to a human trafficking website or something, then there are basically number of options. So they can ask the user to use another wallet, or they can even ask the user to pass the KYC, and then the user will have an option who they want to choose. All right, so we are actually blockchain agnostic. So we have already launched on the EVM chains. We already launched on some non-EVM chains, and now we're actively working with the Cosmos community because we want to bring our solution to Cosmos, and if you are a part of the Cosmos community and you have some ideas or you want to integrate any sort of compliance thing, please come talk to me. This is our wonderful team, and I think we already had some jokes about Gary Gensler.
This is your 30-second warning.
But the Gary Gensler may be the Darth Vader of the crypto world, but with Purify, we're about to bring balance to the Force. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Things got serious. Really, we went from zero to human trafficking in a presentation. I didn't see that coming. Very nice. So I want to give, I'm just wasting time, so the judges have 1 second to fill out their scorecards. You're welcome, Matthijs. Cool. Next, I want to invite Forbol to come walk us through their solution. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm Kwon from Forbol. I'm the co-founder of Forbol. We've been in the industry since late 2017. And then, right, this is our team. Oops. No. Right, so this is the first screen. So our mission is to provide reliable Web3 infrastructure to the industry. And we are a blockchain infrastructure solution. And then we have some products, including BigDipper, which is the Cosmos open source Pro Explorer that have been forked for over 700 times. And then we started everything since 2018 in Cosmos. It's all started by a chat in the validator chat, and then we started with Game of Stakes, and then we became a validator. So BigDipper has been forked for over 700 times, and then it has been used by 35 networks. Because it's all open source, some of the networks actually forked it and then run it as the Pro Explorer, or like Corium or Mars Protocol. And so our validator has been running over 60 networks, and we have over 50,000 trusted stickers. So we are launching our RPC service as well. And so if you guys are developers, if you would like to build any dApps on the networks that we providing, talk to us. So because we are also the validator on some cross-chain protocols like Axelar and Wormhole, so we have a lot of different nodes in non-Cosmos nodes, like Ethereum or Arbitrum. So if you guys would like to build any cross-chain applications that build between Cosmos and non-Cosmos networks, talk to us. Yeah. So this is our core team, and as you can see, actually we have more teammates than those showing here, and then like more than half of our teammates are actually girls. So if your developers would like to connect to girls in crypto, yeah, talk to us, connect with us. And I'm dressing in red, so it's very easy to spot in the space. So yeah, thank you. Dekwi.
Thank you, Forbol. So it's a very important thing to decentralize RCP or RPC. It's so awesome to see that. And also, of course, if you saw the earlier presentation from Martin at RBF talking about Observatory, another key way to even understand like how much is your governance centralized and how much is your node and validation stuff centralized. So very cool. I want to invite, this one's kind of not fair for me to invite. I like these guys, we invested in them. But I'm not a judge today, so that's good. Kaiv, please come up and talk to us about data.
Hello, everyone. So I am Paul, head of ecosystem at Kaiv. Before starting, I have just a few questions. So if you can just raise your hand. Who is in the audience is a validator? OK, we have a few data analysts. No data, oh, one. And Web3 builders, I think more. Okay, perfect. So for those who are not familiar with Kive, Kive is building a decentralized data lake. So we started a bounty program between Parity Foundation and Arweave. And our two co-founders, John and Fabian, came with the idea on how we can basically import blockchain data into a decentralized storage solution without losing the decentralized part of the data. So to do so, they have created Kive. So Kive became a product just after these bounties. They get introduced to many layer ones such Solana, Near, Mina, and some others. They are also partners and investors of Kive. And we have done some other partnership with Axelar, Injective, Evmos, and few others also blockchain. So we are fully blockchain agnostic and storage agnostic, meaning we can store all this data into Arweave or Filecoin, IPFS, Greenfield, and so over. And all these data are validated in a decentralized way before to be stored. So we are a Cosmos SDK-based chain, but I will not spend too much time on the chain layer, consensus layer, because I think most of you know its work already, but more focus on the protocol layer. So on the protocol layer, we have a data source for a data pool for each data stream. So let's take the example of Cosmos Hub. We're going to have a data pool for this data stream. It's worked like kind of osmosis, where you have a liquidity pool for each asset. And on this data pool, you're going to have a bunch of validators. So you're going to have 50 validators, for example, in a data pool. And then this one, they will put in a collateral some Kive token. And according to the size of them stake, one will be selected to be the uploader. We'll upload the data into any decentralized storage solution. Let's take the example of Arweave, for example. And then we'll submit the proposal to the other validators, saying, hey guys, I have uploaded this piece of data, let's say block 1 to 500 on Arweave. Can you check if the data are correct? So the other validators will run on them instance a Gaia node, for example, and will compare if the data are matching. If we reach out a quorum saying that the data are correct, the data are marked as verified, and the uploader receives a reward. If not, the uploader gets slashed, and then we move forward on the next bundle. The problem that we have in many proof-of-stake layer 1 right now, it's that's not our incentive to produce block, but not to keep the full historical data of the blockchain. That leads to centralization when we need to access this data to build some product. So with Kive, we have solved this issue, and you can use this data to do many things. So you can do data analytics. For example, with Kive, we have a partnership with Airbyte, that is a Web2 company, that allow you to take any data that have been uploaded through Kive into your local warehouse to do data-driven decision, so you can import them into MongoDB, Snowflake, MyGraph SQL, and so on and so on. It's an ELT pipeline, so we extract, load, and transform the data after. You can also use the data through REST API and access multiple kind of data according to the data that have been already uploaded. And thanks to Polymer, with IBC transfer in the future, we will be able to send data in a decentralized way to other chains. So we're going to have decentralized data sent to a decentralized way to any other chain in the future. We are fully permissionless, meaning anyone can create his own pool for a data stream, and everyone can join the network to start validate data. Once these data have been uploaded, they are accessible for free and forever, depending on the storage solution that you choose. For example, on Arweave, it will be forever stored, like 200 years. And you can access it as much as you want. You just pay for the upload and not for the query. We think it's important to make data public good. And that's it for me. If you have further questions, don't hesitate to ask after the demo session. Enjoy.
Almost got the chance to say 30 seconds. Okay, so data is a public good, super important, and that space is pretty vibrant right now as well. If you look even outside of Cosmos, the Arweave, as we mentioned, and finding a way to fund these things as public goods is very important, and I know we're in the bottom of a bear market, but I think we'll find a way to do this. So thanks, Kive. Next, I'd like to invite Yildmos. Come on up, Yildmos.
Hello, everybody. I'm George.
with Yilmos. I'm a co-founder. And we got started probably, I don't know, last year, April sometime. And our sort of thing that we're trying to do is bring non-custodial asset management to the Cosmos. What does that mean? Utilizing something called Auth-Z to have users delegate permissions to us, and then we are able then execute very specific things on behalf of the user. That basically means that you don't have to give us custody of your asset. And one of the ways that we've sort of implemented this is through an auto-compounder for staking. So you give us permission to claim your rewards and stake. And we do that for you. The staking rewards go into your account. From your account, we're then able to delegate back to validators of your choice. And if you've heard of Restake, you already sort of know what we do, but I think we have a few extra features and options that we sort of add to the mix, right? We give you the ability to sort of delegate to multiple validators in one screen. You can choose a percentage to go to A, a percentage to go to B, and the remainder to just get deposited into your wallet, just to sit there to do something else with. One of the tools that we've created for the validators in the room and for the users is sort of be able to see all of the networks that a validator operates on that we support. And so when the user goes to select the strategy and click through all the screens, this validator's information and whatnot will be automatically pre-filled into all of the screens. And sort of that's what I've just talked about is sort of what we've sort of done up to this point and what we currently do and what we offer. And sort of looking over the next sort of 3 months, what we would like to bring to market is our own app chain. And I've gotten asked this question, why do we need an app chain? And some people were talking about this earlier, and we need a sort of a cron type solution, something that is able to kick off events that then sort of power the rest of the things that we want to do and enable users to be able to do a paradigm of source, action, destination type of paradigm, right? So we've put together some smart contracts that are going to be for Juno and for Osmosis, so that you can interact with, so that we can interact with other smart contracts like NetaDAO, Wind, Gelato, any smart contract on Juno. And same thing for Osmosis, Mars, and a bunch of the Osmosis modules like Swap and things like that, Superfluid staking. But yeah, that is sort of what we've brought to market and sort of what we're hoping to get done. And I just want a quick show of hands of who's actually heard of Yilmos. Wow, thank you. And then if you could just keep your hand up if you've actually used any of our products. If you raise your hand. Okay, wow. So those of you who raised your hand at the first question, but now for the second one, please come talk to me and tell me what it would take for you to use Yilmos, what we can add, how we can change things, what we can do. And of course, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, please come find me. And yeah, thank you.
I respect the hustle of Yilmos, right? They got through their demo and they're like, let me get some willingness to pay data, some customer sentiment. It was good, real good. Next up, I'd like to invite AlgoLab up to talk to us about what they're doing in Cosmos.
Hello, wonderful people. Nice to see everyone here. I'm Andrea Andone, and I'll talk to you about AlgoLab today. I'm the strategy builder. We also have a small core team because we just started. We have our CEO and our full stack developer. Actually, we've been building many similar projects over the years, but we've had different issues and We weren't able to reach this level of sophistication so far. We focus on market studies and product development for these markets, and we were mostly focused on centralized exchanges until now, but we always looked to the DeFi world to someday be able to deploy everything there. We've had a pretty complete vision where we just collected data, tried to use as much edge processing and edge collection as possible. We use machine learning. We have some very nice AI algorithms from 1979 that we use and optimize all the time. We don't need all the fancy GPT stuff yet. And our purpose was to make it easier for stakeholders and for participants to transparently use our products and to have everything audible. We wanted to have as much logging. We want to be very democratic and inclusive to everyone. But at the same time, we wanted our system to be non-custodial, decentralized, distributed, and most importantly, and something we're still going to work for a while, completely autonomous. So we wanted to have everything on chain. This is not yet possible. Our best product so far is the DeFi stars from Sommelier. Shout out to the Sommelier team, everyone. And shout out to Zaki. He has been very helpful and he has guided us along with the team at 7Seas so we can have this product launched a month ago. We've been working for 6 months on this before we launched since the autumn. This product could not exist without tokenized vaults that were just released last year. And this completes much of the on-chain governance, administration, participation, fee taxing, and everything that one would need for their asset management. DeFi Stars is a long-only approach for those top DeFi projects. We chose the top DeFi projects because we wanted to have something stable that is still capable of providing yield in the next 2 years. We will have many nice updates over the bull market if those come faster. We will, of course, launch some new DeFi stars, some new star products on the Ethereum blockchain. We are looking at other domains that can provide performance. And recently, in talks with the Sommelier team, we are going to research more into inter-blockchain liquidity and inter-blockchain or multiple blockchain asset management, and of course the other primitives that are available on those chains. After we finish the decentralized vaults, we will continue working on our core products and our infrastructure. We want to provide our infrastructure and of course provide many partnerships where available. We still want to have a transparent system, something that is completely auditable and loggable. And we are happy to see that there are many DeFi primitives developed every day. And we want to use them all to have the most performance needed. Yeah, DeFi stars, pathway to the stars. We're not doing anything much now because the market is not going up, but we thank everyone for participating. And we have more updates soon.
One second, actually.
Sure.
You had a word in your presentation I didn't see anywhere else, democratic workflow. Can you take a second to tell us what that means?
I'm from Romania, so democracy is a pretty big thing since like 33 years ago. We actually killed a guy for that, and it is very misunderstood, but at the same important, and we're slow in learning how to do it. But it is something like we want to provide everyone access to our tools and our products, no matter what their caliber is, and DeFi and Web3 UI is the only way to do it, and we provide security and trust because everything is non-custodial. Like everyone controls their own private key and decides when to enter, when to exit, reads all the available documentation that is on the nice Sommelier platform, and we are very amazed by how many people actually use the product so far, like in less than a month.
Well, thanks for explaining, because there's
Thank
a
you
lot
as well.
wrapped up. Those two words have a lot of baggage when you put them together, so it's good to hear, like, what do they actually mean? Very cool. Next, there's been a lot of DeFi innovation today. I'm going to introduce yet another one. This one's pretty cool. 42, come on up and tell us about what you're all doing.
Oh, can we go back a slide? No. What is the one thing that we need for the Cosmos ecosystem to survive? It's TVL. TVL is money, which is the lifeblood of any ecosystem. Without it, we're all screwed. How do we get TVL? We need good interchain UX, and that's the focus of 42. So 42 sees themselves as the front end to the Cosmos ecosystem. We have one goal, which is make Cosmos interchain UX as simple as possible for users. So we've done a lot of user interviews. We've interviewed Cosmos users, and we've interviewed Ethereum users. Clicker. Oh. We've interviewed Ethereum users about Cosmos. So the three problems that Cosmos users have is they struggle to keep track of their portfolios, they spend a lot of time seeking yields around the ecosystem, and they lose tokens along the way. And Ethereum users, they don't know where to start in Cosmos. They all know about it, and they're interested in it, and that's where the TVL sits, but they don't know where to start, and they don't understand Cosmos. So we're building a UX aggregator across the ecosystem. So very simply, users come in, very similar to Zapper Finance, and the Zapper co-founder is one of our advisors and investing in our angel round. Users can come in, connect multiple wallets, and can very clearly see their assets sitting across chains in the ecosystem. They have a clear breakdown of their wallets, of what's staked to the validators, and what's staked to liquidity pools across chains in Cosmos. Our Earn product is what we've built the most smart contracts for at the moment. So essentially, this is a way to earn across the interchain. So we've broken this out into 4 strategies: staking to liquidity pools, staking to validators, staking to interchain strategies such as Quasar or Sommelier, or liquid staking strategies with Stride and Quicksilver. So at the moment, we have integrations with 4 chains, with Osmosis, Neutron, Juno, and Terra. And users can essentially filter for Osmo, see all of the anywhere they can stake Osmo across the ecosystem, very simply see all the APYs across the ecosystem, and then simply deposit. All of our smart contracts are auto-compounding in terms of liquidity pools, and we also have restaking to the validators, which is also auto-compounding. Our third product, so we've got Portfolio, Earn, and Swap. Our third product uses very simply choose a token, choose a chain, and we show them the best routes across chains. Those are the first 3 products we're launching. We're also doing ETFs cross-chain and NFTs cross-chain in the pipeline. The TVL exists, it's just not in Cosmos. If we look over here, $6 billion, or 12% of Ethereum's total TVL sits in yield optimizers. In Cosmos, only 0.1% sits in yield optimizers, because there's no yield optimizers in Cosmos. And same with DEX aggregation. In Ethereum, 12 billion, or 13%, goes through DEX aggregators of volume. In Cosmos, only currently 0.6%. So we're looking at increasing both of those numbers significantly. This is the team. So I grew up in South Africa, in case you heard an accent. I have investment banking background. I studied at Berkeley, worked at Menlo Ventures and Binance Labs, and I've been running 42 for about 14 months in various ways, shapes, and forms. Our CTO product manager, Alicio, has got great engineering experience and consulting experience. We've got Ehsan, who was at Thorchain in about 2015 and came over from Quasar. And then we've got Moritz, who's sitting over here, who he's an amazing smart contract engineer, and you should chat to him. This is the kind of what we're looking at as Ethereum other players. These names DeFi Llama, Zapper, Zerion, DBank have all done super well on Ethereum, but no one's focusing on Cosmos at the moment. We've got amazing infrastructure partners. That's like the key that I love about Cosmos is how much infrastructure actually exists. So we're using Numia for our interchain data indexing, Abstract for scalable smart contracts, and Skip for efficient IBC routing. And how do we make money? Performance fees on the auto compounders and the ETFs, transaction fees on DEX aggregation, NFT aggregation, and token purchases, and then other fees through our index data, as well as MEV share with Skip in the future.
30 seconds.
And that is it. I didn't put our website up here or any of our Twitter, so if you want to contact us, 42.money, and then go to the Twitter. Thank you.
I love the presentations that do research for me because if you've noticed, VCs are pretty lazy. So I love that slide with market size. That's great. I could just take a picture of that, use it in all my decks going forward. So thank you very much, 42. Next up, I want to invite Polymer, who are connecting everything. Let's see what they're connecting.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Thomas. I'm a developer relations at Polymer Labs, and today I'm going to prove to you that I can go from initialization of a project to an IBC packet send in under 5 minutes using Polymer and the IBC SDK, and we're going to do this with a local instance of a WASM-D chain and a local instance of Ethereum, and this is going to go all across IBC end-to-end. So let's prove it. Have you got your timer set? Let's go. Remember, 11:01:23. I wasn't allowed to do it here live, but I did it this morning. All right, what is Polymer and what do we want to do? So Polymer aims to be the IBC router hub that brings IBC everywhere. No matter what flavor of IBC, we aim to support it. We aim to ensure that people can use it. Application developers, cross-chain can use it, right? And crucially, this means that we don't only bring IBC to chains that are natively compatible with IBC, we also bring it to chains that are non-natively compatible with IBC. And we do that through a solution called Virtual IBC, which essentially outsources a lot of the heavy lifting to our Polymer chain in the middle. Okay, so how does Polymer fit within the IBC SDK? Well, essentially because we have this virtual IBC thing, we no longer have this simple situation with two Cosmos SDK chains which have IBC natively integrated. We have a situation more like this. And don't try to understand this, it's quite intimidating, but this is kind of the point, right? Because ultimately we want to empower cross-chain application developers, and this is way too complicated. An application developer might be more like this. And we've considered this, and we want to make it as easy to integrate their workflow, which is smart contracts on one side, smart contracts on the other side, WASM and EVM, and make sure that they can just deploy the contracts, a few simple clicks, a script, and have IBC SDK do the magic for them. So no longer all of this, which is essentially a lot of manual setup, which is error-prone, which is laborious, setting up your relayers, setting up your chains, clients, connections, channels, no more of this. We say yes to IBC SDK, and our cross-chain developer is so happy that they're giving us an Oscar, which doesn't make any sense, but hey. Okay, we have a notification. We have got a message, and this is a very simple contract, and we essentially just send a message, and it's a message thanking the organizers for a great event here. But are we on time? Remember, this initialization of this project happened 11:01:23, and now we have a packet sent and received 11:03:37. So that's just over 2 minutes. And what has happened here is that all of the chains have been spun up, all of the relayers behind the scenes, the contracts have been deployed, and an IBC packet has been sent, all in just over 2 minutes, right? And this is really crucial because cross-chain application developers, they need to be able to just easy get set up, deploy, and test their applications, right? Easy iteration as well in testing, and also have the tools to debug and troubleshoot. Now, IBC SDK, are we competing with someone? No, that's not really the thing. Like, we want IBC to succeed, And we're building the infrastructure, but we realize that just infrastructure isn't going to be enough. We need great tooling, right? And this is why yesterday, Bo, our co-founder, announced OpenIBC. And in fact, the IBC SDK, what you've seen here a little bit is the CLI tool, but it's also going to be a library that is going to be open sourced. And people can, application frameworks can build on top of that. And we have an open invitation to collaborate on that because we really want to see IBC succeed, because the real competition is coming from other interop protocols. So one slide about the team. The co-founders, Bo and Peter, are around here, so say hi to them if you see them. And one very important point, it's always nice when people clean up after themselves. IBC SDK enables you to do that. All of the containers.
30 seconds.
In this case, it was 9 containers. They're cleaned up and no more fuss after. And yeah, stay in touch with us. Thank you.
I really didn't want to interrupt that last CLI screen just so you could see it, but we got to stay on time. I'm sorry. We have about 4 more projects, so really thanks to all of you for sticking around for all of this. This has been great. I want to invite Abstract up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adair Kelly, and I am co-founder of Abstract Money. They asked us for a fun fact. I majored in classical music. I play the oboe, so if you want to play some chamber music after the conference, let me know. So I love Cosmos. Cosmos is awesome. CosmWasm is awesome. But there are a lot of problems that we have in this ecosystem. We are not collaborating with one another very well. We are building our applications and our app chains in silos instead of bringing the horizontal scaling that we want to have in the Cosmos ecosystem and that modularity and composition that is touted by the Cosmos SDK. And a consequence of this is that we have insufficient tooling for smart contract application development. And this insufficient tooling means that teams are spending a lot of time setting up their infrastructure, building the same things, the same primitives from scratch each time. And finally, funding challenges. Public goods funding is broken. It just doesn't work. And so we're trying to solve this. So a consequence, as I mentioned, is the stifled app innovation. We've seen a lot of iteration over the years where we have new DEXs, new NFT marketplaces, new boring products. And apps are built from scratch equals boring products. The teams also have to do manual integrations. They have to maintain these integrations with their partners if they want to collaborate. And these integrations, they keep to themselves. Otherwise, their competitors might beat them to market. Bad tooling. So at Abstract, we're trying to make dApp development easy. We're trying to get you, as a developer, to be able to go from idea to MVP to product launch as soon as possible. And this is only possible through enhanced collaboration and composition of people's knowledge and development skills. So we have a cosmic opportunity. Our tooling needs to enable us to build applications in a smaller and more modular and composable way. So right here, we have an example of 42 Finance. Shout out to Dan. They've built an autocompounder on Abstract, and we've reduced their number of lines needed by 75%. Their number of smart contracts, same. Their application stack is much more scalable than other autocompounder projects or any projects in Cosmos right now. And how is this possible? Through Abstract's account architecture. All applications are built on top of account abstraction. These are programmable abstractions that make that allow for deeper integrations with your smart contracts, and they enable something that we're calling personalized DeFi. We were going with self-hosted DeFi first, but SheFi didn't inspire the right thoughts. So right here, we can see the service integrations. And these are actually modules. We have like DEX adapters, staking adapters, any primitive that we've already built in DeFi, we have adapters for those, and they're modules. And 42 has built the autocompounder on top of this that leverages these existing integrations maintained by other teams. And this is composition, and it also enables for sustainable development because the teams that are maintaining these integrations are getting paid. So they're financially incentivized to keep them maintained. And going back to personal DeFi, why would we rely on like corporations and services to run these for us when we can run them ourselves? We can create an instance of account abstraction, an abstract account, and install these applications ourselves and run an auto-compounder on our assets, completely self-sovereign. And so something else that we want to emphasize in Cosmos is that we shouldn't be thinking about chains. We should just be thinking about we're interacting with an application. And so we're touting this as chain abstraction. We abstract away a lot of the things for developers and for users with a name service and a version control, which allows for asset, contract, and DEX pool and chain resolution. Here's our status. I'll skip over that. My shout out to my co-founder, Robin Bishop. You can follow us on Twitter. We actually met at Cosmoverse 2021, and now we're here. So that's pretty cool. And we won HackWasm last year. We're building for builders. And so you can follow us on Twitter at AbstractSDK, check out our website at Abstract Money, and check out our open source developer tooling on GitHub. So thank you very much.
I don't know about you, but me personally, I really like what these folks are going after only because public goods funding in a bear market becomes the first thing that gets thrown away, right? So super cool to design a mechanism that can find a way to support developers through the bottom of this. We only have, I believe, 3 more. So I'd like to invite Nimhol up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie, and me and my colleague Hans represent the Dial Out company. Basically, we're operating on NIM technologies, and I hope you guys are aware of this because yesterday was a presentation about NIM. So, who of you attended it, if I may ask? Yeah, and I do hope that you share our concerns about privacy because that's what I'm here to talk about. So, NIM itself is basically a gateway. And using NIM technology, we created a proof of concept router, which is a hardware solution of the same problem of anonymizing packages and getting the truly anonymous connection to the internet without any of your metadata being stolen. So, well, first of all, if NIM Gateway already exists, why do we even need a router? And the answer to this will be that the whole traffic will be localized and we'll be able to access and fully control it. The business case for that would be any place where you want to save your anonymity or any place that uses VPN. If I was to set up this thing and if I was to run it here, all your traffic of people who would connect to this router will be anonymized, which is actually very cool because the integration here is available also for the any kind of router. It can be LTE traveling router. It can be Raspberry. It can be any other model. So as far as I understand, the anonymization of the traffic also means that there will be minimized attack surface, amplified privacy, and network segregation. So we can truly have the control of what we share or not. Consider this as your kind of the magic whale hood that you wear, and then you're anonymous. But this can be in the shape of your normal router. And of course, I think it's clear that we're using the zero trust model. Never trust, always verify. Well, never trust and do not trust even me when I'm telling you this, but just, yeah. We have to verify the things, right? And yeah, this is the solution that would support this on hardware level. Currently, this is the way how could work the data flow, for example, that you connect the SOX5 is the special library, like a WebSocket library. Then we have the gateway on Raspberry, then it connects to any other gateway. Basically, this being just a protection before you go any other unprotected or undocumented source. Since I just mentioned that we're more of a proof of concept things, we are dealing with certain limitations at the moment. That will be NAT, the network, address translation, and the peer-to-peer protocol limitations. Not everything is well compatible, and we're working to solve that. We've been able to solve this for the current demonstration, which I thought I would be able to actually bring my computer, but nevertheless. Yeah. Also, we're integrating the libp2p implementation, so we're working with that as well. How this version works now, we're using the VPN tunneling to see that the traffic has really been filtered through the NIM gate. Yeah, but again, because we're using VPN at the moment, VPN is owned and can be reverse engineered. So of course, there are limitations with that. What we're planning in the future will be probably developing a custom silicon based on RISC-V or licensing from IRM. So we'll be handling this either on software level or hardware level. We can take both routes, but they will require quite a bit of research, and I think that's what's exciting about that. All of the code you can find in the repo, and I would actually highly recommend you guys to check this out. The startup is quite new, so we don't have that much of official stuff yet. Mostly it's just the working code and proof of concept. And yes, I would say that's it, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot. It's great to see things that are like super, super early as well. And don't worry, we did ask everyone who presented today to be honest. Tell us if you're way past seed or early, just so we can judge everyone on equal footing. And that's a little bit of a preview for how we're going to announce the winners. But anyway, let's get to the next one. Movement Labs, please come up.
Hey guys, I'm Rushi, co-founder and CTO of Movement Labs. I'm going to continue the fun fact thing, so I actually used to play cello, so I guess we have an orchestra going on change. And B, there might be a typo in there, I don't know if they let me change it or not, but I'll continue. Movement Labs is building a modular framework to build, deploy, and install Move-based infrastructure in any distributed environment. So last year, we saw $3 billion lost in smart contract hack. Many of you guys probably remember the DAO attack, a large-scale ransomware attack in which hackers were able to basically withdraw funds multiple times for a smart contract. That's not fun for anyone, because you probably don't want your DeFi app losing millions and millions of dollars every year. So Move is designed by Facebook, the DM project, which split up into Aptos and Sui, and a few other branches, to build the most secure and highest performance language with built-in on-chain verifiers, bytecode compilers, dynamic dispatch to allow for verification tools to pinpoint pinpoints. If you do a little comparisons, there's a lot of Rust maxis in here, so I might get some flame for this. But some key notable things here are formal verification. So Move developers kind of specify who has access to their contracts and when they've access. So they can kind of say, like, if you're hacking from this particular point of contact, you can't even actually do that in a smart contract. So before a smart contract is even executed, it checks for resource, type, and memory safety. And then once it is executed, it can only be modified by a single mutable reference at a time, basically creating the most secure and highest performance smart contract language. In addition to this feature called dynamic NFTs. So we have many gaming partners that potentially mint millions and millions of NFTs, particularly these first-person shooters. If you're minting millions of NFTs, you probably don't want to be burdened by constantly swapping assets. Instead, we can swap out traits at will within the smart contract itself. So what's our first step? We're launching M1, a community-first modular Move Layer 1 incubated by Ava Labs, providing the highest possible TPS, instant finality, decentralization, and day-zero access to mass liquidity. So why Avalanche? Long story short, it's this question of liquidity sharing. You guys have probably heard of Aptos and Sui, the two biggest move chains on the market. The question is, we're going to look at Solana, how do we attract liquidity to these chains? What we do with Avalanche, particularly Avalanche Warm Messaging, which is a native kind of bridging protocol, is, for example, if the yield aggregator launched on Aptos, there's probably no yield to aggregate. That same yield aggregator can build on top of M1 and get day-zero access to Benchy, Trezor, GMX, and essentially share the liquidity because the same validator set. So what we do is kind of jumpstart these DeFi apps and actually allow them to see adoption. But we're not starting there. We want to see Move everywhere. We're starting with Avalanche and going to Cosmos, building kind of different solutions with different chains. So we have a layer 2 coming up on OP Stack publishing transaction Celestia, working with a few big chains like Hashgraph and bringing Move to them front doors, and essentially bringing all infrastructure. Our goal is to be the consensus of Move in that we're able to provide Move-based infrastructure for different chains. On here is a Cosmos kind of play, which we're unveiling today, which is M2, which is a Move module that we acquired from another partner called Strobe Labs, essentially allowing Cosmos chains to have Move protocols deploy on top of them through a Move module. You can kind of think of like the EVM module of Evmos, but we're bringing a Move module and allowing us to partner with different chains and bring Move to the front door of Cosmos. This is kind of some overview on how it looks like that architecturally. Kind of combining Move, Aptos, Sui, and Cosmos all in one modular environment, and routing different chains. So if you have Mars, like a lending protocol, and let's say an NFT on Kronos, we kind of centralize all those transactions directly with the Move module, publishing transactions to our base chain. Innovation, we have closed source RESTful and JSON RPC endpointing. We're bringing parallel processing for the first time to Avalanche and a few other EVM ecosystems, including Cosmos, so we can get those high TPS numbers that many gaming protocols and many apps have been dreaming of. And yeah, parallel processing, being modular, so upgrading throughput to Celestia, and also being modular, so we can publish and swap out DA layers, swap execution environments, not just Aptos Move, Sui Move, and a few other ZK stuff we're incubating. So we have over 40 partners lined up to build on top of us. You can probably recognize a lot of these names. Cherojo, GMX, Benchy, Gunzilla Games. Whereas gaming, DeFi, Move seems to be the hottest commodity in terms of programming language, and we want to make it accessible for everywhere, for everyone, everywhere. So go-to-market strategy, definitely attracting projects from Aptos and Sui, providing them liquidity and the ability to launch on different ecosystems, as well as acquiring projects from Avalanche, Cosmos, et cetera, and deploying on top of our chain. Tokenomics. So here, key value add is if you look at Aptos and Sui tokenomics, 70% of Aptos is an investor in team hands. 70% is value that is denominated by Aptos centralized authorities. The SASE sequential nature. We want to be a community-first initiative in that our token supply goes to developer incentives and actually incentivize the community to build on top of Move. Roadmap, so we'll end off here. We have DevNet out right now. We have testnet launching next month and mainnet coming Q4. And we welcome all developers, whether Utility, Rust, Cosm, Wasm, to at least try out Move. We believe it's the future. Many agree so. And why not work together on this?
2. Wow, look at that. It got a little Mickey Mouse at the end at 2x speed, but that's good. No problem. Thanks for making the cut. We have, I believe, 2 more. So let's get Evmos up here to talk about what they've been working on with IBC.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I'm the second last, so I hope you still have power. I'm Daniel. I lead product at the Evmos core development team, and I joined quite early before we even launched. We were still Ethermint. Since then, a lot of stuff has happened, but we've been innovating EVM in the Cosmos ecosystem. I do want to give you a short demo about EVM extensions. EVM extensions allow smart contracts on the EVM to access core protocol functionality. I'll show you why this matters. But just the value proposition. So EVM extensions generate next generation of scalable dApps powered by interoperability. In easy words, this is you can deploy your application once on the EVM, and then it's accessible from everywhere. Let's jump into how this works. So basically, you can deploy, or actually, without EVM extensions, right now, smart contracts are isolated in the EVM. So they can talk to other smart contracts, but they don't really have access to any data or liquidity outside of the EVM. With the EVM extensions, you can deploy your smart contract on the EVM and use a Solidity interface to access core protocol functionality, such as staking, voting, or IBC to communicate with other blockchains. Basically anything you can implement, or any message you can implement in the Cosmos SDK. This is generating a lot of new use cases for staking. You can have staking indexers, sub-DAOs with voting, but also, like I mentioned, cross-chain applications. One example, you could, for instance, have a Osmosis outpost on Evmos. So you can use the Osmosis interface, be connected to the Evmos network, pay with transaction fees to interact with the EVM extension, and then provide liquidity or swap tokens over IBC on the Osmosis chain. I want to give you a quick demo how the IBC transfer works. So here we have can you play the video? Yeah. We have a Evmos chain and a Osmosis chain connected over Relayer. And we want to transfer tokens, Evmos tokens from the Evmos chain to Osmosis. So we have a balance of 0 on an address on Osmosis. And what we want to do is use Remix to interact with the EVM extension through a smart contract. Basically, if you know IBC, you know this normal interface. You have a memo. You can basically approve the interaction with the smart contract and say the spending limit that you have, just like you know it from the EVM. And then you want to basically, it does the approval, and then you will be able to interact with the smart contract to transfer Evmos tokens from the Evmos chain to Osmosis. So we basically perform the transfer through the Solidity interface, sign the transaction, and wait for the transaction to be included in the block. This will be picked up in the packet from a relayer, sent to Osmosis. And then on the first one, you don't see that it's relayed yet because it takes a second. But then the Osmo or the Evmos token is arriving on Osmosis. So basically, this is enabling a lot of new use cases for interchain communication from the smart contract level. And you can test it on testnet. Starting next week, there's already staking and distribution working from the EVM extensions. We have a hackathon running. We have a Evmos Encode grants program that has been running really well. And we're happy to talk to you about more projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we did have just one project sneak in at the end here. And so for our final presentation, I want to introduce, I'm not making this up, Bro and Bro.
What's up, Gateway? Bro and Bro here. We hopped into the last train of this demo. Thank you, everybody, for that one. All right, so we've been validating in a Cosmos ecosystem for roughly 2 years now, and over these 2 years, we've been drive and experienced through many various apps and interfaces, and we decided, we're thinking very oftenly that users deserve better interfaces. It might sound like a cliche, but it is what it is. And especially if we'll be talking about the new users, which we are struggling these times in our ecosystem. So when the user comes into the Cosmos, he create a seed, and he get confused even, like, is it do I have a one account or many accounts? So that's basically lead us to the thought that we should approach to account management more like not a chain-centric, but account-centric manner. And you probably all get the latest Kepler update, which is rolled up in pretty much same manner. All right, so what if you have not the only one account, but many accounts, like one for staking, one for NFTs, the other one for drops, whatever. It seems like it kind of creates your identity, like many accounts, other sides of you. So yeah, kind of a Web3 identity. And we decided to create some proof of this identity, to call it like an ID or passport. And we decided to use the smart contract on the Bostrom blockchain, which is actually like a NFT minter contract called the passport. It allows you to connect and link all your accounts with a proof to one place, and then have it like a all-in-one place management for a portfolio, staking, voting, whatever. So that's basically the screenshots of our beta app that we presenting here. So it's a passport creation page. You have to upload the avatar first. It being uploaded to IPFS via the built-in IPFS node. You select the name. You connect your Kepler account here first. Then you sign the constitution, confirm, and boom, you have a passport. You're a Moon citizen now. This is basically the overview of the a main page. We got a pure quality, but you can drive you through your various accounts, liquid tokens, like portfolio, coming in per day. You may select the valuation for USD, Ethereum, whatever. And we only have the Cosmos Hub for now there, but there will be more chains coming, like soon. All right, there's our validators and government sections. We see here that all the validators I have staked from my accounts connected to my Passport are shown here. I can click on everybody, on everyone, manage, enable, disable, restake, claim rewards, stake or unstake. And the governance section lead us to the following page with the proposals. Here will be displayed the proposals for all the chains we support in a kind of a fancy manner. You can open each one to get a statistics, like filter them, vote, and so on. One of the interesting things we have here is like for every proposal vote, let's say validator voted yes, but it is interesting to know how his community is voted. So one of the features our app have, we can show up how many delegators of each validator voted according to the validator or against, or and all this data is being brought from our Spacebox indexer, which has been supported with a Cosmos Hub Prop 155. Thank you guys for voting. So that's basically it. Check out beta.bro.io and feedback appreciated. Thank you guys. Bro.
Thanks a lot to all of the folks who demoed and pitched today. What's going to happen now is we're going to give the judges 5 minutes to tabulate, but we also want all of you out there thinking and talking about this. Who do you think was the best? Really, actually not even the best. Let's do it this way. Some of these you can obviously tell are like pre-seed. They're showing you Figma slides, or they're showing words, or they're showing CLIs. They're not live yet. We can bucket those in the pre-seed, right? Some of them are pretty obvious, and that's not a neg. You are where you are, right? We want to reward you for where you're at, how you presented, where you are, but we don't want to measure you against the, the folks who have raised like $20 million. So amongst yourselves, think a little bit. Those who are kind of further along, those who are earlier stage, who would you vote for, right? And this is my way of buying these folks time to judge. So 5 minutes, don't go anywhere, and we'll be with you in just a sec.
Yes, and we're turning this into an interactive exercise. So while they do that, if you can all turn to your right and start debating with your partner. I see 2 co-founders right there. I wonder between you two who's going to win the debate. But yeah, we want you guys to come up with your own reactions, and then we will call them on stage. And yeah, so who got you most excited?
All right. I can see the judges still arguing amongst themselves, but they have to decide now. So we want to call all the folks who presented back to the room if you've left, please. I hope you hear me out there. Come on back. We're about to announce the winners. I'll kick it over to Sam.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to call the judges up here. We kept them shadowy at the start. I don't know if a little unconventional approach. They weren't introduced before. We're like, they exist. So first, before we get to the fun part of the winners, I'm going to ask each of you just to introduce yourselves, what firm you're with, and maybe like your reaction at this moment before we unveil the winners.
My name is Frans. I'm on the investment team at Flow Traders. We're a global market making firm. We're listed, regulated, and deep into crypto. What's sort of good to see is how full the room is. So good energy all throughout these 1.5 hours. Yeah, we were just discussing amongst us. Very impressed to see the level of presentations and the sophistication of what they're building. So that in short.
Hi, I'm Sam Cassett. I've notably, in my background, helped start Consensus. I funded MetaMask from my team, which you've probably all used. And I've recently, in the past year or so, gotten very impressed by the Cosmos ecosystem. And I co-founded a new fund called Analog Interchain with Jake from Juno, you probably know. And very excited about a lot of the projects we just saw.
Hey everyone, I'm Matthijs, one of the partners over at Maven 11. I think we're a crypto-only venture fund, mostly known for our modular thesis, which is playing out. It's great to be here, and thanks for organizing all the Workaway people. And amazing to see all the people building app chains in the Cosmos.
Thank you very much. I'm Mark, I'm an investor from Rockaway. We are also a crypto-only fund focused on all Web3 specific startups. Super excited to be here, and it was impressive to see what all the projects are building, depending on the maturity they are in. But we are all, I think, had a unison view that it's very impressive what people are building.
Amazing. Okay, well with that, I actually don't know who the winners are. So I believe you guys, because we wanted to keep it fair, obviously we have projects that have raised tens of millions of dollars here, but we're unveiling new products that we wanted to give them the stage to demo, and then we have others that are much earlier in their journey. So as Jahed said before, we asked the judges to split the ranking sort of into a pre-seed and post-seed group and determine a winner for each. So guys, who wants to do the honors and announce the winners?
I'll cover your friends for the regulation. I think I'm happy to announce the pre-seed winner. We had some discussion about this because there's two working together very closely, so maybe they're a little bit both. But it was the people from 42, and then also obviously Abstract Money, because they work together so closely. Our reasoning here was that, well, obviously Cosmos is quite fragmented, and these guys are building something for end users to make all that fragmentation sort of one piece. Yeah, anybody else has anything to chip in here?
Yeah, I just want to comment in general. I was excited, Dan, that you mentioned, you surveyed Ethereum users, which is kind of like my background, how they don't really understand how to get into the ecosystem, and you focus on TVL, and I think liquidity, building the ability to move liquidity into this ecosystem is one of the things that's going to make it thrive, and I think putting all that in front of the user in a way that's really accessible is just obviously extremely beneficial for the ecosystem. So that was what I was really excited about.
So what I can say, as a market maker, we're all about liquidity. So that's what got us very excited. The fragmentation of liquidity, which Cosmos in general should reduce, and then what you guys are specifically looking at. So that's what's made it very exciting. And we're already chatting internally on the company communications about you guys. So very positive.
I mean, maybe just like a shout out to the Abstract team. I think that, like, I really liked how you are thinking about like bringing the user-focused design into the space. I think that's what the Cosmos needs. It needs simplification, and we need to put, you know, user first and start the design from there. You know, great job.
Awesome. And do you want to do the honors, Franz, for the post-seed? Or was that it?
This was it.
What? Oh. I don't know. Maybe that was all of it. Okay. Anything else that you'd like to add, or should we let you all go and talk more about this at the Steak Bar and beyond? That's probably it. Thank you for joining us. We're going to add this all to YouTube probably by the end of the evening. So if there was any that you had to hop out on and you want to see these pitches or send them to your team, they're going to be there. We'll add all their Twitter, so you can reach out to any of these teams as well and ask them all the questions that you were keeping inside. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening.